say that they won't when they will. I could use some motivation, but I know how I feel. Faster than you like, it's over and that's the end. It's over and that's the end. It's over and that's the end. Oh, I want to find my way to you. Yeah, baby. Oh, I want to find my way to you. Gotta find my way. I don't need a reason to say what I want when it's real. if I see you acting patient. You never know your last meal. Faster than you like, sober and that's the end. Faster than you like, sober and that's the end. Sober and that's the end. Passing through, catching a feeling of wonder. Can't stop till I feel that way again. Oh, no. Find my way to you. Gotta find my way. Find my way to you. Gotta find.
Press the backs of our hands together. It's still wet, so the ink should transfer. Meet me at the side door. We'll sneak onto the main floor. On the night, let's take a shot. Keep moving and we won't get caught. Take a long way home. Tonight we're free to roam. Everything's gonna be alright. Just let go, enjoy the ride. To the top of the world tonight. We're never coming down. Never coming down. No, we're never coming down. Never coming down. High on life, got a good buzz going. I've got no way of knowing what tomorrow's gonna bring me. Not gonna worry. Everything's gonna be alright. Just let go, enjoy the ride. To the top of the world tonight. We're never coming down. Never coming down. No, we're never coming down. Never coming down. Never coming down. High on life, got a good buzz going. I'm never, ever, never coming down. Never coming down. No, we're never coming down. Never coming down.
All the girls with pretty mouths, they always walk your way. They follow you in cars and bars and even on airplanes. I'm special, yeah, I'm special, 'cause they just don't got, oh, they just don't got what I've got. I'm someone you can take home to meet your mom and pa. I'm your trashy little cupcake, dressed in polka dots. I'll be a loudmouth Yankee lady, baby. You're just the cowboy that I'm looking for. It's gonna take time to get there. It's gonna take some time, I wanna make it fast. It's gonna take time to get there. It's gonna take some time, you wanna make it last.
Oh, sing now to me, baby. Won't you sing to me your name? I've been looking for something crazy. I've been looking for something to tame my sinner still, my criticizing, my hopeless heart that just wants to come on. Yeah, I found you outside, baby. You know I found you standing in the rain. You were holding a pound of heartache. Oh, you were wearing it like shame. Oh, if I've told you once, I told you twice, I tell you 3 times, I ain't gonna walk away.
It's gonna take time to get there. It's gonna take some time, I wanna make it fast. It's gonna take time to get there. It's gonna take a while, we wanna make it last. Ooh, ooh, oh, when your heart feels like a cracked windshield, shattered in a wreck, you're too broke to even fix it, and it's all that you got left. Oh babe, I'll take the crumbs, I'll take the keys, I'll take anything you got. It's gonna take time to get there. It's gonna take some time, we wanna make it fast. It's gonna take time to get there. It's gonna take a while, we wanna make it last. It's gonna take time to get there. It's gonna take a while, we wanna make it fast. It's gonna take time to get there. It's gonna take some time, we wanna make it last. Hate it when my doubts and my fears swell up like the ocean. It feels like I could drown in my tears. Everything's overflowing. Scared that I won't get it right, get it right. My nerves are working overtime, overtime. Tell myself to calm down and breathe. Step out of the shadows into the fire. Don't be afraid to go out on a wire. Live in the moment, turn it up louder. This is what you're made for. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be F-E-A-R-L-E-S-S. Fearless. Once I get in and I put it in try, ain't no more stopping me, don't even try. Controlling the chaos, controlling the fly. Yeah. It's all the shots that you don't take. You'll never be hurt if you don't say. Just gotta get out your own way. You can't learn to fly in your heart if you don't let go. Step out of the shadows into the fire. Don't be afraid to go out on a wire. Live in the moment, turn it up louder. This is what you're made for. You just gotta be golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a breeze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire. Never the same. Whenever you calling my name, I'm taking my sweet time. Hey, whatever the plan, I know I'm holding the best of me out of my hand. I know you always understand. Bring me into golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a breeze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
Yeah. Pop in, burning like this, ain't checking my wrist. Third is my shift. Rolling all night like flex. We look at the clips, these credits are lit. Stacking miles, I'm far away from home. I got what I wish for. Taking that risk, I'm checking my list. Marathon man, it's run legit. Can't let it slip when it's all in my grip. Talking too much, he probably not it. All that I did, calls I missed, time I spent. Yeah, that's that blood, sweating my love. Checking that tug, out of the mud. Bro, probably get picked up like a truck. Win in the clutch, that is a must. Wake up, get to it, ain't nothing about it. The only way to it is to it, no way around it. Before we cruising like the Caribbean with mileage. I'ma always be solid, I'm a young brother with knowledge. Go do the science, dog. Always I'm like a pilot, dog. Look at my eyes, I'm tired, dog. The time that it takes, I made for the space. Gotta build my empire, dog. I make sales, not a buyer, dog. You don't compare, he a liar, dog. Stack it up till it can't fold, I just did 10 in a row, I just did 10 in a row, I just did 10, gotta go, Stack it up till it can't fold, I just did 10 in a row, I just did 10 in a row, I just did 10, gotta go, 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 go. Get off your phone, can't sit at a green light. Look how that shine reflect like a ring light. This is my podium, talking to 3 mics. I'm not no Renner, have they the team winning. If I said it, you know that I'm in it. They tryna live on the corner, I bend it. Can't take those chances, ain't talking about Bennett. When they too lazy, they talking like critics. Why you so mad? Go get a bag. I'm in the lab, I don't move the same. Off of the password, back in my lane. I cannot sit in one place like a stain. Sharing that paper like ripping the page. I'm gonna be the last one to remain. Walk with the nearest, I'm spitting that flame. Hop out the cycle like it ain't a thing. Doing them heels, we running up. Hotel bar after the gig. Something to sip and getting drunk. For the queso, baby, we gonna dip. Was on bad in them apartments. Started hitting the target. Started flooding the market. Started moving smarter until it runs about the garden. Stack it up till it can't fold, I just did 10 in a row, I just did 10 in a row, I just did 10, gotta go, Stack it up till it can't fold, I just did 10 in a row, I just did 10 in a row, I just did 10, gotta go, 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 go,
Another day, another break in the promise was always a pattern of mine. It's the way that I learned that the game it was only a matter of time. And I pray that I don't have to pay for it yet, but I'm willing to gamble on a bet. I'm willing to forgive and forget. Say one thing to me and another and swear it's over the best. Cut all the toxic people telling me to give it a rest. I'm not too sensitive, you just don't have a heart. But I continue to enter the ringer while I'm falling apart. It's a habit I wanna break, like a thieving bandit is on display. And you pull me in, I can't look away. Nothing matters, it's a pattern. Oh well, didn't mean to do it again, but I wasted my time. What the hell? Am I laughing or crying or am I tiptoeing the line? So bad, didn't learn to be better and standing up for myself. Just telling people to go fuck themselves. Oh, it's a habit I wanna break, like a thieving bandit is on display. And you pull me in, I can't look away. Nothing matters, it's a pattern. Oh, it's a habit I wanna break, like a thieving bandit is on.
And ladies and gentlemen, with that, hello and welcome once again to the EPL Masters. As today we've already been talking about, it's going to be a very long, a very hyped day in all likelihood. And with me here to make sense of these drafts and of the success story of RE Arise in these last few weeks is the one and only Dudai.
Oi. Still like it that you still pronounce it the German and Dutch way. Um, Overall, it's not going to be that long of a day, right? We did hear the sad news of KW forfeiting their matches and quitting the tournament. Hopefully, the investigation will not bring up any. How should we say? Too many skeletons from the closet, right? At the end of the day. But it's up to the admin team. That's not our job to speculate or.
Yeah, besides if
say anything
something
about it.
fishy was actually going on, I do think we're doing the other players a favor as well, because if we look at the last few scandals that we've exposed here, it ended up, actually bringing the truth to light, and I think that's the most important at the end of the day.
Yeah. So Aria Horizon Zero Tenacity, right? Zero Tenacity skipping season 38 so far. Have been having a decent tournament, I would say. But they've been all over another.
I feel like both of these teams have their issues, and I know RE Arise are looking significantly stronger right now, because Zero Tenacity coming back, I feel like they're still very static in the drafts they play, and we've talked about them having a lot of lockdown and a lot of team fight here, but I really think like this Lina is going to pose a massive issue with Pango and the Clockwork setup for her now.
Yeah, sorry. In the meantime, Base Defender and I are still arguing over Miksha's name. The age-old argument, right? Do you pronounce it Miksha or Miksa?
I go with Mixa.
Right, but it's basically the traditional nickname for Maximilian, but it's from the Hungarian origin. Now, since there's no tilde, there's no apostrophe over the S. Supposedly, it's an S, not an esh. But no one says Miksa in the region, so everyone says Miksha in the region. But unless the guy himself, comes out and says which name he does prefer, well, I guess we'll just switch back and forth between the two at the end of the day.
Yep, it may also change. Some players have had attempts at name changes and then regretted them when they realized everybody was still calling them by their old name. That's something that caught me really off guard at the start of the season with Zen. Because he's Pastel, as you know, but he told me like 2 seasons ago he wanted to be called Zen, and that's now his official name. And then everybody in his team still called him Pastel. So I asked, like, right, just in the lobby, like, hey guys, is it Zen or Pastel now? And he's like, no, I'm back to Pastel.
It's even worse, like, in the SA, in the South American region, the back and forth between nicknames all over. But let's talk about this draft a little bit, right? Uh, even before we came online, I already predicted the Panglier pick with the Ember Spirit. I don't really understand this last hold of the Bane plus Lycan at the end of the day. It feels a little bit weird. Against Zero Tenacity, but there's a little bit of versatility with the Wind Ranger pick being it's, either support or core. At the same time, thinking of moves, I was predicting it to be more of a support line, one way or the other, thus putting the Undying, the Wind Ranger, and the Earth Spirit as the cores, respectively. I did say they were lacking damage. They got it with the Wind Ranger and the Lich. But the team fight coordination in my eyes isn't really there. Now, of course, Zero Tenacity could deliver a bit on that, but in my humble opinion, I think Rise could just wrap it up here. They have a full minute to decide what kind of carry they want at the end of the day. With if they want to carry, of course, like the Panglier could be mid, it could be off lane. There's just multitudes of things to choose from. With Zero Tenacity predicting it should be an offlaner, I don't know, just throw a Tide at this whole thing and you basically have the whole thing set up.
Yep, I agree. Tide or anyone else with Stunlock, I really like the Enigma and the Centaur bans for that very reason. Because I think we both agree that this Wind Ranger is already going to have a very rough game against so many hard stuns. Because there's the Bushwhack, there's the Rolling Thunder, there's the Hookshot. It's just going to be very hard to find that good positioning to actually carry a team fight right now. And if RE Arise can double down on that, then there's no other good source of late game damage. Sure, Lich ultimates are going to do a lot of work early on, but those fall off eventually, so what else?
Yeah, I'm wondering if the stacking thing that Zero Tenacity usually do, right, with Amaralis, is it going to be happening this time? Because you can definitely farm them with the Undying and the Earth Spirit, right? But with the Earth Spirit wanting to have such a massively fast tempo, will you have the time to make the stacks? Will you have the time to farm those stacks? And is it even worth it? Because right now, what I'm reading is that Zero Tenacity has to be coming online sub 10 minutes, get that vessel, and then just start hunting either Anku or Ethereal. Because Yowai is going to be a non-target. Waveform and Anisan are going to do their very, very best to just defend him at all cost. And if Yowai doesn't overextend, as he sometimes does, right? We talked about this.
Yep.
If he doesn't do that overextension, I think Aria Rise should be fine.
I mean,
but the clock is definitely ticking for Zero Tenacity immediately as we get into the game.
yeah, that's what's worrying me, because Nasfir, he's definitely very good at playing that Wind Ranger. It's one of the heroes he's been enjoying the most. You've kind of talked about how he's been playing more and more range carries rather than melee carries in the last few patches. But I feel like this is just such a rough Wind Ranger game, so I'm also going with RE Arise having a slight advantage. But if the Wind Ranger lane snowballs, that's the easiest win condition, I think, because Wind Ranger, she very quickly reaches that point where you just cannot kill her, where there's just Wind Run plus usually a Hurricane Pike or something of that sort, right? Some kind of defensive item to help you disengage even further.
On the other hand, Joe, like look at the enemy side. You said you can't catch her. Like what do you mean you have Hoodwink, you have Clockwork, and don't even get me started on the Beastmaster with the Primal Roar.
Oh yeah, only if she snowballs. You're gonna have to snowball into multiple defensive
No,
items.
like even if you snowball, even if she has BKB, Aghanim Scepter, I don't know what.
BKB,
Give her all the
Blink
saves in the
Dagger. Those two
world.
are mandatory at least, because without the Blink, I will agree, we'll just see this Wind Ranger caught out time and time again.
But then Anku's gonna get a Blink Dagger and just roar into your ear, the careful whisper of the Primal Roar. I don't know.
Yeah, it feels like a
I don't
difficult
see-
game for sure, but I don't know.
Even if you snowball, it's just such a rough game for the win. It's the other four that need to be active on my eyes, and I don't. And I love Zero Tenacity, of course. Shout out to LeBron. Hopefully he's watching. I don't know if he isn't. Good guy, really really fun to talk to from time to time. Sadly, neither of us made it to ENC, but very same time,
We'll get there one
it's
day.
gonna be a rough match.
My cat is gonna make me famous
ENC,
yet.
I don't know.
30 seconds to battle.
So with this double 0-minute smoke, I don't think we're gonna see a first blood, because both teams have a really strong level 1 fight, and whoever gets caught first is just gonna get obliterated. So we're already seeing both sides spread out, make sure they have some defensive vision going, and get ready to be potentially initiated on.
The battle begins.
Oh, we're gonna see a team fight immediately break loose. Anku underestimating the huge level 1 potential from the side of Zero Tenacity and may immediately pay the price. One more right click from Warwick will do him in, and now they're hunting for Ethereal with a blood grenade, getting 2 for the price of 1. Exactly the start that Zero Tenacity needed here.
It's a nice little lead, but it's a bit more on the compensation side of things, right? At the end of the day, there's still 3 bounty runes on the Radiant side, so about 150 gold of a difference in favor of the Dire at the end of the day.
Yep. Windranger also didn't get any XP from that, which would have made a massive difference, kind of helping Nesphir get those first few levels going at least. So a slight difference, but at least Zero Tenacity do have this advantage going into mid, where Spirit got the massive amount of first blood XP. He's now gonna use that to try his best and pressure Ethereal, because once Ethereal comes online, I feel like he's always gonna have a good time farming against the Earth Spirit with the Swashbuckle and Shield Crash combo. It's really the early first few minutes where, especially if you have any kind of breathing room, Pango can get a lot of last hits and then kind of compensate with the Rolling Thunder, trying to hunt side lanes and stuff.
Speaking on the other side, I am going to try and look on the status of the players. Does seem to me that some of the Zero Tenacity boys are playing on 80 ping, so that does mean they're already at Games of the Future. As up top, we have some action.
Oh, looks like Windranger's being chased after, though Nesphir thankfully not going down that easily with a Lich behind him. Every small mistake is gonna get punished on both of these side lanes with how big of a stake there is on the respective carry coming online. I feel like this patch has a lot of those kind of carry versus carry matchups.
Interesting take. I think it's more about the side lane matchups going well. Mid trying to tip the balance, but balanced it is as down bottom.
Yo, why able to get away,
Possibly.
but harass from Undying with the decays is really starting to hurt.
Yeah, I also like that Mixo go for the Tombstone plus the decay, so it's the variation I prefer myself more than what was popular once the hero came back onto the offlane, introduced by Miero with the Soul Rip and the decays.
Yep. I do really like Undying Core with the instant respawn as well, but this time around I think they do have Anisan because the Tombstone will come down, and one more right click from Miksha makes that one look very easy.
I also enjoy that we just switch pronunciations of the name, but it's all good.
I mean, he is
3-0 for Z10. This is actually the snowball start we wanted to see from them, isn't it?
Yep, it's exactly what this draft is supposed to do. It's clearly what they intended to do with these last 2 picks, and Yoai is gonna go down to show just how powerful this Undying early on can be. Over on top lane though, Beastmaster now also playing a lot more aggressive, diving. Will not quite get the Windranger, but makes sure to at least get boost.
So I wanted to point out before we pull the camera, maybe mid. No, well, the action does decide there. I absolutely agree with Moose's build, right? Like the Frost Shield isn't gonna do much.
Yep, it's the Frost
in order to
Blast
help
that
you.
saves your carry, I agree.
Yeah, like, the Frost Blast will take care of the boars, and the Sinister Gaze will just pull the Hoodwink in for a possible catch, or even just a harassment of the Hoodwink itself.
I mean,
A lot of people were like, why is there no Frost Shield on the Lich? Why? Like, that's the exact reason why. He wants to kill the boars fast and then control the Hoodwink.
yeah, even if he fails to catch the Hoodwink, just getting rid of those boars costs Beastmaster so much of his potential space to kind of pressure the carry with. And you're really noticing that as Anku is pulling the lane back, focusing on his own farm, over shutting down that of Nesphir, which I think is exactly the intent of it. Though, when do you think this Pangolier will kick into gear? Because Ethereal gets forced to walk back home and refill his bottle in the base.
A 5-minute walk of shame is always a rough one, but I'm pretty sure once the team fights will eventually happen, Ethereal will have a better time. It's just that, yeah, catching that moment of I need to go at them. It's kind of a rough one with the Pangolier. Oh, we had a team where basically all three cores could play the Pango pretty well back in the NC qualifier days, right?
Yep.
It's kind of insane that that's been a month ago at this point. It feels like ages. Is up top, Uncle.
Oh, he went in deep, doing a lot of damage to the Wind Ranger, but he's about to drop himself. Will finish the job, and with Fairy Fire trying to keep himself alive. Nasfear, the most valuable kill, but it will come at the cost of a Beastmaster. Waveform still being chased after, but he should mind getting himself away with the pushback.
Dire's top tower
I think even though it's a deep dive, it's absolutely worth it for the side of Ario Rise. Season 39 champions here at EPL.
Yep, going for a good trade. I think taking out this Wind Ranger, it's always going to be worth it, because Lina has the better late game. Yowai, once he deals with the Wind Run, is going to have so much better of a time dealing with this Wind Ranger, getting there. I don't know if they can do it. Yowai also already died once and is really facing down a lot of pressure from dying now. And as I say that, now over on top, Wind Ranger decides to try 4-kill on Waveform. Waveform, quite tanky for such a little squirrel. Lich, if you can catch up to her, will get a beautiful catch, however, and power shot. Finish the job.
So at the same time, this timing is really, really rough for Anku all alone here. 20 seconds while they're trying to wisdom.
Yeah, and you see how quickly the boars go down. It's one Frost Blast, a few right clicks before the slow wears off. And Anku just loses a lot of mana and a really big cooldown because of just how important it is. Sure, the X's deal damage, but the X's don't give you vision, the X's don't tell you whether there's 1 or 2 supports coming to contest this wisdom, and it will in fact be 2. Pangolier is there, but so is Earthspirit with a massive Magnetize, and Warwick entirely prevents a good Rolling Thunder from happening here. The wisdom still has not been reclaimed. They make sure to keep 1 hero on it from the side of Zero Tenacity. But I don't think they'll get Ethereal, as Ethereal able to roll away, but the moment he goes out of the Rolling Thunder, Earthspirit says nope, R-kill anyways. Anisan still fighting on that wisdom. They really want it, but Warwick comes in, Anisan goes down, Nasfear gets the wisdom after all. They're trying to go for a follow-up on the Hoodwink maybe, but Beastmaster comes in, scares Nasfear away, and that's that. Zero Tenacity, the second big fight of the game, and both of these big fights with 4 heroes involved, they win, as over on bottom lane, Yowai also gets taken down by Miksha once again. You cannot leave this Dina alone with the Undying anymore.
Well, as long as you have the Flesh Golem, obviously. This is exactly what we wanted from Z10. Currently, even though they're leading with 6 kills, it's not that much of a lead though. But a very, very lucky pickup on both power runes now. Warwick could continue this snowball. And off to the Vessel he will go soon.
Yeah, Vessel seems like a
Time-
great item against the Beastmaster.
Time is just absolutely not on the side of Ario Rise right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
At least Yowai is kind of starting to farm, starting to catch up in the net worth department, but all of the space they're making may come around to bite them in the ass. Nice catch on the Undying though. Acorn shot is there, Swashbuckle not quite connecting, and Miksha manages to get himself away.
He just doesn't care. As long as he can touch 1 hero with that decay, he's absolutely fine.
Yep.
Radiant's middle tower is
Huge
under
rotation, once again, kind of wasted from the
attack.
side
Scanning.
of Rune Eater's Arise, I will say. Because Yowai, it's not like he's getting any kill participation right now. He's just making sure to farm up, but while he's doing that, this Wind Ranger has 1 kill and 6 freaking assists.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, over on top lane, Nasfear maybe into deep this time though, and out comes the beautiful Lich ultimate. Nasfear still with the Focus Fight, trying to keep himself alive, but in comes Pangolier, finishing the job, getting himself a double kill.
Doesn't even need to use the Rolling Thunder. He was thinking about it, but thankfully the Dark Willow stopped him, and then he just found this beautiful swashbuckle on too.
Yep. And now it's the Wind Ranger that actually overextends just a little bit. Pango though. Uh-oh. He did not expect Amaru last.
All that bravado, but no real talent.
And this in general is the way snowball drafts work, right? You are the one that needs to do the dives, you're the one that needs to do the overextension so that the creep wave can touch the tower and do the work for you in this stage. And all you do is just hunt. I think Zero Tenacity, we laid out the plan for them, and they are following that to the T.
Oh yeah, as long as they can keep these kills going, I don't even think they're gonna get punished that hard for building 2 urns here. Because usually 2 urns seems a bit iffy to me, even if they do have 2 distinct upgrade paths these days. But Dark Widow and Earthspirit, they're almost never gonna be on the same part of the map. While over on bottom lane, Nasfear just comes bottom solo kills.
We talked about this.
The opposite of what I expected was going to happen. I thought it was this Lina that was gonna come bottom, gonna come top, press ultimate on Nasfear and completely ruin his day. Now it's the Wind Ranger having a really free time.
I'm still not surprised at the current results that we're seeing right now. It's just stopping this constant running at you is going to be the problem, right?
Yeah.
Generally, the carries in the current patch just cannot leave the jungle and the bottom lane. The outskirts is just too many camps. Rotating into the off lane, it just feels like a massive blunder.
Well, Anku is going for a Helm of the Overlord, so that is going to give them a lot of tempo back to keep this Lina farming. Whether it's gonna be enough or just result in extra ancient creeps being killed by 0-10 remains to be seen, though. Uh-oh, hook shot. Not quite what Clockwork wanted to go for there, as Anisan will be the first one dying it with that massive Lich ultimate. Even Yowai goes down. Pangolier can Rolling Thunder himself out, but he can't even secure the Undying or the Lich.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Waveform also chased after. But the tempo, I think, is being managed okay. It's really just that the big target that Yowai has on his back cannot be mitigated right now.
Yeah, currently seems like a rough one, but with both teams vying for the mid control, it just boils down to which team will find jungle control on one side or the other.
Well, right now, neither team has much of a jungle, but I think they may start a fight about it if anybody gets caught out of position. It will be the Pangolier from the looks of it. Magnetizes there for some chip damage, but they only see the Pango and don't want to commit into the dark.
Dire are scanning.
Looking at the net worths, though, it does look like Wind Ranger will be joining the team fight significantly sooner than Lina will at this rate. Because she is farming really well, and only has 2 deaths thanks to keeping herself at, well, basically maximum power shot range every time there is a big engagement happening around S-Sphere.
By the way, we got a confirmation from Level Up's coach, Booktop, that the correct pronunciation for Mixa's name is with an S, not with a sh.
So it is in fact Mixa. Alright.
Yeah. That does make me a little bit mad as Hungarian, but it is what it is.
No representation, I guess.
Happens. Yeah, 14 minutes in, the most important timing in the game currently.
Yep.
There's power runes, there's shrines.
50-50 on the power runes, though, will favor RE Arise, and RE Arise are immediately gonna smoke up with it. Maybe now we're gonna see some action favoring Gradient here.
It's just which of the 3 core targets will they choose to pick off. They are currently vying for the Undying, as you can see in the cameras as well.
Ooh, hookshot off the mark onto Mixer. Mixer, though, with the swashbuckle still taking most of his health damage immediately, and he will go down. Takes them a little bit, but they do get him down. Making sure to take a lot of tempo away from that Undying, but in exchange for it, Anku goes down on top, getting focus fired by the Wind Ranger with a Maelstrom once again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Uriel on the bottom lane was still in there, also goes down now as Waveform. Yoink! With the Magnetize, it's just a matter of time. Zero Tenacity, once again the winners, getting 3 kills across the map, and not giving up a single one in exchange even.
Man, split fight, and they still find everything here at 15 minutes in. It's a 3k net worth lead. Now that is a stepping stone you can use.
Yep, that's exactly the start they were looking for. Sure, there is 2 big core kills that if you get them are going to cost you. But targeting the Undying and using up all of your resources just for him to instantly respawn was such a big mistake there. I think Mixer, you can't go him once that Ceaseless Dirt is off cooldown once again. You need to kill him right now if you want to focus him more as a gank target, or else he's just gonna instant respawn and turn the team fight once more.
Well, it was him that was like the main star of the previous fight. It was the Chain Frost and Warwick, and the same shenanigans that Ethereal's just feeling right now.
Oof. Looks like MRLS is the one getting taken in exchange, but at least they do make sure to finish off the Pangolier with yet another power shot, putting more money into
Dire's
Nesfier's
middle
pocket.
tower is under attack.
As a follow-up initiation is there on the Clockwork, which will result in basically a full-on execution with the Tombstone being dropped and everything.
Yeah, it's also farm. This area is just great to farm with the Undying. The double camps are just really good. Just get a bit more gold for yourself. They form in contact, but they don't want to abuse them too much. At the end of the day, though, is there tenacity? This second night of the game, all these power runes, I don't even know what Ethereal got that one shield rune. That's basically it. So far, the Pangolier has no time to shine, or the ability to actually get into the fights and out of them.
Yeah, he's trying to
relative
save
ease
for
and
the
safety.
Dagger, but it's been a while since he started saving for that now, and even once he has it, we're reaching the point where Nesfir is so fat that he can just focus fire the Rolling Thunder and shoot you down in your ultimate. Ethereal, though, wants to try and do something about exactly that issue. Nesfir, however, manages to wind run himself away.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It does give an opening on the mid lane.
Let's see who's gonna
Doesn't
come
look
in
like they wanna
first.
take it.
As a nice jump on the Clockwork is going to cause him to be absolutely torn to shreds.
Yeah, you're just not getting what you wanted. That possibility of a good hook shot, one way or the other.
At least it's support kills that they're losing for these engagements every time, though I'm not sure how much of a consolation that is if your Lina isn't able to come online herself. Looking at Yowai, he's third in net worth. As the Lina, you're supposed to outfarm the Wind Ranger, and that right now just
Oh, Ethereal.
Yeah, he's just gonna get wrecked. He should not have gone there. Of course, he didn't know that both supports were sitting behind, ready to jump at a moment's notice. But both the Lich and the Dark Widow are also becoming absolute powerhouses, with the Glimmer Cape on the Lich already being completed. And Dark Widow, after the urn, now looking to turn it into an essence because the 4 steps already done.
Okay. Good milestone, though, for the Beastmaster. Oku now has the Helm of the Overlord.
Good timing.
Possibly something good will happen here. I don't know if 18 is a good timing, though.
I mean, under the
But I'll take it.
circumstances, it is.
At this stage, I'll take it, but I don't know if it's a good timing.
Wait, I'll get back to that in a second. Let's see if there's a team fight first, or if everybody is going to just back off and make themselves away, because Earth Spirit seen under the wards. But yeah, he does roll away. Because you said it earlier, Beastmaster is a hero you can't leave alone in the lane. And if he's left alone, then his timing, like 18 minutes, is suddenly a good timing, right? With a support, it would be more like 15 or something. But this Beastmaster, he basically had to solo lane because of Nesfir having such a good start. So this is some Really awkward
I don't
boss
know.
timing as well, with most of the big resources already thrown out from the side of Rune Aegis Rise once again to no avail. Not finding that
Not
initial.
gonna lie. If I'm Zertanasi, I'm pausing here as well for the mental damage. Anku just Primal Roared an illusion, if you saw that. So obviously they are extremely happy that Warwick's illusion was the one that was being Primal Roared.
Yeah, and the hookshot as well, like all of the big resources are now down in Zero Tenacity, they know it. They can take their time, they can take a chill pill and then initiate up that high ground with Absolute Fury, with the Magnetize, with Undying, having that Flash Golem. No Tombstone at least, but I think they can definitely take another fight here.
It has to be said though, like in terms of high ground push, right? You only have the Wind Ranger plus the Undying if you have enough decay stacks. But generally though, until you get this Shiva's Guard slash, in other cases it would be AC or even Lotus. But Miksa is going for that Shiva's Guard. You're not going to be touching high ground until minute 25. So there's still that tiny, tiny window for your Rise to come back here. But if they wait for the late game, I do believe Zero Tenacity are just sorry about that. Zero Tenacity are just going to roll over them. I mean, besides the rolling boulder pun, obviously, it should be an easy peasy play for them so far. But already even now we can see that the Earth Spirit is starting to fall off. Once that BKB arrives, things are going to be a bit better. Kaya plus Sanj, I think, is the game here. But if you want to finish faster, it should be the Hammer of Memes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how big of an issue high ground push is gonna be, because you did mention, yeah, Wind Ranger and Undying are the two that can kind of contest the high ground. But if you're looking at how fat both of them are right now, on top of the net worth right there, at least over 100 gold ahead of the Lina already, and again, they still have another 5 minutes or so to farm and snowball up before they really do feel that pressure to push high ground. I think Earth Spirit falling off is just kind of part of the equation here. Because Undying is genuinely one of the better late gamers just because of the passive instant respawn being that powerful if you can play around it. And he's going for a BKB plus Shiva, so he'll blink in, make himself unkillable, and give Wind Ranger all of the openings she needs to kill people even under the tier 3 as long as Undying doesn't mess up.
Yeah, as long as you have your supports behind you, that jump in initiation shouldn't be a problem, of course. Get Frost Shield on top of you for that as well before you jump in. And I think Moose is going to be more than happy to give it, even if it's only level 1. It's more than effective. 45% damage reduction, plus you have Decay. This is just stupid. Like,
Yeah, Andy
sure,
isn't
come
down.
at me. Hit me, please. I beg you. Oh, no, these tickles. But yeah, 5K net worth lead is not the be all end all of the world, and I think Zero Tenacity are more than aware of that. So keeping that in mind, right? There's still that small window we talked about for Aria Rise. But even though this pause is getting awkward with the silence,
It is. Maybe communications issue or something. Discord has been acting up lately.
DS is Discord, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Because I know as well,
Stupid.
like that's why we are calling privately instead of in the server. Servers, they've basically increased without telling anyone the tier that you need to boost the server to get the full bandwidth for that server.
All right. I think like server connections are still the more stable side of things though. So calls tend to fall apart after like an hour or two. But we'll see. Like, the communication between you and me doesn't really matter. It's shout out to our production guy, Dador, who keeps everything on screen for you guys, or at least he tries his best. Be nice.
Yep. Well, I definitely love the opportunity to show off my cat on camera. Because every time she annoys me and jumps in front of my screen or whatever. We can at least do a kitty cam and chat can't tell me like, oh, show cat all the time. Also, chat is really mad because we said RE Arise's draft is better, but I think the fact that RE Arise even have a comeback scenario at all, the fact that they can still come back into this game at all, if Zero Tenacity make even a small mistake, just shows how good this draft actually is.
No, I don't know. I don't read chat in general. You and I have talked about this multiple times, but obviously, Yoai's comeback potential is there. Anku, even though they just made a fatal mistake here in the jungle, the pushing power of the Triceratops is going to be insane. So, like, don't underestimate Thunderhide, ancient Thunderhides and Black Dragons, and the amount of damage they will cause to towers in the back line.
Yeah.
Like,
In team fights,
like while sorry, just finishing with like Waveform and Anisan can make as many mistakes as they want as soon as they hit one of their spells, right? That's when it's go time. And well, they can look like they're throwing spells willy-nilly. They're just trying to make that one catch happen so that then Ethereal and Anku can join in.
Go is being
And that's
called.
all that needs to happen.
So the one issue with the creeps is in the team fights, the creeps are gonna fall off, and it's these big 5-man team fights where Zero Tenacity have really been the ones shining, which is also why I think a pickoff could be a large part of what gets you back into this game, because there too, those ancient creeps give you so much more value having them, right?
Exactly. Well, that's something people, oh no, it's 5k net worth lead, call it. It's Jover. That's something like, yeah, like if you read the messages from pros, if you read the messages from better players, like pushing even with a 5k net worth lead at 20 is rough. Like you can have the best snowball lineup in the world. At the end of the day, you need to be worried about split push, positions, and maybe even getting jumped if you are the Beastmaster, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Well, the jump, however, is just gonna secure the ancient creep. So Zero Tenacity, they do keep this tempo, they do keep this control on the bottom lane, but they didn't quite get the kill they needed there. I am really looking forward to that Glitch Blink Dagger for that reason, because Moose, he is kind of denying it. Like you said, keeping the Undying and the Earth Spirit in the fights and alive is his main job, and he's building for it as well. But I do think once that Blink Dagger is there, the catches are going to be way better. As for now, 0-10 can secure themselves a Tormentor with that space, and that's still plenty, I think.
Yeah, you're gonna be more than happy with this. With a little bit of breeder, it looks like our eyes are gonna try and go for the objective exchange and get Roshan instead of this. But it's so damn slow, even with the Ancient Black Dragon.
It is, though they seem to be getting it uncontested, and Roshan is technically the bigger objective. We can see this gold lead now being whittled down to 3k gold, and this game may yet become interesting, depending on what this next team fight with the Aegis has in store for us.
It is a DD Pango, though. One thing they didn't know about.
They find out the hard way, but Ethereal already forced to Rolling Thunder out of there. One ward could have made all the difference. 0-10, still extremely terrifying when the Earth Spirit is in team fight, because Warwick he just isn't gonna die anymore. BKB now on the way, as everybody from Z10 is gonna smoke up again, and let's see if this BKB Earth Spirit reveal is gonna make the difference that they're looking for.
Nasphere, what the hell are you doing up here?
Oh no. At least, I guess it's gonna be Anku caught and obliterate first, together with Waveform. So Wind Ranger still too hard to go on as a target.
Easy surprise. As the rest of the team just makes an appearance. And yeah, of course they'll take care of the Ancient Black Dragon. No wave cutting this time around. So Tenacity want to reforce the status quo.
Yep.
And this is a great technique as well, right? Like if you see the Pangolier farming or the Aegis target farming, hold up. No, I don't think Nasphere is in any trouble. Never mind.
Or step.
But yeah, as long as you can, yeah, as long as you can see Ethereal, and they did see him walk into the Radiant jungle, right? You can just go on the other targets. Everything that's split off from the Pangolier is fair game. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. They find Waveform as well. One by one they fall.
And this may divulge into a full-blown fight as Pangolier gives the Rolling Thunder a shot, tries to catch up to everybody, and MRLS is going to be the target. But cursed terrain, oh no! Oh no, they need to run now. Get out, run while you still can. Rune Eaters, they were so close to greatness there, and that little annoying rock near the road messed them up. Pango's now gonna get caught for that and die. They should have ran when they had the chance. He gets caught again, feared.
Uncle, help me! Uncle!
Nah, I don't think that's
Beastmaster's
any
not
help
coming
in
back.
this situation.
I'm just leaving Ethereal to just die.
Ani-san may even perish for it. No, okay, he gets out. He was keeping the Wind Ranger at bay with the Cox over the top lane at least, so one person was trying to somehow help Pangolier live there, but I don't think you can live when there is 4 people focusing on you like that.
Tower has fallen.
Okay, tier 1 defense line absolutely gone. Tier 2s are a different nut to crack, but I don't think Zero Tenacity are going to be too worried about it in the long run.
The one thing they may have to become worried about is Yowai. Yowai, he does have one final shot at getting himself back in this game with the 9-second BKB. It has just been completed, and Warwick walks up the high ground exactly the way they had hoped. He will still be able to roll out thanks to his BKB being activated though. Waveform on the chase, sharpshooter blocked by the Dark Willow. Nice disengage from 0-10.
I don't think that was the very, very last chance of Lena. The BKB is still active, or at least available.
No, she didn't
But
press it.
let's see if the smoke...
Like, only if she presses it and then dies, it's gonna be the last chance. But Dark Willow will be a mistake.
Going down is nothing. Mid pressure coming out from Anku is something, but at the same time, I need this pressure to start happening if we want to see any kind of a chance for us to even stay in this game at all.
Agreed. Though I do like their aggressive vision around this dire jungle. Now, if anybody tries to contest them sitting here, camping and farming up, they'll be able to answer it instead near the Twin Gate. Moose comes.
The biggest support fight of the year, Anisan or Moose?
Uh-oh. Well, it's gonna be
Oh,
Ani-san.
no way. No way, he found the catch. Oh, unlucky for my boy Moose.
I think that was beautiful, though. Ani-san making sure to be on top of everybody. He's died 6 freaking times because this game has been so rough, and 7 armor just isn't gonna cut it for Clockwork, but at the very least, he is there every single time that he needs him to interrupt something.
Oh, massive rune, massive rune, massive rune. Go, 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 go.
Warwick got it.
Oh, Warwick gets it.
BKB is
He's
there,
like,
but
no.
he doesn't want to commit just yet.
I don't want to use. We want a team fight. I need to wait for Mixa.
Well, MRLS is there, at least that's something. Warwick camps, waits for enemies to come on in Ethereal, though, gets a beautiful Rolling Thunder, and Dark Willow is gonna be left in a world of hurt for that. Undying, brings in the Tombstone, brings in the heal, trying to keep Dark Willow alive. Dark Willow, though, not gonna live against Yowai. Lina as Nesfear comes in, but Nesfear, I don't think he should be there at all. Double kill for Yowai, and Yowai, he's finally online. He's finally doing more than just a bit of backlines damage, and it will be a triple kill for him. Oof, that was rough.
That's exactly what we wanted to see from our Rise, and we are past that early mid-game stage of the game, isn't it?
Yep. I think from here it's genuinely a favorite game for RE Arise, even with just 100 gold lead or whatever. It's not about the gold lead, it's about the fact that Nesfear doesn't have it anymore.
I mean, we shall see, of course. Nesfear can still get their BKB as well, even though Anku, right? And, of course, Anisan's hookshot. Mixa, trouble.
Stand up, and with the push, we're guaranteed to go down. Now Undying is not really feeling like that much of a core anymore. His Shiva's guard timing was really beautiful, but that BKB being delayed. Making for a rough game.
It's a catch-22, though. Like, you can get that BKB, but it's going to be roared over. You get that BKB for the extra damage, for the extra strength, all them goodies. But at the very same time, you know, you still want that vision, because Shiva's Guard plus your Tombstone is awesome. So it's just, it's just, I don't know. Neither choice is
Yep.
good, in my opinion.
I feel
I do
that.
prefer the Lotus, personally. You get the armor, you get that reflection opportunity against the Primal Roar. You still get caught by the hook shot, so like that part sucks ass, but
Yeah, it really feels
honestly,
like
at the
no
same
matter what
time,
you build, you need more than one item.
it just sucks. It sucks, Joe. Everything is dog, but yeah. Honestly, I do know, like my offlaner from the NC Hungary team, right? He'd be like, "Why is he not building Echo Saber, right, for the cogs?" And he's like, "Yeah, no, not everyone is aggressive as you, Ida. Love you. I don't know.
Yeah, cogs
You'll ever see
aren't
this."
really the issue here yet. I would agree with that mindset if they would, actively be what's keeping Zelina safe. What's keeping Zelina safe are the bushwhacks, are the roars, are the hook shots, and even the rolling thunders. Despite Pango not having the best game anymore. Over on top, we're gonna have a support fight once again. Just like the last one, it ends with the rest of the team coming in and cleaning it up.
Yeah, support's getting killed. It's just your job as a support, but you should be feeling that there's a twin gate rotation coming out of that. Yo,
Maybe?
as usual, he just wants to fight.
Yeah, press the BKB for that, but Dark Willow got obliterated at least. 0-10 still going deeper. They're saying, okay guys, we saw the Lina BKB, but won't find anyone.
You are entering, the end stages of the game now. Rotating over to 32 minutes. Big items. 6 slotted people are coming out of the game.
I wouldn't be so sure if it's the end stage yet, because there is still a lot of tier 2s across the map alive. And both of these cores don't mind going
One of them
for
is
another
already
10
broken,
minutes.
though. One of them is already broken, though, Joe.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Lina is 20,000 in terms of net worth, like, just her inventory alone.
It happens extremely quickly. Well, once this Beastmaster starts gaining the map, and then basically the carry of your choice basically follows it up. Ethereal being a bit behind, fine, you accept it. As Ethereal's going for the Nisha build. I usually call this the Nisha build. I don't know if he was the one who wanted to first coin it to get that Octarine core on the Pango.
I don't mind it. It's gotten really popular these days, to my surprise.
More the past, try the past 3 years. Work?
Ooh, the hook shot will be there, but so will the chain frost. Lina with the ultimate trying to finish the job, but Earth Spirit managed to roll out of there, and there's not yet a single kill thanks to all of those defensive PKBs being proc almost at the same time. Earth Spirit, though, looking to go for more, will catch the Beastmaster. Anku picking down to the vessel, but manages to turn around onto the Dark Willow with a beautiful bushwhack. As there is this broken ass Lina once again, getting an unstoppable streak, looking for Moose as well. Moose will go down to Ethereal, and they get a completely clean team fight, not losing a single target.
Don't know if you can turn this into high ground. A bit risky with the 30-minute siege creeps, but they'll try and let the siege creeps do the work instead of them. Like, turning this into Roshan, I'm guessing.
Yeah, Roshan plenty. You don't need to high ground. Lina always has the late game advantage in a matchup like this one, so just make sure the enemy can't beat you. Just make sure every following team fight is gonna be yours with that Aegis. But 0-10, they were really good at playing around the Aegis the first time. We'll see how much of a difference it's gonna make, though. With Lina already securing it and now Undying being caught out of position, I think it's gonna be huge, because Undying, Force too old, leaving Wind Ranger out of position once again, though. Nasfear trying so hard to keep himself in the fight, but Yo-Wai machine gunning away at the Tombstone. Undying goes down, no instant respawn for him this time around, as Yo-Wai needs to be very careful not to lose that Aegis out of position. How much damage they're doing while kiting. Up comes the Rolling Thunder onto the high ground. Beastmaster BKB teleport out of there. Will live despite the magnetize, but Dark Willow still gets caught up with the BKB from the Earth Spirit, and he will finish the job on her.
I mean, 2 for 1 plus Aegis. I take it, it's not the perfect situation as, Yo-Wai?
Oof, if they can catch him though, that would be massive. Yo-Wai taking a lot of damage from the Chain Frost, manages to turn around on the Lich at least, but can Clockwork keep him alive? He's trying his hardest. Yo-Wai, right click after right click is flying, he finally loses the Aegis. not too rough of a spot, so 'cause 3 people are alive and they don't have enough resources to take down the Lina once again.
Yo, I was just trying to pull out the Rorschach from Watchmen, right? I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me.
It almost worked too. I mean, they are backing off, and look at Earth Spirit's health.
Yo, he almost killed off Warwick, man. That would have been beautiful, but sadly it doesn't come together.
Well, even if it doesn't, everybody is respawning. I still think this is victory after victory that Rune Eater Arise are getting. Just by keeping their Lina somewhat alive. You know, technically 1 life lost, but that still means you gotta go with the other one.
Still looking at Nesphere's build, and it doesn't feel right. Sure, the Aghanim Scepter doesn't give you the same thing as it used to. Gale Force is trash.
What I'm wondering is why no, what's it called? Bloodthorn. Because everybody has that important BKB timing right now, and during the BKB you can't fight into the Lina ever, because she already got her MKB anyways. So you kind of want the BKB from the Lina to end. And I think Bloodthorn is perfect. You immediately punish her for still being within your attack range when she doesn't have BKB anymore.
I don't know. Will the fight last long enough so that you can engage after BKB is the question here.
It depends on
And I'd say the answer is no. I like the Bloodthorn against Ethereal. I don't like the Bloodthorn against the Lina, personally. Right? So, like, Warwick will force out the BKB, but even though, like, that's the problem, that now it's just 7 seconds, and at the bottom of it is not 6 seconds, right?
Fair enough.
That extra seconds just makes the Bloodthorn builds just so much less viable, as they used to be back in, like, 741, right? We are now in... We are still in 741? Right, 740 is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I am.
This is a Cinderman take, but I like my Danish boy, so he knows things.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely agree that Bloodthorn has been nerfed a lot just by BK being buffed.
Yeah, it just makes the build less viable. As Nesphere?
Oh, it's gotta be Anku, it's gotta be Focus Fire. As long as Nesphere can hold his position, he'll actually get the kill. Moose already died for that, but now Warwick goes down. In exchange for just a clockwork, that is not quite how they needed the teamfight to continue, because now Mixa gets machine gunned down by the Lina. Lina feared up, but Wind Ranger, you do not want to do this, because with the MKB, Windman does nothing, and Yowai looking for more, will get the Dark Widow. He may end up expiring for it, but nope. Kept alive perfectly there by the Dark Widow and the Pangolier. Everybody tips Yowai just for that extra tilt in the faces of Zero.
One decay away. One decay away, and the team wipe would have been a bit more mitigated, but yeah, Zero Tenacity. Even though the buyback fight was not favoring them, right? Because the outpost was basically still in dire hands, and is still in dire hands.
Yeah, they still decided to go for it, and I kind of get why, because it was a really beautiful magnetized, it was really good positioning from Nesphere at the start. But then, same thing, BKB wears off, and you just melt to Yowai.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know. Zero Tenacity are out of time. Their strategy is just not working out.
They came so close, but yet so
I don't know
close.
if it was close. I guess, you know, that one decay from Mixa could have saved the game. I don't know.
No, not that team fight.
That
I
is
mean
true.
when they could have ended like 10 minutes ago and came close to actually...
Oh yeah, 27?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Even then, you know, it was looking a little bit shaky by then, at 27 minutes in.
Oh wait, I mean there was one big team fight just before the 27 minutes that could have gone either way.
Maybe Roshan. If they contested Roshan, the game would have been a bit different as Warwick.
Oh, beautiful.
Gotta roll out of there. Good hook shot.
BKB is there, keeping him safe. Warwick manages to get himself back. Yowai though presses his own BKB, goes on the hunt, does not find anyone yet. Pangolier, however, makes sure to keep him there. Gives Yowai a second shot to initiate. Yowai will not be pulling up. Everybody backs off from the side of Zero Tenacity. Power shot coming out, but to no avail.
Radiant are scanning.
Shoving out mid lane, kind of projecting that there's more of us here. Come fight us if you want to, but They're just falling in a trap, or are you?
Clockwork got perfectly rolling bouldered there as he wanted to hookshot first. It got cancelled mid-animation. Beautifully done by Zero Tenacity. It is just one pickoff, however, and unless that pickoff is on the Lina, I don't think it's gonna be that big of a game changer.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Good escape from waveform. Yes, you do.
Yeah, some extra space created, because Wind Ranger, he is struggling in so many departments. Not enough damage, not enough catch. Both of those are currently becoming bigger and bigger problems as time goes on.
I'm looking for the itemization solution necessary. I went for the Lincoln Sphere to mitigate the Primal Roar being used against him. But I think Anku is just going to then pivot to work as the potential target. Why the hell not?
Yeah, even the Undying, like, look at how much damage Mix had at last fight, so even I think Undying is worth roaring right now. As Dark Willow with the hook, with the Cox immediately obliterated. The same goes for Waveform, but Waveform decides to buy back, as this is where Rune Aegis want to end this once and for all. They do get Yowai caught though, and with this Lina not able to right click anymore. Lina will die to Nesfear finally, but Nesfear immediately gets killed off after. Mixa still holding his own. Beautiful decays coming out, but there is the bot back Waveform trying to keep everybody at bay, but nope. Ethereal dies and Anku will immediately perish after. Warwick, once he catches you and gets on top of you with that Undying, your fate is sealed. So now he's gonna do the exact same thing to Ani-san. Bop.
Yeah, this 2-second decay cooldown is just ridiculous. One of the biggest reasons why I like buying Octarine Core on Undying, right?
Yeah, this is insane.
Just take all the HP. Good save attempt though on Nesfear, which basically delayed the fight long enough so that Yowai felt comfortable that he can turn it around with Satanic. But I don't know. By then it didn't look super good to stick around here on this Roche pit.
Yeah, he should have at least gotten himself into a better position, but other than the Hurricane Pike, it's not like that's so easy to do when, you know, everybody is magnetized, Earth Spirit is rolling through the team fight, and everywhere is being decayed. Even the AoE on that is quite massive with Shiva's guard.
Yeah, speaking of Shiva's guard, it's still double Shiva's guards on Z10 now. Would work and Mixa, but both of them giving vision against enemy positions is kind of high value.
Yeah, double Shivas
in
is
this
actually
situation.
pretty meta right now, because you only lose out on the passive, on the like minus 40 attack speed, but that's not why you build Shivas, because even the Arctic Blast does in fact attack.
It's the slow, it's the vision, exactly. I agree. As speaking of Octarine Core, Mixa, are you listening to the stream? Hello? Hello? Look at that beauty. Look at the cooldown on decay. Oh my lord.
1.5 seconds. That's how it should
It's
be.
so dumb.
Where's his
It's
Aghanims?
so dumb.
I'm missing the Aghanims now, bro.
Oh.
We're not done yet. The zombie is yet gonna get
If he
bigger.
sells that soul ring and gets that extra slot in there, I'd actually keep the dust in there. Like, the soul ring doesn't give you much anymore. Oh, he picks up the gem instead of the
I mean,
the
I don't think
team.
with his
Okay,
Octarine
sure.
he's gonna die very easily.
Radiant are scanning.
Let's see this.
Oh, Ethereal got baited into Rolling Thunder, and once again the cursed terrain completely with the initiation from Zero Tenacity for them.
Bad position on bad position. But Roche is alive with all the goods.
That's true, the sharpshooter will connect on the Lich though, and Pangolier wants to go for round 2, but immediately gets caught, immediately gets chain frosted. That is Ethereal down for 100 seconds, no buyback. Wind Ranger still tries so hard to finish off the Beastmaster, will not succeed, but Warwick instead makes sure to at least avenge his carry, as now neither side is fighting without their carry, because Yo, why he's just not able to press anything when Warwick gets on top of him. It doesn't matter if he's alive.
Joe.
First Bird sits on him, and it's
Joe.
like stun, silence, slow, stun, silence. Oh, some percentage-based damage. Oh, you're satanicking? Wait. Let me just reduce that healing with my Spirit Vessel. Nothing Lina can
You
do.
don't need
when
Bloodthorn.
Warwick
You
ends
don't
her.
need Bloodthorn when you have Geomagnetic Grip, bro. This is their answer, basically. You know, Geomagnetic Grip, you just silence him down. And yeah, I think your read was kind of good. As long as you can fight around those BKBs, kite them into the mistake. Or your rise, they will just LARP it up.
It
But
cost
still, as you can see, look at all the damage that Warwick is doing along with Mixa. Wow, those damage numbers are very convincing.
I mean, Earthbird, he
Sure,
does
they-
have comparable strength into the Primal Beast these days, which is still ridiculous and the absolute bane of my pups.
He's doing 220 damage. That's nothing. It's fine. Like comparatively, right? Lina has 401 every right click, so
That's true, but
sure they'll take a set of racks, but it takes them so much damn time.
yeah, the pusher that you actually need is the one person that did die that fight.
And one of the reasons why the Windridger is still going to be the #1 target. But yeah, are your eyes? They should start saving up in the pantry. This little thing called buybacks in this game.
Well, Nesfear is already holding on to his, so in the best case scenario, it's still just gonna be buybacks versus buybacks. With 0-10, they're not hesitant about using their own buybacks either if they are certain that it will win them a fight. Whichever team makes the first mistake here is gonna get punished for it immediately, I feel like.
Yeah, Dota Plus just absolutely confused as to which side does he want to actually support.
100% win rate for 0-10 when 5 minutes ago it was a 100% win rate for RE Arise. But guess what? We are gonna see another massive switch.
It's not 100, it's just 80 plus 80, but... Good baiting the chat there, Joe. Nice one, nice one.
Yeah. Gotta get some engagement right. Gotta get some salty batters. Speaking of
Yeah, as long as they're typing, we're happy.
we are gonna be mining a lot more salt here, because look at what Yoai's got queued up right now.
I mean, overall, I kind of agree with it. I kind of don't. I am a big Divine Rapier hater.
Same.
Obviously, people who have talked with me during the chat or have ever talked with me real IRL, I do rather prefer a solid Daedalus every time over the risky Divine.
Speaking of risky, this Roshan also not the safest to ever be done, as at the very least Clockwork is in a position to contest it.
Should be okay, but the Clockwork is the bigger question. Ani-san? Whiff. What a whiff. Sadly.
What was that 80 ping?
I said 80%.
Oh,
Hold on though.
out comes a beautiful
Big suck.
sharpshooter to initiate things, but Beastmaster, he jumps up the wrong high ground. You have come to the wrong neighborhood, friend. As the Rolling Thunder is still going, Pangolier will get himself down the high ground, but is in a risky position as instead it's Lina is gonna be the one caught and focused down! Teleport such a mistake that Yoai may be forced to buy back for it, because Windrange is still on the chase after the Pangolier. They saw him for a second. Will manage to teleport out.
Saving this bottom lane should be fine with another one coming in shortly. Warwick only needs is the reach to the high ground, and then they can move, just basically rotate over to the mid lane.
They can push top though, so the one lane that they really want to push, they are unable to go for.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower
Ethereal.
Oh, I don't think that was the right move once again. I get that they're just trying to make space and just trying to hold on to this last lane of racks, but this is not worth the value. Lina refusing to buy back here is only gonna make things worse.
Warwick wanting to end it, but still needing Nesfear for that.
I think it's the right call, because they got the Undying, Ceaseless Dirge available, meaning they basically have two Aegis, it's not just the one on Nesfear. First,
Yeah, but the long walk for Mixa is going to be a long walk for sure.
structures are fortified.
that it is. I'm not sure why nobody's taking out this over this outpost. I guess it may pay off still.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Slowly but surely the tier 4s are falling. As a sharpshooter will come out to try and poke Warwick, but Warwick, he's way too tanky for
One more
just
fortification. Here we go.
Uh-oh. Oak's Fire has been used. Clockwork immediately caught onto by the Lich, and that is gonna be the first kill. Ancients, as you said, fully exposed to this Wind Ranger. Lina will have to show herself. Yowai doing his best to kill off Warwick, but same thing as last team fight. Warwick gets on top of Yowai. Yowai does nothing for a few seconds. BKB now over, and I think that's game. GG's in chat. Coming out by Anku. Well played by everybody.
UI gets pulled out. All good types at the GG. A little bit of a tragic ending for your eyes, but Zero Tenacity. You know, the snowball is a strong snowball, and if you just basically don't take out more once you have your late game timing, 2 bad team fights, was it?
Yep.
Or 3?
I mean, here it was technically 3, but the last one wasn't really a team fight. The last one was kind of everybody dying one by one, because Yowai...
And then basically a Roche contest. Yeah, I guess so.
Like, Yowai wanted to hold on to buyback, and Anisan still went for the Roche contest. And I'm not blaming either, because again, it's a team choice, right? All 5 people should agree on one of the 2 choices. Either you contest the Roche and then stay defensive, or you don't contest the Roche and then immediately try for a pick-off after. But going for both is where I think, like, that was the final straw, right? It wasn't a good game up until that point. It wasn't a good game up until that 27-minute team fight. You can see it on the graph. It was the biggest swing of the game, and I think from there was just no coming back.
Yeah, but especially after minute 40, those 2 team wipes that Zero Tenacity still gained by just waiting out the BKBs. They just simply didn't fight as long as there were 2 BKBs in the fight. And yeah, I do feel that Ethereal's impact should have been bigger, but there was just no good opportunities for the Pangolier, despite the Disperser, despite the good itemization choices. Maybe instead of Nullifier, I would have preferred Basher myself, but everything else I kind of agree with. And still, poor Ethereal just never really gets into this game. Like, every time I saw him try and engage, either a bad bushwhack didn't catch, the hook shot didn't get there, Primordial War was far away.
Cursed Terrain twice as well. Like,
Cursed Terrain twice? Cursed Terrain like 50 bajillion times.
Yeah, but twice
before
cost
Ethereal.
the whole team fight when they were like trying to find a team fight off the back of the Rolling Thunder, and it's just like, nope, Cursed Terrain, and the entire team now has to run and turn tail because one person slightly got stuck on the Roche, or slightly got stuck on the stairs. So yeah, I think there's not much more left to be said about this, as you said, slightly tragic end. But I do think it's a promising game for the rest of the series, because it was pretty close still for how big the draft difference was. And I do think that Zero Tenacity actually getting that snowball rolling like they had intended was really impressive. So let's hope game number 2 of the series is going to be just as exciting and just as back and forth, because I definitely had a blast casting it.
Another day, another break in the promise was always a pattern of mine. It's the way that I learned that the game, it was only a matter of time. And I pray that I don't have to pay for it yet, but I'm willing to gamble on a bet. I'm willing to forgive and forget. Say one thing to me and another and swear it's over the best. Cut out the toxic people telling me to give it a rest. I'm not too sensitive, you just don't have a heart. But I continue to enter the ringer while I'm falling apart. It's a habit I wanna break, like a thieving band, and it's on display. And you pull me in, I can't look away. Nothing matters, it's a pattern. Oh well, didn't mean to do it again, but I wasted my time. What the hell? Am I laughing or crying, or am I tiptoeing the line? So bad, didn't learn to be better and standing up for myself. Just telling people to go fuck themselves. Oh, it's a habit I wanna break, like a thieving band,
scratches on my beside you. You're a record spinning in my mind. Record spinning in my mind. Spinning in my mind. Record spinning in my mind. Spinning in my mind. Spinning in my mind.
Well, I know how you want it to seem, but we'll watch as it all plays out. From the crest of the wave that we broke upon and pulled you back into the sea, all the way down. Why'd it take all our life to explain that it's more beautiful when you're here? I remember the light when it turned around and revealed all the truth, no escape. Point blank. Say it like it is this time for me to hear. Suddenly you felt all alone again, even in crowded rooms with all your friends. Where goes the time? All in front of you. Where goes the time? Still in front of you. Say it like it is this time for me to hear. Suddenly you felt all alone again, even in crowded rooms all around friends. Say it, it's unbreakable through it all and more. Don't fret now, I'm not leaving you alone. Won't leave you now or through later days.
I hear you been asking about me, where I've been and where I sleep. hard to find me if you really want to. Turns past that takes a cool sign. Same ball cap, same moon boots. Trying to outrun the thought of you. But understand the truth don't stop. You can't live in a town this small. You can change your mind, but not your past. Every mile just feels like moving half. You can change my name in your phone. You can't leave in a town this small. I moved on, but not too far. Just down the road from who we are. You can change your hair, change your street, but you can't outrun the memories. Nah, I ain't mad, I just laugh sometimes. How love can fade, but this town stays mine. They say small towns just don't forget. I guess you're right about that. You can change your mind, but not your past. Every mile just feels like moving fast. You can change my name in your phone. You can't leave in a town this small. Every red light still knows your car. Every porch light still breaks my heart. You can back it up, girl, burn it all. You can't leave in a town this small. Don't go too far when it's written in the counting stars. I try living, tried it all. You can't leave in a town this small. Yeah. Ooh. You can change your mind, but not your past. Every mile just feels like moving half. You can change my name in your phone. You can't leave in a town this small. Every red light still knows your car. Every porch light still breaks my heart. You can back it up, girl, burn it all. You can't leave in a town this small. You can change your mind, but not your past. Every mile just feels like moving half. You can change my name in your phone. You can't leave in a town this small. Every red light still knows your car. Every porch light still breaks my heart. You can back it up, girl, burn it all. You can't leave in a town this small. I wish I could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. I wish I could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back once again. We got ourselves the second game of the first best of three for the day. Sadly, the one before this was cancelled, but at least this series can still hold anything in store for us. Because Zero Tenacity, they went for a very high risk, high reward draft, and they somehow pulled it off way later than they had any right to. After that, Wind Ranger already had a massive gold lead thanks to Lina's massive bounce back potential. And now we got game number 2, and Zero Tenacity are once again trying to go for aggression. So, do you think they got what it takes to 2-0 this with these next two picks?
Meanwhile, we were off camera. I was calling out the Z10 picks pretty evenly. Although the Ario Rise picks also make a lot of sense in my mind. One thing I'm very curious about is now how do you stop the run? Do you go for a chase? Because with Centaur Warner, it's always you gotta react to the defensive stampede of running away, and you also gotta react to the aggressive stampede if they come at you, right? The Bramble is fine, but as soon as BKBs come out, things tend to turn a little rough.
I
And as a
mean, Blink Dagger is a must-have for Dark Willow, but I see what you mean. They definitely need some really hard stuns, some really hard lockdown as well for the case that that Stampede is suddenly coming at you instead. Because there is a Snowball, there's the Grimstroke ultimate, there's a lot of things that Zero Tenacity can throw at Rune Eaters just to prevent the getaway and prevent clean disengages from happening.
and Bushwhack is just not enough. Now, when it comes to UI, I did suggest the Templar, but with the Centaur Warner, I'm kind of questioning that choice now. Overall, we shall see. They go for the Ember first. That is a little bit of leeway. Good catch onto the back line.
I love Ember here. I think it's definitely great to have that like remnant burst. It's the magical burst damage that makes him shine here, not the Slayer Fists.
Still Phantom's Embrace though. I'm a little bit worried.
Yeah, Phantom's Embrace is really terrifying. And the thing is, if you get caught once as the Ember Spirit, you're definitely just gonna die. Because even as F, who doesn't have any stuns, has that ton of burst damage you mentioned from the raises. They did need burst and a really good follow-up to the Dark Willow Hoodwink initiations. I think Ember Spirit definitely provides that.
And yeah, just a little bit of comparison for Ethereal stats. Like he's played the Pangolier 14 times, but has a 64% win rate on that hero. Despite that, the Ember Spirit is one of the top 4 heroes he plays. Out of 53 games, he has a 54% win rate. So that's if my math is correct, it's like 27 wins overall. It's not that much more, but it's not that much over the 50% line, but still, it's something.
It is over the 50%
at the end of the day,
line, and well, other than the catch, I don't think it's a bad Ember Spirit game. You just need to deal with not being caught out of position even once.
Huskar Viper makes sense. It's just scaling into the SF with anything but ranged, I think, is a mistake. So Z10, this is your 2-0 right now.
I believe so as well, at least if they can make this last pick count, because Ember, I think, was looking decent, but while I see what they're going for with the Tiny, it's just too easy to punish. Like you said, you're not gonna outscale the SF hard enough that you can just wait around for the late game and have Ember Spirit create you space to get there.
Sure. Ari Rice could do just dish back the same medicine Zero Tenacity just did in game number 1. That can definitely happen here. In my eyes, that is more than a possibility that they'll be leading by, I don't know, 5 kills and 3,000 gold by minute 10. It's more than possible with a Tiny, right?
I want to see a double
I am
kill.
Tiny. I have Avalanche. I can just do tosses, yada yada yada. At the same time, I think Zero Tenacity just have the better scaling. Like the Centaur Warder just goes crazy. One aggressive Stampede, and the Tiny is just a non-brainer. It's a non-factor.
Yep. His tanking is gonna be nice, so that's something. Like his ability to take a beating can definitely help with the snowball, but that's the perfect Tiny counter to really round this draft out from 0-10.
Warwick. Yeah, obviously though, when it comes to the Necro versus Ember Spirit, there's always the massive argument which one's better. One's a more physical aspect. Oh my god, Meek's set is just so cursed. I just saw it. The audience will see it soon enough. But yeah, like at the end of the day, it's just too much magic damage to deal with. Great counter, not just to the Tiny, but also to the Undying. Later on, like no matter how many decay stacks you have, that missing HP will hurt you a lot. And a good blink, double edge, and maybe a few right clicks, and then suddenly, oh, Reaper Scythe, bye-bye.
Yep. The burst damage potential from 0-10 is absolutely terrifying. They have really good pickoffs. They have okay team fight thanks to those Requiems of Souls, and like you've mentioned before, the ultimates from the Grimstroke as well. To now set up not one terrifying double burst, but 2 with those Reaper Scythes also being doubled from the Grimstroke ultimates. RE Arise, they definitely have their work cut out for them. Because in a vacuum, I'd say Ember Spirit would be like slightly better than the Necrophos, personally, like from preference and from experience speaking. But Necrophos counters everything here except for the Ember, and he still doesn't die to a solo Ember, right? So there's nothing really that can contest Necrophos unless they gang up on him, or there's that super late game nullifier.
Yeah, no, Ghost Trad is just too strong here. Obviously, Sharpshooter and all the spells of the Willow will hurt. But in general, right, I'm really much trusting on the Z10's draft.
I want a double kill.
In the long term, right? Like I'm just not that much of an early game.
I just want a double kill for the Tiny in the laning stage, because I feel like every time we do see that, like a double avalanche leading to 2 kills for the Tiny, Tiny becomes this unstoppable beast in the laning stage, and that's the only way that our Arise are gonna have a carry at all if they manage to snowball their lane that hard. So I wonder if they can be aggressive, maybe get a first blood, maybe enable that super early B5-minute snowball right now if at all possible.
I'm a little bit confused about this massive ring around the rosary from Nesphere as he's moving back and forth into Quinting. It puts out one observer ward that is back on his own side.
Cheeky, I like it. As F, he is very susceptible to ganks, at least the first few minutes before you get that Requiem online, and this entirely prevents them.
We'll see, yeah, like your Twin Gate awareness is one of the most important parts of the laning stage. That is why a lot of people who criticize the current meta, right, they'll always say that, oh no, currently side lanes are 4v4s, and then there's this mid lane that no one cares about, right? It's
it feels
to some extent
a little bit like it if you're a carry player, especially because I usually play the 1 position and do have 4 people sitting under my tower trying to gank me every single game.
I mean, that just means that you're doing your job, right?
Yeah, because it feels like the other way around. In the previous patches, like, let's say 2 years ago or what it was, you would have the mid lane do the exact same thing, just sit in the trees for 3 minutes, back when the mid lane automatically had, like, way more gold than the carry back when.
Yeah, but now you gotta sacrifice up so much space to actually get to those double camps behind the tier 1 tower.
Yep.
Remember the small camp? Oh, I miss that small camp so hard.
Man, I miss the side lane shops. I miss when we used to have little shops by the side of the lane. It used to be such a game changer. I really hope they introduce those again now that Twin Gates are a thing. Somehow implement those back in the next map. Over on mid lane, Warwick.
Radiant's courier has
We
been
did talk about this. It's either an you know, jumping issue. Who gets level 3 first? This is also a big factor on this lane. I've played this lane many a times, right? Like when I'm forced to mid, I usually play like this Necro Invoker kind of stupid deal.
I just play Spirits, man.
Yeah,
It's funny because
Spirits.
I'm the one that's on the opposite side here.
Yeah, I never played the Spirits personally. I never liked them in general. I played Storm a little back in the day, but yeah, no. The older you get, the more support you play as down bottom.
Oh, Moose. With that Tombstone, they will get rid of the zombies, but not quite in time, as one more right click is flying. Waveform will make sure to get him down. The raises are really hurting, but Waveform should be fine. And he may even try to get Asphere out of this. He will. No way. Even gives the trash talk.
Pixie. The Pixie region is just too much. Like, Pixie Dust is so good. Right? To heal yourself back while you're under the Shadow Realm.
It
And
is.
then you can't do anything if you're Nesphere, right?
I mean, they don't have a TP freed up on the top lane either, but that play went unpunished is so big because SF, like, he's the one that's supposed to dominate the lane, he's the one that's supposed to make kills, and he's currently being bullied so hard by a pick. Over on top lane.
Up top, though.
Go away, almost got killed. Will take a 3, actually, also trying to go for a clutch turnaround. But Anisan is the one taking the punishment for that from the Grimstroke. Grimstroke with the Stroke of Fate will finish the job. As YOI trying for revenge with the Avalanche will get it 1 for 1. Mixa can somehow close something out, but he doesn't have mana for his Storm, so I don't think he will.
Yeah, double edge is great to some extent, but overextending with the Centaur. You bait yourself into these possible kills. Like, I can do it! I can still kill him! I was like, oh no. Still has HP. Oh no.
Yeah, but now MRLS is back in the lane, but so is the Hoodwink once again, and both of these supports are mostly gonna keep each other occupied, because whenever one tries to focus the core, the other support is just gonna be like, nope, Bushwhack, or nope, Inkswell, or nope, Stroke of Fate, because there's so much you can do to disengage on either side.
We need to get a little peep into the mid lane once again, right? As I told you, oh, you get that level 4, now it's Necro that is strong. Oh, you got that level 5, oh, now it's the Ember that is strong.
Yeah.
It's just a little dance back and forth.
Both know their timing really
Between the
well,
two.
though. I will point out, we see that because every time Ember Spirit does have that 1 level advantage in the Flame Guard, he runs down the Necrophos, and then every time the levels are equal, he just stands back and blasts carefully with
And he
Slayer.
just stands back and needs to stay back then because the death balls get stronger.
Oh,
exactly.
over on bottom
It's
lane,
just
Nesphere wishes he had stayed back, but instead with a beautiful snowball! A 2-man turn around this bottom lane! It is actually working out amazingly well for Zero Tenacity here.
You wanted a double kill. You didn't think about the fact that Nesphere can just get it, right?
Yep. All 3 raises perfectly connected as well, with 2 shadow raises on 1 target during the entire fight. Like, that's really impressive. If you hit like 4 shadow raises onto 6 targets in total. Because I'm not sure if you saw that there was like a double chain shadow raise. So 2 people got hit by 2 shadow raises in a row, and that's just so much damage.
Are fortified.
Yeah, no, and overall, like, with the Undying, I don't personally like these big tower dives. Of course, against an SF, you need to do these, especially with Tusk on the enemy side, because, you know, snowball saves, etc., etc.
It's like the Shivas
But
or
look at
BKB
this-
question last game, really.
Hold on.
There's no good choice.
Hold on. Hold on. What an early rotation. Let's see it.
Oh, Ember Spirit with Flame Guard still doing a lot of work as they're lacking just that little bit of magical damage to finish the job. And Ethereal, he'll just walk. It's now everybody trying to surround Warwick, but Warwick still 1 final snowball to try and let him get that Sadist regeneration from the Anisan kill. Can he get it though? Nope.
Is under attack.
Finally, they do get the kill, but it's not Necro taking it, so they can't die for more. Because you saw how hard Warwick tried to secure that kill. He really wanted that full heal and to immediately chase through for more, because he now does have that Reaper Scythe.
Yeah, but the rotation itself is just so early. By 5 minutes and 10 seconds or 20 seconds, they were already here on the mid lane. just so early. And he gets really lucky with the illusion rune as well.
Radiant are scanning.
As Ember has a Hoodwink to protect himself, but Ani-san, he's not gonna live this. Necrophos takes a Reaper Scythe stack, gets a full mana this time around from the Sadist. Or, well, not full mana, but 2/3 of his mana pool. That's still pretty impressive regen this early in the game.
And meanwhile, the mandatory dive down bottom worked out pretty well. Ethereal feels a little bit more comfortable now that there's no Reaper Scythe for 90 seconds.
And Anku
But-
level 5, of course, also really crucial timing, because level 3 in the DK deals so much damage to carries.
Yeah, at 7, no contest this time.
Yeah.
Massive contest by Zero Tenacity in the previous game.
Yeah, this time around it's gonna be a lot quieter, but the reason why
Radiant are
still means we're gonna get a show, because would you look at that triangle? There are some massive stacks on the Radiant side already, and over on bottom, Anku is gonna die. SF, very important return kill there, because he has not been having that great of a bottom lane after he got the double kill, and then just perished, and was kind of unable to farm because of it. Nice.
Still, in terms of net worth, I wouldn't be too sad if I'm either of the carries. Look at the net worth between the two of them.
Yeah, Nesfear,
Hopefully production will swap over too.
He wants to use it. Beautiful snowball to set it up. Oof, that's huge.
bottom tower.
Out comes a tombstone, but used defensively like that, it's not gonna last long. Another 150 gold for the Shadow Fiend. I think at this point the name of the game is gonna become Shut Down this SF. Because why he's a bit slower, he's very hard to kill if you leave him alone on the lane for a little while.
Dire's middle
But
tower
Nesfear,
is
every time they shut him down, he bounces right back up again with 2 kills somehow.
I expected a rotation from Yowai to come out like 3 minutes ago, but apparently not the case.
I mean, even if he doesn't rotate, then they gotta get something for him. Maybe they can steal these huge stacks, but Warwick is already starting to farm them up right after they've been spotted out by the Hoodwink. Still, in comes the rotation from Rune Eaters.
Him I like.
Ember Spirit silenced up, ran after Reaper Scythe committed. Warwick, second stack of Reaper Scythe. Second time that he gets a kill and just gets all of his resources back, heading back into the lane to free farm immediately.
Yeah, well, letting the creeps just do the push for you when you're Necrophos. It's just one of the nice comforts in life. Going immediately for the Radiance build. I am curious if he's gonna get the good old wraps. The consecrated wraps, right?
I don't think he
As a
needs to right
compensation?
now. I'd much prefer like Aghanim's Shard to come out early, but Ember Spirit, he does want to contest these stacks, and with Ani-san there, a nice kill as Necrophos the follow-up with the Remnant Burst damage. This is what they picked the Ember Spirit for, but Necrophos, he'll just heal through it. Nah, damage is not an issue for him right now, and I don't think it's gonna be anytime soon. So rather than going for the wraps, I'd much rather see either a pipe or even the somewhat controversial nowadays Aghanim Scepter.
Mid-pipe? Mid-pipe?
Yes,
No.
genuinely this
Hell
game,
no.
yes, just because Tiny, like so much of his own damage is also magical in nature.
Well, that's Centaur's job. Let Mixa handle that BS. I agree with the shard just coming out at 15 on the dot, but Mixa's the one that needs to get that pipe if they want to get the pipe. But I don't think the magic damage is that much of an issue for them. Honestly, it is going to be Yowai and the Sleight of Fist damage coming through. That is a really, really big pain in the long run. And just with wraps, right? It's not just about the magic damage and the resistance. It's more about getting that bubble. They're constantly searching for.
Well, the thing is, Tiny shouldn't be able to solo burst Necro anyways, and every time that Tiny catches the Necro, he's gonna have backup because of that. And then it's gonna be mostly magical damage with like the Sharpshooter, with like Bedlam.
Sure. Once we get there, when we get there.
I do kind of
Right.
agree that Pipe is Centaur's job though, because again, he can just sit behind the Necrophos, and then every time Tiny tries to catch, like Yowai did just now,
We'll see. Radiance first, that's for sure.
Yep.
Thanks, well.
Oh, nice catch up to waveform. Grimstroke ultimate double silence. The snowball doesn't quite catch up to them. Can they
Double
get
scythe?
Man scythe? Nope.
Oh.
No range. Tusk now the one getting turned around on, and he's definitely gonna die for that. Question is, can they get more? Because they would really want to. Nope, but they do force out that Stampede, and over on the top lane, even with the Stampede crest, Mixa will not be able to get himself away. Just rooted up, tied to a tree, and executed. Beautifully played once again.
Technically a double kill, right? Because he got the creep as well.
Oh, speaking of kills, however, Waveform taken down next, as at the very least Nasfir. He wants to continue having this free game, he wants to keep up the pressure, he wants to keep winning.
Radiant's top tower is under
And
attack.
every time he has an ultimate, makes sure to do so. Ethereal ran after, but little does Moose know. Two people are coming in with a smoke, with beautiful damage. Yowai gets himself a killing spree out of that as well, and now both of these carries are once again contesting for the top of net worth with just a teeny tiny difference in between them.
You have to say pun intended when you say teeny tiny. One's tiny.
Yes,
little.
of course. Though, I have an important question for you, Mr. Analyst. Who do you think has the better late game here? Because you did say that scaling a melee hero into the Shadow Fiend never really works out. But you do have to keep in mind that everybody else is gonna come online at some point.
I still think late game is on Z10, right? You have the infinite scaling on the Necro as Mixa's escaping. Down bottom, Nesphere is looking to survive.
Everyone should be fine, I think.
I still say the ultra late game should be on Z10 side because of the infinite scaling on the Necro. But I don't see this game going minute 60 per se, right?
Yeah, I
Because
agree with
Nesphere,
that.
even though it's a vessel, should survive here too. Should be easy peasy. Even though he doesn't have a Mask of Madness, which feels a little bit weird this game.
It does. I was kind of expecting SF to be spending a lot more time in the jungle farming up with Mask of Madness, but I guess Nesphere, going 5 and 2, he intends to join the team fights very early. Kind of kill heroes instead, together with the Necro.
Radiant's
Ember Spirit
bottom
living
tower
dangerously.
is
He
under
doesn't
attack.
know that there's 3 people smoked right around the corner, but they don't want the Ember Spirit. They're gonna go for a kill that they have with a little bit more certainty, it seems.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Why? Coming around the bend. Good Radiant scan. And it will last long enough.
This fight could be the thing. Tiny has been looking for. Out comes the Avalanche, but only onto one. With a beautiful Stampede immediately turned around and stepped by the side of Zero Tenacity. The Requiem, however, will keep them fine as Tiny dies. And with the Tiny dead, Waveform, a nice little follow-up kill. 2 for nothing. Extremely free fight for Zero Tenacity once again. And I think it's going to keep going that way until this is somehow stopped.
Yeah, that double scythe is just really something RERI should be aware of. I don't know why they thought that this can be a workaround. And maybe they didn't think of the smoke to some extent, but there was no one defending the bottom lane. They must be somewhere.
Tiny is supposed to be very tanky and very hard to kill, but that's why they brought in 4 heroes and, like you said, used that beautiful double scythe, which got Necrophos an incredible Radiance timing. He had like a 14-minute Radiance this game.
Goes for the Boots of Travel first, which I also agree with. Where it gets around.
You're gonna see Mixa try something with MRLS while Anku gets himself back to base safely. But they fail to find the catch onto Tiny.
Dire are scared.
Still, Anisan and Waveform could do something.
Yep, looks like they may get punished for this. Does need a catch though. Let's see if they can get it.
They see Mixa trying to TP away.
Yeah.
But yeah, no
but
blink just
maybe.
yet.
No blink daggers, no catch, and I don't think they can pursue here.
Oh, this constant evolving question on the Tiny. Blink first or the Shadow Blade first? I hate this question. For one thing, the 2 items are counterintuitive, right?
Yep.
One is just jumping forward, the other one you get for the break later on down the line, especially against the Centaur and the Necro.
Radiant's top
But
tower is under attack.
I'm just not a fan of this question, period. As Lotus Orb will be the choice of item for work.
No, that I agree with, though. I think that's definitely huge. Makes the game a lot easier in
Interesting.
terms of the required breathing room that you need to buy for this one position.
Yeah, Mixa's fully skipping up the pipe. He's going for the greedy heart build. He just wants to be that tanky front line for the rest of the team.
You should get it soon with the Helm of the Dominator, of course. You print a lot of money. There's a reason why that build is actually catching on. Unlike all of the greedy Midas builds that we see attempted from time to time.
Radiant are scanning.
So many scans flying, but none of them will enable any kind of team fight either. The longer we don't fight, the bigger this Tiny and this is ever gonna get.
Yeah, but am I scared of UI scaling as long as I have Necrophos and Stampede? I'd say no, actually.
I kind of agree. I mean, it depends, because taking out the Grimstroke, taking away that Soulbind, taking away the Inkswell without him being able to press any buttons, it's always going to be a win condition here, even going into the late game. But also, look at this. He's just going to go in, Requiem, Scythe, Ember Spirit, executed a nice sharpshoot to at least make sure Anisan can disengage, get himself away. But I don't think they can find the opening to turn. Mixa runs forward, makes sure his Shadow Fiend starts hitting the tower.
I must reiterate, if I'm Zero Tenacity, I just don't care.
For now, because in comes Yowai with the Shadow Blade. Can he catch SF? He can. Evident on the mark. The follow-up stun is there, but it gets completely dodged by the snowball. Now the tag team comes out. Moose goes down. Anku immediately killed up in exchange. Tiny still wanting more. Slaps the tower for now and won't catch any more heroes. But that was once again Zero Tenacity initiating. Zero Tenacity using all of their big resources. And somehow not quite coming out on top enough, I would say.
My favorite part in all of this is Warwick is like, I did my Reaper Scythe kill, I'm out, you know, and he's just like shoving the lane down bottom. Just, you know, trying to control this dead lane for as long as he can. And then as soon as he sees Mixa, he's just like, nope, unsubscribing.
I will say this reminds me of that one fight in game number 1, where Undying, having the ceaseless dirge up and instantly respawning the moment that he gets initiated on, can make a ton of difference. And I know he's not the star of the fight the second time he comes back because of that long teleport and that long walk, but just heating up people that would otherwise tick out or that Necrophos could otherwise kill still provides really valuable impact. And I think the instant respawn always makes Undying Core really valuable, even if you have to walk for 10 seconds and then just be the healer, right?
Yeah, here's the magic pause the audience enjoys so much, so I'm gonna be enjoying it too. But there's some very weird dynamics going on in this game. At the very same time, even if the Undying heals come through, like a good soul rip, you know, to mitigate the Reaper's Scythe, I still don't see the way out here, if I'm RURIs.
Like, there's always a way out, but it's that 1 in a million catch, and that's kind of why I like the idea of going for a really early pipe on the mid laner. Because that catch you need on Warwick, or, again, like I said, the Grimstroke, and then immediately get a good follow-up somehow. Because if you don't get either one of those two heroes, then these long and really drawn-out fights with the Requiem forcing people to walk back, or with a Snowball keeping you alive for a few extra seconds, the longer the fight goes, the more favorable it is going to be for Zero10. And Tiny is supposed to have the burst, he is supposed to have the one-shot, to make sure that the fights aren't going to take that long. If he can find the right target...
That's so, like...
Sorry, go ahead.
Early Lotus for, like, the toss, early Lotus for the chains, for the bramble. I still think his idea of how he wants to approach the game is just better than what we came up with before he queued up the itemization, but... This jungle kill, I don't think it's leading to Ethereal dying, as Moose goes in for the pause now.
Fun! So many pauses. Oh, that one I can relate to, though. On a personal level, NVIDIA drivers, they are really annoying when you're trying to play Dota, because they do this fun thing where in the middle of the game, while you're playing, using your driver, they decide to update.
Yeah, just turn off the automatic update in the suite.
Yeah, I do. And then every time there's a big, like a main version change, it
The
still turns
main
it on.
upgrade, yeah, and then turns it back on. But I turn it back off.
Same every time.
Also, in the control panel, you can just set it to never update and just always update manually. And that one was a good circumvention for me on Windows 10. I don't know if I've done it on Windows 11. Maybe it just, when I updated the software, it just transferred over because I never update my drivers. I'm the laziest bastard when it comes to drivers myself. And I always update them like, I don't know, months and months after. Like, I usually have to update drivers when I'm installing a new game I want to play, right?
Yeah.
Most recently it was Borderlands 4 and that was a nightmare.
That's usually what gets me as well. Like, ooh, I updated this game. Oops, my driver's changed version and now I need to do settings in the middle of a stream. Haha.
Yeah, Gearbox definitely could eat a massive schlong for sure.
What? Are you telling me you aren't the kind of premium gamer that Borderlands 4 was intended for?
No,
Me
definitely
neither.
not.
But I do love poking fun at Randy.
It was such a freaking shit show of a game. I'm not gonna lie.
Honestly,
The story made me mad. The hunters, like the vault hunters, all of them made me mad. Still, I like I found the meta hero, I meta vault hunter, and then just basically found the perfect build that I wanted to play, and then I just forced the game to finally give me the legendary weapon, the Jacob sniper rifle that I'll never let go of. But for the longest time, for like the first 200 hours, this stupid game kept on giving me Jacob's legendaries that did not have an 8x scope. What the damn hell are we talking about? Why would I want an iron sight on a Jacob sniper rifle, bro? It's just so dumb.
I mean, we are talking about Borderlands. One of the best snipers in the game specifically has iron sights that give it like 3 times its damage. You know the one I'm talking about, the elephant gun. But yeah, Borderlands.
Okay,
4...
but Elephant Gun in 2 and 3 was great. Elephant Gun in 4 is just trash again.
Oh no!
Like every time, like why are we designing the game so that there's a fun build that you can have, and you know what, let's just nerf the shit out of it. The community says that we don't like the invulnerable state that bosses have in the game. You know what, here's 10 bosses with invulnerable state, enjoy. Like, motherfucker.
Yeah, no, I'm glad I didn't get 4, but Borderlands 4 and Starfield, or what it's called, make me believe we should chain up Todd Howard and Randy Pitchford and might make them fight for entertainment.
Honestly,
that way they provide more value to society than with video games. Let's be real.
Yeah, no matter how much we complain about Dota, like, this game is just so well designed comparatively to everything else.
The thing with Valve, and that I really like about Valve, is because their employees get a lot more freedom, there's always gonna be that one guy that works at Valve specifically because he cares about that one game everybody else has forgotten about. Because believe it or not, Team Fortress 1 and Ricochet are still getting updates.
Okay, supposedly we're back in. As predicted, Ethereal is absolutely out. Courier snipes under the secret shop, maybe? Moose? What are you doing?
Not a courier being sniped with the sharpshooter. They're going walrus hunting instead. Now this is what they need. Pickups involving Yo-Wai.
Moose just fed after the pause. Conspiracy theory confirmed.
Tactical pause. The magical 3-2 pause. We are the Mafia after all.
See, they paused it and now they're feeding already. Oh my god, they don't know how to play Dota now. No.
Now that was clearly intentional. Clearly they discussed it during the pause. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go.
Clearly, like, the tower was gonna fall anyway. Exactly. Like, what the hell?
Tiny though? I do prefer upgrading to the Silver Edge if you're already gonna delay that Blink Dagger, and I think he will. Yeah, he's sending the courier to the secret shop right now to finish that. So he will have to break for the Centaur, he will have to break for the Necrophos. Keep in mind, Sadist will get broken. If you're broken and you kill somebody, you do not get regen, which can actually kill you if you don't notice at the time on the Necrophos.
Yeah, break is undispellable, if I'm not mistaken there, so there are a few seconds where you're in trouble if you work. But my main target would still be the Centaur, as we discussed previously.
Yep, with that greedy heart, he's now going for a Lotus as well. Make sure that those dispels are there. And yeah, I agree with this early Lotus game plan, because he didn't get punished for rushing the heart, and that's usually the crucial timing for the centaur when going for that build. Now he's online, now he can do whatever the hell he pleases.
Yeah, Mixa going for Lotus of his own, right? They'll basically just try and save Nesphere once we go into this high ground push. And then just have one Dispel for basically the... Because you can't Dispel stuns, right? But you can still Dispel roots. So it's the one for the Bramble, one for the Chains. And then Nesphere will have the opportunity. Just run away as... Maybe the person that needs to run away right now is Moose.
Uh-oh,
Not
but
again!
he did not, and
He's feeding in the same place!
yeah, definitely tactical pause. This confirms it all. 2 times he dies to a beautiful sharpshooter setup.
Illuminati controlling tournament. Hiya.
Yes, you want to know how I can confirm it? He stood still there, right? The moment that he got Searing Chained, he just stood still and stopped dodging the sharpshooter. Clearly 3-2-2.
Or basically it was just a smoke break, and then basically now they can turn this into a Roche.
Well,
That is kind of worth it.
yeah, I was about to say, I'm not sure if this is actually that bad, if they can succeed in getting this Aegis. Because Nesphere, he is already standing in that one spot where you get really difficult vision on the SF. He's definitely planning to ult the moment that this Roche gets contested.
The problem with this Moose death, right, is that basically you don't have Silver Edge anymore, and you wanted a core. Well, they saw the Tusk first, and then they immediately engaged with that. And by the time they make a reaction here with their smoke, they're going to be way too late.
Yeah.
They can still kill a few Stranglers, but let's see it.
Nah, sharpshooter off the mark. You need to go back the moment that sharpshooter misses as well. Oh, Tiny though. He has different ideas. Goes in for a 2-man avalanche toss, but immediately realizes this is not the move, as out comes the Stampede. And Tiny caught, Undying caught, double Reaper Scythe. Warwick for the cleanup. He gets a double kill. He gets 2 of those passive stacks. Lotus Orb absolutely busted if you pair it with that Stampede.
It's kind of funny that he threw back the Reaper Scythe on himself when we saw 3 Reaper Scythe.
Yep.
But... yeah, no, I don't know.
I think Necro getting Reaper Scythed getting Lotus Orb himself in the middle of the Stampede was too overpowered though, because they threw everything at him trying to stop him, as well as the defensive Lotuses out on the Grimstroke ult target. And neither was enough, because everything that you throw at the Necro comes back to you, and then when you have Warwick down to half health, he just full heals again.
No Stampede anymore, so he should be dead here.
Yeah, that is a decent kill. It's gonna create a lot of space with the heart, but eventually they do get mixed up.
It'll cost you a tier 2 tower on the top though.
The real question is, how do you deal with this Necrophos though? What answer is there? Is it mandatory nullifier, or is there any other way of keeping Warwick contained?
No, that's the neat part, you just don't.
Fair. Ember Spirit tried, and he's gonna be the proof of your theory, as the moment that Necrophos turns around and makes himself untargetable, it is absolute havoc. Now in comes the ultimate from the Shadow Fiend, trying to enable the Tombstone fall. Shadow Fiend is gonna lose his Aegis for that. Necrophos just trying to help with this Tombstone. They need to get rid of those zombies, and they will, but in comes the Tiny, looking for revenge, enabling it onto the Necrophos with a beautiful Soul Rip to finish the job. But now Nesphere is taking too much damage. Holy crap, there it is. I've been waiting, but Yoa, he finally finds the position. With the BKB, with the Silver Edge, he takes 2 people down with the combo, and from there it's basically a free cleanup.
I have the Blink now as well. But this series might just boil down to the Battle of the Undyings. What can you do?
Well, let me just add to that, there was no Stampede. With a Stampede, that fight could have gone a lot differently. But anything can happen now, because of in the next fight they also don't find that good Stampede to, you know, get that huge chunk of value like they did the previous time. Then it could definitely be a swing around. The mid game is where Tiny firmly dominates the power curve, and where he can just go wherever he wants, do whatever he wants without anybody having the resources to kill him. And you know what, he's rapidly approaching the timing.
No, you're definitely at that power spiking seas on top of net worth. Also, on the other hand, like there's a minimum of 32 decay stacks on the Undying in that previous fight. Let's see how many he can get this
A
time.
lot, because Moose already in a really bad position, and Anku makes sure that that's gonna be one really swift target. No more snowball, no more save. There's the Stampede. This time around has to be used defensively though, and Anku kind of faces the reality that his life is forfeit the moment that he presses that ultimate. And at least they saved the Necro and the SF. But once again, Necro and SF are just walking away saying, nope, nope, nothing we can do in this fight, and have to farm elsewhere. While the Tiny just keeps running at people, keeps doing what he wants.
Under attack.
Giving up a tier 2 for this, right? A little bit of an equalization on the side of Rise.
That would be huge, because they need that farming space. They do need to keep Tiny on top of this SF, and being able to invade all of this huge jungle that just opens up is going to keep Tiny relevant in terms of net worth for a little bit longer.
Still giving up all this jungle territory on the Radiant side, and now tier 2 pressure on the mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This Aegis just didn't work out the way Zero Tenacity intended to. I think they underestimated the Tiny and that BKB buy, you know, post Silver Edge.
Yep. They didn't know that he had a
It was just
BKB, I don't
old.
think.
Neither did I, to be fair, and I'm not even playing the game.
He had it fully assembled, waiting on his courier, and only took it when they were moving in for that fight. So there was no way of revealing the Tiny BKB by accidentally having him walk under a ward or whatever.
Right. And the timing was actually really fast, I have to add.
Yep. Because now the next fight, they're gonna be ready for the BKB. They will catch a Dark Willow immediately with Reaper Scythe, getting one. But whether the Tiny can do that much work again or not is what I'm waiting to see. Because with the BKB, it's down to 7 seconds. But also, Yowai is incredibly tanky, so that even if it's a 7-second BKB, he will not die to the Necrophos easily. He will not die to the SF easily. The Gaben graph says Rune Eaters are still at a significant disadvantage. Would you agree with that assessment?
Absolutely. Obviously, it's still the SF's game to lose here. You can fall even behind like a 5k net worth lead in favor of the Tiny. You will regain that advantage with the SF once you get that Satanic online and maybe even the Hurricane Pike, right? Yeah, you just need to finish your items nice and slow. And eventually, no, you just have too much damage on the Necro and the SF together.
Makes sense.
As work.
Over on bottom lane, Tiny does get the BKB off, forcing out the Stampede, and trying to get that follow-up initiation. Not quite finding Mixa, though over in the other Radiant jungle, there's also a clash happening, where there will be an Eul's on the Dark Willow. Ember Spirit got a nice layer of fist, but the Grimstroke ultimate is going to keep him and the Tiny locked up as out comes that double edge. Tiny goes down. Ember Spirit still trying to turn the fight somehow. But the moment that BKB comes out on the SF, nobody can do anything against him. Now the stuns are going to be stacked up on SF with the BKB over, but Necropho's still not dead. Still having the Reaper Scythe, makes sure to kill off the Ember Spirit with his final breath. Undying dies for that. Undying instant response though, but I don't think that there can be any follow-up with both the Tiny and the Ember Spirit dead. And SF just refusing to die the entire fight, even if it did cost them their Necrophos.
Now, all the healing coming out from Warwick just basically let Nesphere survive, and that's the neat part. Okay, sure, you killed the Necro, but at the same time, you lose everything in the meanwhile. They were lucky that they didn't get double Reaper Scythe, right? Because it was on cooldown due to the mid lane catch.
Yep.
But still, the double Soul Rip just kind of messed them up because Ethereal needs to move, and as soon as the Ember Spirit is latched onto someone, you're just kind of screwed in terms of fighting.
Ember has his BKB as well with 9 seconds remaining on it, but I don't think BKB is that big of a deal right now. Sure, you can press it to outlast the Requiem and punch the SF instead. I just really don't see it doing that much work against the burst damage though. Like, how does a BKB on Ember help you kill this Necrophos before the team fight starts? Because that's the only way I can see them win a fight right now.
It helps you survive the Reaper Scythe, per se, right? That's the only advantage I see here. But the bigger problem right now is the soul rip. So like my number one targets currently on Zero Tenacity would be Amaryllis and Sphere. It's not actually work I'm trying to kill all the time. And if Warrior Rise could have a nice approach and then just kill the Grimstroke off, because losing Moose is just, you know,
And that's gonna be
collateral
0-10.
damage.
That's gonna be approaching RE Rise with a smoke. With a Stampede even trying to catch, and they will find Tiny. Having gotten the vision on him, they're chasing. Bushwhack, try and keep them there. BKB comes out. Tiny realizes he cannot DP as he sees the Shadow Fiend on the horizon. As F sets up the Requiem, there's the Reaper Scythe, and down he goes. Only a hard carry being caught, but that is the worst possible kill that Rune Eaters could have just given away as Zero Tenacity. Yet another Reaper Scythe stack as well. Necrophos, he is going for the Heart of Tarask Aghanim Scepter build, making sure that the damage is never gonna fall off going into the late game.
Radiant's top tower is under
I think that's not a Reaper Sight stack this time around, because
Oh, did he
the
get
kill
number
did
7
go to
earlier on the
Mixup.
mid lane one?
Trouble we can get ourselves into.
I think, yeah, I think so. It should have been, or the one where he died, right, in the jungle.
Oh yeah, I think it
That
was the one where he
7.
died, because mid lane I don't think he got one, but in the jungle I think he did.
Yeah.
Tormentor though?
It is what it is, but like the scaling is just kind of scary. Even like 10 stacks in a 40-minute game or so is just insane. And
middle tower is
I'm
under attack.
pretty sure in the next 8 minutes he'll find those Reaper Sight kills.
Ethereal breaks 3-man smoke and manages to
He's
get away with his life.
fine. He's fine. He's got remnants.
Thankfully all the way over at the top lane, because the pressure is on Zero Tenacity. They know that getting kills is the name of the game, and they are looking to really latch onto anybody. 5 seconds till Tiny is back though, maybe they can
Dire's
punish
middle
somehow.
tower is under attack.
Necro makes sure to chase, but 4 people taking the Twin Gate at the same time and evade this rotation perfectly.
So we cannot emphasize it enough. A 3k foothold is not enough anymore.
No.
At 30 minutes in, it needs to be more around the 6 to 10k mark. And currently, Zero Tenacity, they have a lot of space, but they'll need like 4 minutes-ish at least of just this constant free farming with the 5 of them.
Or they need to succeed in getting this Roche without losing anybody, but knowing that Rune Eater, they're already smoking up, they're already pinging, hey guys, everybody contest this Roshan right now.
There
or
they
we may lose
come.
the game, and this could be the turnaround they're looking for, or it could be a complete disaster. It all depends on the jump. Necrophos, Nullifier is there for him, big reveal, but a Lotus to immediately try and keep him alive is not gonna be enough! Necro dead, out comes a massive Requiem, trying to keep the teamfight under control. Dark Willow will be executed immediately, buying back, so will the Grimstroke though, as Shadowfiend walks up the high ground once. The Tiny cannot quite kill the Tiny, thanks to a beautiful pushback. Once again, Tiny silenced up. The heal is gonna be there. A few more writings from this SF will bring him down, but as F is being kite, being slowed. He doesn't get the Ember Spirit as MRLS falls. And now the Shadow Fiend himself has to be on the run. Yo-Y in panic mode, as he too has a Centaur sitting on top of him, but gets saved by the Undying with the heal once again. Ultra kill. One more to complete that rampage. There's the SF, but no, Sphere goes down too quickly, and Yo-Y dies. As he was a little bit greedy trying to get that rampage, but it is a full team wipe regardless.
Who picks up the Aegis after this? Is the
Do
question.
you wait or Ember? I think Ember has to pick it up because you can't really wait.
Nah, Amber picks it up. There's no, you're not waiting. It's just who picks it up though.
Like, are they gonna give it to Anka? I don't really feel the need because Anka can like full heal.
Nah,
So
Alku will get. Alku will have Ceaseless Dirge in like 150 seconds. But oh, Roshan, he's mad.
nah, it's fine.
He's mad, but wait for him with the Bedlam.
Yep.
We'll take it out. I wished he would have gone on the rampage and was stomped all over them, killed at least 2.
Well, I'm just glad that with that almost rampage, we may still have ourselves a game number 3, because this Tiny, I will say we both disagreed with thinking it was worth the last pick and that it was really a good pick here. However, it is still doing an amazing amount of work just because the backup is there from both the Undying and the Dark Widow, setting up those really good 2-man avalanches, setting up those really good, huge soul rip heals.
No, it was the Nullifier reveal in this fight. That was truly the save. Like one thing. Okay, whatever happens, Arya Rise. are really good at revealing their items. Just good smoke plays, decent rotations. It's the builds I'm a bit of wondering about, but the way they're revealing that BKB on the Tiny of Yowai and the way they just revealed Anku's Nullifier, it's something, you know, like even some tier 1 teams should be learning
That I agree
one way or the
with.
other. No matter what you talk about, you know, these tier teams, but like half the teams will actually, not half, it's a bit too much, but like several of the teams here at EPL Masters did attend EWC, and still, you know, a lot of them just bottomed out. Shout out to Copy and Rune Eaters for making their miracle run. I think it's one of the best results they've ever gotten.
Oh yeah, it was insane.
Despite the rumors of physical fights and disagreements in the booth, I still think they should be extremely proud. Even though they're like, oh, we're a roster just for this tournament, blah blah blah. We get picked up by Rune Eaters. Like the legacy of Pipsqueak +4 is kind of insane. I think if I'm Kadaro, I'm really proud. You know, that I got this Eastern European, Central European stack to just communicate and work together.
We're gonna see ourselves another beautiful setup from none other than Rune Eaters, though this time around they do fail to get the damage on the SF. A beautiful Grimstroke ultimate, keeping everybody safe. Moose tried to snowball, but the Lotus Orb is gonna punish him, so it's gonna be the Tusk stuck out of position and executed. As the Tombstone will stay alive up on that really nasty high ground. Follow-up initiation just yet, but Ethereal is trying to make it happen by going onto the SF. Once again gets a massive heal from the Soul Rip, but Ember Spirit Silence out of position. He will lose his Aegis. Zero Tenacity, can they get more? They're gonna try, but Ember Spirit did get the BKB out against both the Reaper Scythe and the SF Ultimate. Messing that up by even just 100th of a second is gonna be enough for Ethereal to try and turn the fight once more. He will not catch on to anybody else, but Zero Tenacity. Holy crap, whiffing that Reaper Scythe may still get them punished, because that is gonna be a big cooldown, and they did lose their Tusk for that for basically nothing now.
Still 16 seconds. You can still say goodbye to the last outer objective in the long run. No matter how much they defend it, eventually the creeps will shove it in. But yeah, double damage in the river. Anku just gunning for the Octarine core. We saw Mixa build in the previous game.
Radiant are scanning.
And we're gonna see Ethereal move and jump around, as I think his map control is kind of lagging because he always needs to back people up just like now to enable this MRLS kill, but they will at least, so I guess the mid laner's job is to make space, and Tiny is the one that's now gonna split off of the team to farm while everybody else pushes the mid lane. Zero 10. Choose to sacrifice this tier 2 tower over on mid lane for this. No chance to defend it without the Reaper Scythe. And a massive stampede. Uh-oh.
It's more defensive than aggressive, though.
Yep. He has to get out of there. At least he will. So that Stampede was still worth using. Because if they would have lost him after pressing the Stampede, I think immediately Elena Flex would have fallen to the Tiny. Just going in saying, hey guys, we know that you don't have the Stampede anymore and now don't have a tank.
Still, we're at minute 40. Warwick now has his build, and he is looking to finish off a BKB, which will most likely take over the Magic 1 slot.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
With how much work the BKBs have been doing, one more BKB could be everything needed to end this game once and for all, but this initiation is going to be a bit awkward. As Centaur War Run, he's going to be found by one, then in comes the second one. Now 3 people are on top of him, but everybody had the time to respond as SF is in position to use the BKB beautifully. Will be forced to back off with Tiny slowly running at him, however. And now Undying is keeping the Necropos occupied.
Makes a buyback Stampede.
Necropos alive. Dark Willow.
Makes a buyback Stampede.
Nope, I don't think so. I don't want to use it. Moose is
Interesting.
gonna die for that, but
That's a sacrifice they're willing to make.
all of that space, it could definitely be worse. Okay, so now they're gonna need to defend for a minute and then really clean house with the Stampede, because when Ember went down, I thought that fight could have become beautiful. And it did look like it until SF and Necrophos were both caught out of position at the exact same time.
Okay, but the Tiny can only scale so much. Now that the Swift Link is done, Echo Saber plus turned into the grappling hook, the harpoon. Oh, good catch though.
Oh, with a catch like that, he doesn't need to scale. SF, he's taking almost all of his health as damage. Gonna die before Necrophos can even come in. Necrophos gets nullified, has a BKB just for that. Is trying to hold its own against the Tombstone. In comes the Grimstroke. Better late than never, and with the double Reaper side, Warwick gets the cleanup. Tiny now dead for 100 seconds, no buyback. They get the Tombstone. Can they get themselves out though? As Dark Widow still wants to chase. MRLS is gonna go down. Necrophos.
Or I can just go back.
He finally got a shard.
Get him.
And I'm not sure if the shard alone
Flood
is
them.
enough.
Oh, waveform? I think he should be fine. Oh, he
Ethereal.
loses as well.
Nope, I don't think so. No BKB to answer the nullifier anymore. Warwick, oh, he did hold the shroud at least. Is just tanking 4 people solo. What a chat. Loadstorm from the center, he's still being kept alive. Round number 2, they say, as in comes the Tusk now. Necrophos, he's not gonna die in a whimper, but in a scream as Warwick finally falls to waveform, but with the center that he's gonna have 1 return kill. Now, however, Moose locked down in a corner, and only the Centaur is left alive after that. Cannot chase down any other targets. Is just gonna try to harass everyone away. Make sure that nobody can push until his teammates are respawned. But that is a dangerous game to play, because you are technically still 1 versus 3, and Mixer will even use the solo Stampede. But the Stampede alone may not be enough. Can he get the Ember? He can! Shiva's Guard plus double edge is just barely gonna cut it. Pun very intended as Centaur. I think he's not gonna be able to get anyone else, but he completely saves 0-10's position in this game there.
The fact that Arisa that waveform survived that whole fight was just so ridiculous, but I love it. What this fight in and of itself was a minute and a half long.
Oh, I can catch my breath after that one, holy crap. But
yeah, for sure. But Nesphere was the one that made the mistake, right? Because Mixture was the one who died.
Yeah.
And then that basically just caused a series of unfortunate events in general. But still, shout out to Warwick, and of course, shout out to Anku. This nullifier is just such a hindrance for the Necrophos. And even though BKB helps, right? Trying to survive the whole ordeal. Eventually the BKB runs out, and the nullifier's cooldown is just way too short.
Necro also doesn't have that many more defensive items that he can build. He can replace the Aghanims with something. But for now, we get the Centaur. Find a beautiful catch on the Dark Widow. They even commit the Grimstroke ultimate for good measure, just to make absolutely sure there's not going to be a TP follow-up or whatever. And 0-10, they go into the Roche pit, eager to claim that Aegis. But
it's the Requiem that was a way too much of an overkill for a Pixie boy. I don't know, man. This is just too much. If they don't get a core kill after this, on top of it, right? And especially Yowai. Anku would be great, but Yowai is truly what you need. And you see the Tiny, but as soon as the break happens, right? Onisan is out, and of course Yowai should be as well.
no,
Or
he's not. That's the one kill they are
this
gonna end
bottom
up
lane
getting.
is so cursed. This bottom lane is just so cursed for both of these teams.
Oh, what's the term 644? Because that was not supposed to happen. We both saw that
That's
Tiny was
a
supposed to
988.
get out, and
That's a 966, 988, no matter, depending on the kind of math you want to use on it, but
I mean at this point it has
Ethereal?
to be like 644 times 2, 1,288.
what, 12888?
Yeah.
Is under attack.
As
Yeah, the turnarounds are kind of crazy, but eventually the scaling does happen.
yeah, you did call it.
It's just
a matter of scaling.
It's just not as big. It's just not as big as I would want it to be. Like, we're 46 minutes in and pushing a high ground, 30 to 35, still missing towers. I guess if you pick those up, sure, you'll be at 5k net worth lead, but at the very same time, this should be like a 12 to 14 net worth lead for sure for Z10.
I mean, if they keep destroying these Rexes, it is gonna become a lot more money in their pockets.
Oh yeah, this backdoor protection is just non-existent for the enemy, right? So
Ooh, I do love this
that's a given
Undying
for them.
immediately coming in saying, nope, Undying takes 3 decays for me.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, this is where, like, you know, the nullifier over the Aghanim Scepter kind of feels lackluster. But at the very same time, this is the reason they got to kill Warwick 3 times in a row. So what's more important, killing off a key target or having the ability to basically move into fights and just keep on spamming that decay?
Well, honestly, the thing that I feel like Undying really needs to do just that little bit more is save people with the tombstone. Because a lot of the time, when Anku gets caught, it's after he's already been protecting somebody else. It's after his Soul Rip and Lotus Orb are on cooldown. Because whoever died before him, he tried to keep safe. And I really hope this next team fight we're gonna see a little bit more value from that, as Nasfir is gonna be the one to get caught. Necrophos immediately jumps forward, protecting his Shadow Fiend though. And while Undying gets some massive value, out comes the Aghanim's reveal from the Centaur, putting SF into that card, making sure to deal with the Tombstone and the Undying in one fell swoop, as now Ember Spirit just barely escapes the silence with the Remnant. As F teleports himself into the outpost, wants to hunt Ethereal though. If they can catch this Ember, it would be disastrous. Ember manages to Remnant away, will keep himself alive.
This is not the target you're looking for.
Dark Willow.
Genuinely, high ground is where you need to go.
They're gonna get somebody at least, or are there, as there's gonna be yet another huge turnaround. 2-man Bushwick, but it's just not gonna cut it without the Ember having to dive really deep. He will finish off the task, but in exchange for his Dark Willow, that is gonna be a forced buyback for 0-10 regardless. 0-10, as long as they can keep their SF alive and well. I don't think they're too worried, as Nasfir still has the Manta Star to deal with those debuffs. And Necrophos can comfortably frontline for him. Tier 3. Not much of an obstacle, but Ember Spirit sitting behind it is when Tiny can jump here at any moment. SF is gonna try again. This time around starts hitting the Ember instead of the tower immediately. And then when Ember goes away, still will secure the tier 3 or maybe not. But with the Reaper's Hype, Ember Spirit now in a dangerous spot. He does manage to survive the Reaper's Feast this time around. No kills yet, as Centaur with the Workhouse makes a very nice line that nobody can cross. And SF is going to be caught once again. They want him so badly. But dealing with that Aegis is just impossible as the Rexes slowly get turned through. In comes the Ember Spirit this time around. He finally gets the setup. Nasfir, live stealing as much as he can, is finally going to pop. They need to get something about the Aegis. SF still BKB, man fights up. Necrophos just teleports in saying nope, Nasfir is definitely fine. But Centaur, he gets rooted, he can't workhorse the Shadow Fiend. But Shadow Fiend has the Satanic, and the Satanic saves him anyways. Anku will finally finish the job with the Ember Spirit buying back, jumping into the Remnant. The raid boss of a Shadow Fiend has died, and now his team is gonna get taken down for that. Mixa will go down. Ember Spirit still chasing for more. Can he find the Necrophos? Warwick will run straight into Ethereal. Ethereal needs to be a little bit careful, but there's that Nullifier once again, as there's no BKB in return. Deny on the rune from Warwick, as he's not panicking, carefully fighting this 1v5 as long as he can, but it will not be very long. As Ember Spirit bursts and once again Cheese comes out, in comes the Tusk, trying to save Warwick for longer. MRLS also there, toss back, but finally, only now Warwick is gonna die with Waveform already falling. Centaur in on the backlines, Ember Spirit forced Remnant out, and a very nice cleanup onto Yo-Y.
Overextend. They came out of their base without their buybacks.
Yeah.
And it's only Anku and Anku only. With one more Insatiable.
Oh,
or actually one more buyback after the Insatiable.
This game has given us the amazing team fights that I was waiting for in the last one. Because this Tiny, he did so much work every single fight. But that's why now that he's dead for 100 seconds, I don't think there's anything they can do to stop this game from ending.
One more buyback. Here we go.
It's now or never. Come on, Undying. Big tombstone combo. Anything?
Plus 50% flesh golem strength bonus is what you took at level 25, as you do if you're in a position 3.
Oh, maybe.
But you gotta use that flesh golem.
It's coming in hot with the Ember Spirit getting a nice round, but the Tombstone dies so quickly and dying doesn't really have a good chance to heal. The Snowball is going to save him for a little while longer, allowing him to turn around on the Tusk at least. Massive crits coming out from the SF though, making sure that Anku is going to go down. Ethereal forced into the fountain and a double buyback from the supports to make sure that everybody is gonna end. Not that, you know, without the Tiny there's any way you can kill these SF, so GG is gonna be put into chat. I really wish this would have been the game number 1, my man, because this is this close, high-action adrenaline Dota that I was looking for from the series, that I was really hyped to see from especially Rune Eaters.
But yeah, well, Zero Tenacity just proved to you a better team today. Of course, Arya Rise, they gave away a lot of their strategies in the previous season, season 39 of EPL. But yeah, Zero Tenacity, just as a formed organization, they've been around for a bit longer. And yeah, like as I said, I think Nesphere pivoting to these ranged carries for the past 6 months, he's been finding a lot of success with Work having that versatility to just basically play these healing heroes or these catch heroes. It just doesn't matter if you have Ethereal with this level 30 Ember Spirit. And at the end of the day, you know, I do like that the scoreboard is 41-41 in terms of kills.
That does show how close it was, at least, because for a moment it really looked like this Tiny last pick was doing it, even though neither of us believed Rune Eaters. They felt really comfortable with the draft, I think.
Yeah, like I think that when the tree volley came out, it was a very threatening high ground push. And shout out to Zero Tenacity for finding that perfect moment. Oh, they're right at the river. Let's just buy back and kill them from the two sides, right? And then they came in with Nesphere and Mixa, and then they just basically shut down the game, right? They didn't go for the defensive. They rather went for the aggressive, because I really thought that they should have bought back with Mixa and then just defended the high ground. But they kept their cool, and Nesphere and Work just basically outplayed Arya Rise and everything they could throw at them.
Yep, I definitely agree with that assessment. And ladies and gentlemen, sadly it is a bit of a 2-0, but it has been a really good game number 2. So we're gonna go to a little bit of a break for just 15 quick minutes before we're gonna have the next series of the day kicking off for you all, which will be brought to you all by Crasheroni and Toltras. So I really hope that when we'll have a few more third games, I'll be seeing you all in the chat. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show regardless. And I'll see you all around. Peace out. Thank you all for watching.
So in this life, don't you try to move too fast, or the good times will roll by. So don't just slip by. These days they will come and go. That's how you build a good life. One step, two steps, three, and it's over. 5 into 6 again. 7 steps, 8 steps, 9, and I'm older. Trying to figure out where I fit in. So hold yourself tight. So hold yourself tight. Everything will work out fine. So hold yourself tight. So hold yourself tight. Everything will work out fine. So hold yourself tight. One step, 2 steps, 3, and it's over. 5 into 6 again. 7 steps, 8 steps, 9, and I'm older. Trying to figure out where I fit in. So in this life, hold yourself tight. Everything will work out fine. So hold yourself tight. So hold yourself tight. Don't you try to move too fast. So in this life, hold yourself tight. Everything will work out fine. Just hold yourself tight. You need to. Don't you try to move too fast. Just hold yourself tight. Please do. Everything will work out fine. Hold yourself tight. Yeah.
Yeah, came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff link, something like a mobile. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. That's just what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top for the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff link, something like a mobile. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing, yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing, I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ain't something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Here we are, new draft, new series, new casters. Hi, how's it going? We got some.
I am doing good.
We got the bald
Well,
beauties here for series number 2, I guess. Namiga versus Amaru Gaming. My name is Crash, and I am joined by the wonderful Toltrus, my friend. How's it going? It's been it's been months. It's been a long time since we've cast together.
Yeah.
Here.
Me and Crash, we would cast. I think we casted quite a few matches in EPL Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
And since then, I have not been casting that much of EPL Southeast Asia, but EPL Masters has brought everyone together.
True.
And so we are, we get to hang out, we get to cast some lovely matches. Nemiga versus Amaru Gaming, a Southeast Asian or South American team versus an European team that actually was an EPL champion just very recently.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a very interesting matchup. Amaru, of course, are going to be playing with higher ping. So that's.
So I actually think Amaru are boot camping in Europe somewhere. I know they're boot camping somewhere.
Right, they're actually playing in a tournament, so that's why they're in Europe right now.
Right, so that would make sense to me, but I'm not too sure where they're. Obviously, I don't know. But to my knowledge, they're somewhere boot camping, so that would make sense of why they're here with better ping. It's sort of everything works out. It's all come together, and thankfully they are here because, oh my god, do I love this team? This team is just everything that I've looked at for South American teams. The years that I started here at EPL as casting the South American region, which
you also
we don't really do.
You also did. I think if I recall, you did ESL as well for the South American circuits.
I did DPC for South America. Yeah.
Okay.
So I have
a lot of experience there.
Deep roots into the South American scene, and seeing K1 leading this team of Panda, Janik, Oscar, and then of course PP, everyone's favorite mid laner. How could that not be your favorite mid laner in the region when their name is PP? Especially as a caster. I mean, that's gold. That's just a gold mine waiting to be picked at.
Yeah, they did take. I think the spotlight from South America has gone to two very I would say very obvious players. It's Wits and Tai Long, right? But simply because of how young they are and how good they are. But it's often at times it becomes easy to forget that there's a lot of talent in South America.
Yes.
Oscar, despite of being 32, he's still playing at a very high level. And you have Amaru, you have Starbucks, you have so many South American teams. You have Parker as well from Team Gens, who is competing in the EPL Masters, and I believe they have a match offer this one. But there's clearly quite a lot of talent. But who do you like in this draft right now? Because I'm taking a look at this draft, and it's a pretty even draft outside of the fact that Amaru have gone for the Earthshaker, which is
the Shaker's always a little weird one to me. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of Wyvern necessarily here either. I think there's definitely games where this is a Wyvern game. It doesn't scream to me like a Wyvern game. It's fine, right? You're always gonna have Tiny to sort of blow anyone up on the map. Winter's Curse probably also stops Fiend Script with an Axe, so that's maybe an interesting one. But
yeah, it's also the fact that whenever I see a Winter Wyvern against a Mirana, I worry about the fact that maybe your ally is going to become your worst enemy.
And it's a toss target as well. You can just it's a free toss back. It's free Ember damage. It's free Bane walk. You can walk someone back with their Cold Embrace. It's just not the cleanest Wyvern game. So that's I think a big one for me to look out for. Obviously, Amaru have Coddle, which is going to be very strong for them. It's always been a very strong hero. Look at what 9 class has been able to do with the hero recently. It's looked phenomenal every time I've seen it. My worry, right, is of course going back to the Earthshaker, the tried and true Earthshaker. I don't know. It definitely beats Ember Spirit mid.
It does, but that's also assuming that this is going to be an Earthshaker on the mid lane, right? You could also have that Keeper of the Light on the mid lane, have a position 4 Earthshaker with a Centaur.
That sounds worse, though. That sounds infinitely worse in my mind.
But it's I think I don't mind the concept of the chakra magic for the Earthshaker core
Yeah,
if it's a core. Multiple
yeah.
fissures, multiple. I
Crit
actually even
Shaker,
forgot what the
go
second
Crit
ability is
Shaker,
called.
the Enchant
Yeah, go
Totem.
Crit Shaker, exactly.
Yeah,
Enchant
yeah.
Totem, exactly. It's been a while since we've seen an Earthshaker. But that technically you can burst the Bane down, you can burst the Mirana
Yeah,
down if through that take one hero out immediately. But it's not a great Echo Slam game. I
yeah.
would say Ember Spirit has the Flame Guard. He's unlikely to die even if you land that Echo Slam. But
Enchant Totem, Max Enchant
yeah,
Crit Shaker. Like, this is, if you're gonna do it, this is the game for it, and it's like horrible to even think about it because it feels like heresy. But if you're gonna do it, this isn't the worst opportunity. Now
oh
you've got
wow.
acid spray to play with as well. I mean, man, I'm talking myself into it. Al can buy you Ags. I mean, it's perfect. It's
Exactly, yeah.
actually perfect.
I can buy you. I can buy the entire team axe. It's actually a pretty good axe game.
It's a
For
fantastic Ags game for everyone.
yeah, but the my worry is that the alchemist doesn't actually do anything to the tiny, right? Even when you do have the, or rather, when you're done being charitable for your team and it's time for you to think about yourself on the alchemist, you try to build up
Yeah.
those items, that radiance and that BKB blink decker that you have at like 30 minutes or something. It's still nothing against the tiny. Like, he doesn't really care about that armor. He has like
Yep.
3,000 HP. So that's going to be my worry. And then the second worry is Hitoke now, who picks up that Night Stalker, that crippling fear. Just blink on top of the Wyvern or the Keeper of the Light, and just
Lights
him
out.
down.
Game's over.
Yep.
Yeah. You can no
So
longer like reliably go in on Earthshaker as well at this point. Like, someone's always gonna have vision of you, which means Tiny or Night Stalker, even Bane. If you get vision on Shaker and pre-cast like Nightmare or Fiend's Grip on him, he's gonna have a bad time. And it's not a hard thing to communicate to do between two players. Like, that's such a basic level of communication that I feel like, I don't know. I think Amaru's draft is a lot harder to play. Their game is a lot less simple. Where I genuinely think that if Amiga just press their buttons, they should be able to just win the game. Like, no thought, no like basic monkey brain Dota sort of thing. Like, press your ultimate on the right hero, and I think you just win the game.
yeah, I think when I take a look at Nemiga's draft, I agree with you that it kind of feels like if any one of these three cores were to just play a standard game as far as their hero is concerned, like Hotoke, all he has to do is play how a Night Stalker plays. The Tiny, all he has to do is do what a Tiny does, and the Ember Spirit can just play the mid lane, and do what a mid laner does. There's no special consideration that is required on Nemiga, no special communication that is required, no thought process that hey, we have to gank someone. You just have to naturally play your own game, and that should suffice for Nemiga. The only exception being Kovastein and Ariel, who Mirana Bane combo back from 10 years ago. We're seeing it back in EPL Masters. Multiple teams are trying this out. Syntax being one of them as well. So I do think that Nemiga had the stronger draft. It would. I don't actually know who the stronger team would be between these two, right? Because Nemiga clearly on the up and up. The season of EPL that they won was one in which most other teams were not there. They were competing in EWC. You didn't have Level Up. You didn't have Zero Tenacity, the likes of those other Liga teams, for example. Yeah, so this is going to be a test for them because they've come this far, and unfortunately for a lot of these teams, it's not just one stage. Like I was discussing this with I think Dodai or Waxen, where in most of those tier ones, like the Fishers of the world, right? They've had the play in directly into the playoffs, but we have a play in into a group stage into a playoff. And at each stage, there are multiple new teams that enter. Each team stronger than the
I
team that
really
came before
love
them.
this. I love the tiered entry because it feels like a very quick way of running like qualifiers, almost, right? Like, okay, you've done the open quals, which is like the play in. Right, and then you've done the close quals, which is the group stage. Okay, now you're in the main stage and in the playoffs. Right, you're facing like these big teams that are going to really give you a run for your money, and you need to be able to be there fully as a team to be able to combat them.
For me, I mean, it's uh It's that, plus it's also like it creates a tournament which goes all the way from tier 3 to tier 1. You
Yeah,
know, play
yeah.
in tier 3, then you have tier 2, a tier 2 level competition, then you have a tier 1 competition, at the cream of the top.
Nice slight dodge. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Centaur gets in front of him, park that big booty in front. Janik will be able to secure first blood. Did try to take it on the Shaker, but I think it was the blood grenade tick that finished off Young G, but a kill is a kill, and Coddle getting first blood isn't the worst.
Yeah, the Ember Spirit actually going down kind of hurts him, but at the level 1 mark, at least he's not going to lose out on too much experience.
Right.
It is the Keeper of the Light who did get the experience at or rather, the most of the gold, but
That
Obvious
feels a
9 dies
little
towards that
illegal.
top side. Yeah, that is kind of bad. That is kind of bad, especially since I would imagine that you don't want to give away too much on this off lane before that 5-minute mark. So when it is nighttime, you have something to play with. But
Yeah.
if you're going to bleed out too much, then you're not going to be able to survive when that Night Stalker hits this power spike.
Yeah, that's going to be like your big threat for a long period of time. Ember shouldn't do insanely good mid. If you're going to enchant max enchant, you should be able to kick the Ember Spirit out. Even if you don't, like it's pretty good for the Shaker. So Ember might need a little bit of time. Tiny's your carry. He's at least wants 1 item, like maybe 2 for the Tiny. You really need this Night Stalker to do okay. Really, really bad. And if you can't sort of find that, like potential, like you send the Bane up there, like something. If things really start going awry, use your Bane Mirana combo to wreak havoc in these side lanes. You can kill the Shaker. You can like these heroes. You can just go off and kill. You should look for it.
I definitely think that the potential, or just having the Bane Mirana, you should be looking for that, because Hotoki isn't. I don't think Hotoki is going to die, especially once it is 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So maybe at that 5-minute mark, it's nighttime. Hotoki, you have a different strategy with your Night Stalker, right? Maybe you spend that 5 minutes farming up, or at least a few minutes in nighttime farming up, while your Bane and Mirana rotate towards that mid lane and take him down. Because a Shaker that, a core Shaker that doesn't get off to a good start, that doesn't have that farm, like his Blink Dagger coming up at a reasonable timing, and then having that critical strike coming in, it's kind of useless. At that point, he's just a support Earthshaker.
Right.
He doesn't have all of that.
I've been trying to keep my eyes down bottom. There's been no stacks either for the Shaker. Like, if he gets
Nowadays,
behind,
Crash,
it's gonna be rough.
even support heroes have their Blink Daggers come up
True.
before that 20-minute mark.
It feels like heresy to me, looking at supports nowadays and seeing all the first item Blink Daggers. Like, even on like pause 5s. It feels wrong as like an old school support player. It just there's something in my brain doesn't register.
It kind of goes back to just me feeling old. Saying, hey, back in my day, things used to be so much harder. Even though nowadays I don't understand that saying, because clearly things are a lot harder for our generation. Like the world isn't easier. It's actually a lot harder now. I remember this time when I was in the hospital, and one of my consultants, he was like, you kids are spoiled. You're getting breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We wouldn't get that, and we would have to sleep on the floor. And I'm like, bro, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Like that's no reason why we should suffer. Like, I deserve a bed for my 30-hour shifts, please.
Right. So Janik did just go try to make a stack for the Shaker, but the Ancients were pre-blocked, and he didn't make it he prioritized the Ancients over the hard camp, so he didn't make it for the camp either, so a little bit of wasted time on the Coddle. It doesn't really mean anything other than, one less stack for the Shaker when it comes time. And all in all these lanes are actually doing not too shabby. Red Centaur's falling a bit behind, Ember's falling a bit behind, but they're all pretty even. Tiny's the big winner. I'd like to see Alex start almost winning a little bit more. I'd love for Wyvern to go back and maybe stack these two camps. Yeah, that they're doing right now. Stack these two camps behind the tower. It's very important for your alchemist to get those camps stacked. The Boglet camp is always going to be 3 creeps. That's always like big wins for the alchemist.
Bane
And the
is
medium
here,
camp there
though.
can be good too.
So maybe they look for a kill on the alchemist, who has left his lane, kind of.
Yeah.
I assume he's just farming with his chemical spray, and then he's gonna go back to his lane. But Bane's on the hunt, and that leaves Bune vulnerable as well. He's very low on his HP, so one of these two teams is going to lose out on something within the next minute or so.
Well, it should be
Also, the
Panda.
Power Rune spawning.
Does look like Wyvern is slowly getting wrapped upon, but Tiny is kind of suffering from it. Whereas Night Stalker is loving all of this space. Panda will be the sacrificial Wyvern up top.
And the alchemist goes all the way back to his fountain, while that siege creep, it's a siege creep lane, 5-minute mark. So your creep is gonna go down, and your tower is gonna take in a lot of damage. So I'm not
This
sure
tower
if this
dying is
worth it
not
Amaru.
good for Alk.
Yeah, he's gonna be forced all the way back in the jungle. And look at this, they're already prepping for that eventuality. They've placed that observer ward down, so when the alchemist does go back to that jungle, they'll have the vision on him.
I think that's one of the other things about the Amaru draft compared to Namiga. Like, Namiga's like, yes, like, they're just going to play their game of Dota. But also, like, the game of Dota that Amaru's playing isn't, like, abstract. It isn't hard to figure out. Alk is going to go jungle. Okay, play some, like, lane wards. Like, let's get the lane and the jungle to watch him getting in and out of these parts of the map. Okay, Earthshaker, okay, they're going to make ancient stacks. Let's go block those ancients as soon as possible. Let's rotate our Bane Mirana. I don't know, like, it doesn't feel like an outdraft necessarily, but almost like they're just not able to outsmart their opponents. And Alk, there you go, he gets caught because of the ward, and down he goes. There's just no room for outplay for Amaru right now. They have to do these things because that's what these heroes do.
And that top lane is a disaster. And I can't help but feel that, you mentioned how the Keeper of the Light has to make stacks, and I agree to a certain degree, but it kind of feels that Amaru are losing out because Janek can't really move out of that bot side, or rather that ancient area. Namiga are playing that top lane. They've completely shut down the Alchemist, and your Keeper of the Light feels stuck in a lane where the Tiny's all alone, but you can't really do much to the Tiny's farm. You'd have to dive the tower, and then maybe teleports come in. But mid side, Panda, I mean, they're getting wrapped around here. The Earthshaker is in trouble.
Yeah, I believe so. And with Bane there, it's never going to be an easy way to do anything. He does get a nice Echo Slam off. There's one down. He can't quite get the other one off, though, either. Bane alive. Nightmare onto Panda. Panda trying to run away, but Panda is silenced for a bit longer. Doesn't have enough time to turn around. Stinking turn rate. Why can't we all be a ball of light?
That was a really good kill on the Earthshaker, though. He had the opportunity to take out any of the 3 that he wanted, but he used his enchant totem to kill that Ember Spirit, recognizing the biggest target of them all. And sure, you still die afterwards, your Winter Wyvern dies, but it's so much better than dying to, not someone who's a position 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Dying to the Night Stalker rather than the Ember Spirit.
Nightmare into the arrow. Here comes everyone and their mother. Silenced up. Alk has no chance.
Well, it's pro players really like the Alchemist. Like even in my team, Yavor, he really likes the Alchemist, and I would always wonder why. I would find myself scratching my head. It's like, you do you, of course. You've played at TI, top 6 at TI. You want some hero, you'll get that hero. But the Alchemist is kind of weak, man. Like,
it's not good for the team
Right
mental.
now?
It's not good for the team mental.
Dire's top tower.
Even though as he would win, right? But on some level, I would be like, hey, are you winning because you're just so much better than the other side, or are you winning because you picked a good hero? Because those are 2 different things.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll have to see, I suppose. We'll have to see because the power spikes for Amaru Gaming are going to be when you eventually do have your Blink Dagger. Right now, it is nighttime, so it's a lot easier for Nemiga to actually play.
Yeah. Yeah, nighttime plus, yeah, no like blinks or anything. So this next daytime will be the sort of big eye opener for me. They're continuing to stun up Young G, but there's the Fiend's Grip into an arrow. PP, Cold Embrace, but now Nightmared. Stampede away. A little bit of a sloppy engagement from Nemiga. I think that Nightmare really did more damage than good.
And they allowed the Alchemist to continue farming. For all of these wasted rotations that are away from that top lane, away from the Alchemist, it's going to be time given to the Alchemist to farm up for whatever he's going for, the Radiance, I assume. Echo Saber has been built up for the Tiny, so at least he will be off to... I mean, he is off to a good start, right? It's also a bit surprising how, despite of the multiple shutdowns on the Alchemist, he still has decent farm. Like, it's not as if he's been shut down or he's very behind or something like that. It's ironically the Ember who's behind.
Yeah, there we go. Night Stalker coming in with the ultimate, and an arrow lands right onto Wyvern. Catch that. Ember here to save the Bane. Saving Private Bane will be successful. Janik will fall as well. And Alchemist, he popped his Chemical Rage. He threw a stun. He did his job as a carry. He's out of there as fast as possible. He smelled Night Stalker in the wind and decided that was too much for him. Did not want to deal with it anymore. Back to the safety of his own jungle.
It is rough. I mean, the Keeper of the Light and the Winter Wyvern are completely useless against an Ice Stalker. Like, as soon as that Crippling Fear, or rather,
it's so bad.
Yeah, you hear the sound of that Dark Ascension, and there's nothing you can do. You're completely helpless. So,
no, the worst part is he buys Nullifier, and then there's nothing you can do ever.
Yeah, precisely. It's also really awkward as the Earthshaker, because
yeah,
like until you have the BKB, there's not really too much that PP can do. He'll have the Blink Dagger soon, so he will open up the opportunities to look for something. But as of right now, this jungle, this top lane, everything is in control of Nemiga. The only reason that bot lane isn't in their control is because they're content like leaving their Tiny to farm. Sure, the Centaur is also farming, but I imagine that that trade is something that...
I think that's a worthwhile trade.
And the Alchemist is dead again. Or should be dead again.
Yeah, there it is, Fiend's Grip. It's just the supports. Okay, here comes Night Stalker. Okay, well...
Oh, no.
Well, the easiest combo in the game. You just... it's a... Man... Sometimes...
He missed it because it was so easy, okay, Crash?
He missed it because he got scared because he knew a hero TP'd in, and they got wet feet because there was a little bit of miscommunication, clearly. We've all been there. Happens to everyone. Smoke out with his new Blink Dagger. PP is ready to go.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's a nice stack there as well. A fight up onto this high ground would be very beneficial to PP.
He is looking to reveal his Blink Dagger. And not necessarily to farm that creep wave, but... Amigo, I mean, they look at that Alt, they see the Alt farming in the lane, and they're like, how dare you?
Right.
You know? Like, are you not afraid?
Wyvern did read it a little bit. Wyvern TP'd up top, but that sort of breaks the, engagement here. The smoke is done and dusted for pretty much everyone. The only thing that ends up dying is the tower in mid.
And they're still... I mean, they are slowing down on their Earthshaker simply because he wants to look for a kill. Maybe he'll find one.
Arrow coming in. Oh, won't quite hit. But now PP, I think him and the rest of his team, he's got to run. There's the Stampede for Genic, and he should be okay. Nice little heal as well as the slow from the Coddle. Means Night Stalker can't really do too much other than give vision, and he's doing that so well.
Still, it's now the Earthshaker.
Blink in, they want the Wyvern. Oh my god, they've worked so hard for this kill. Will he be able to get it? Yes, just in the nick of time. And now, Coddle, you must avenge your teammates, PP. Haste it in. Big slams. Wants to get Young G here, but the follow-up from his team is very light, very limited.
It was just an overall 1-for-1. So
Yeah.
I imagine that that's not really worth it for Nemiga. You want bigger targets to take down. You want to slow down timings is the thing, because Nemiga don't actually have any timings that can be slowed down. They all have these slow build-ups. The Spirit Vessel 4, the Ember Spirit, the Tiny's Echo Saber Shadow
Alec wasn't
Blade.
farming. That was pretty, that's pretty damning. Removes the Nightmare with the creep. Very well done from the Centaur, but here comes the Night Stalker. Blink in, Tiny. He's there, invisible as well, trying to save it. There's the Echo Slam in the back. PP trying to salvage this fight. Will he be able to? Yes, Bane is down, and it looks like they've got the Tiny isolated and killed. Amaru are here, and they're very ready to fight now.
It is an interesting decision to go for the Centaur right when the tier 1 tower also stands. So I don't see a way in which you take the Centaur out without teleports being successful. You know,
They
successfully
needed to
arriving.
do it earlier when Centaur was under their tier 1 tower. But he just, I just didn't have Fiend script, so I couldn't commit anything.
The damage also coming out from that Night Stalker on the Centaur isn't very much. Like it felt more like the Centaur was being tickled rather than punched.
Yes.
And I don't know, they were just asking for trouble at that point because you knew PP had a Blink Dagger. You knew he did not has not used his Echo Slam so far, so they had everything at the ready, Amaru. Nemiga need to approach this with a bit more tact if they want to find these team fight wins or even pick-off wins, I would say.
Panda thanks his lucky stars. There were 2 mud golems, their little baby golems, to tank the chains, which almost surely would have cost him his life if they connected.
Alk makes a soul ring now. That's very interesting. 17 minutes in.
It might have just been one of those things where you look down and you're like, man, I don't have boots. Guys, I don't know. I really messed up. Like, he looks like, man, my mana's really low. Like, how has this been happening? Arrow in from the chains. Alk he doesn't care. He's chemical raged up. He's raring to go.
And Baby, because of that earlier team fight, he is going to have a very early BKB. This is actually pretty good for Amaru because that BKB disables,
so bad.
I would say, the only threat to the Earthshaker is going to be that Fiend's Grip. And that
Centaur saved for now, but all it does is set up the arrow. Nice save. Hold on a minute, Panda. With a clutch Lotus as well. Young G, he's in too deep. He's been baited. The bait, oh my god. Marana falls as well, and Bane to boot. That
I don't know why
so bad from Panda until it was so good.
It's as if they heard me when I said, you know, you don't fight the Centaur too close to his tower, and decided to go even deeper for that kill. Like
They almost
trying to
had
take
him that
down.
time, though.
They did almost. Or I mean, was it the illusion? Was it an illusion or was it real? You know, that kill attempt, because Amaru, quite frankly, the way that they counter initiated it felt like everything went according to plan for them. Very simple Echo Slam, very simple turnaround, very simple heal, illuminate, everything coming out, and that just makes me feel like, you know, I do agree with you when you earlier mentioned that Amaru have the more difficult initiation. Nemiga just had to press some buttons, but Nemiga are showing us that, you know, there's a right time to press those buttons as well.
It's hard to press buttons sometimes. Blink in, silence on the Night Stalker, and they can't even kill a Coddle. And now they're all locked down, beating the hell out of their friend. I don't think they've got too much damage until the Echo Slam comes in and blows them away, PP. Game is not hard for PP. Very easy. Come in, you press Echo Slam. It's easy.
It also makes it easier, but if, you know, because Nemiga do also have 3 melee cores. Now, the Ember Spirit shouldn't really be playing right click.
Oh my goodness,
like,
PP
not in that
be
way.
Stopped.
You need to be waiting for the Earthshaker to reveal himself before you start right clicking away as an Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
Especially in a tag team formation with your Night Stalker or with your Tiny. Like, Like, just stay back. Like, do you really think the Ember Spirit is going to dish out as much right-click damage compared to a Night Stalker or a Tiny? You know what I mean? Like,
and this is like a personal preference as well. This has nothing to do with the player. I don't get this Ags Mirana build. I don't get it. This has always been a thing with Mirana players, where the like my 4 Mirana or my 5 Mirana will just go like whatever into Ags. I have never found the big benefit of Aghanim Scepter. I feel like the extra damage you get from it is so minimal. And sure, it helps you farm, I guess, but like, are you really buying 4,200 gold as a support to help you farm? What's wrong with you?
I mean, it is a really good item to counter push with. Like, I think
yeah,
that's
like it's a good high ground item.
exactly, and the arrow can travel super far, so you don't actually. It's kind of like that ball lightning for the storm spirit to defend your high ground, right?
Yeah,
it's relatively safe to actually.
But one
use.
Starstorm doesn't clear the wave, so you still have to do something else to the wave.
That is true. That's why you get the blink dagger. That's why it's not just a 4,200 gold investment, Crash. You gotta invest more. You know, you gotta. Investments have to continue until retirement.
Exactly.
For the Mirana. So
when your investments start looking like a gamble, that's when you're doing them right. This is not financial advice. Janek, he knew what was up, but he's gonna wish he knew maybe a little bit less here. But they can't finish him off. They're so unwilling to commit on Nemiga. They're pressing ultimates. They're trying. They're looking. They can't. They won't. They shan't.
And now that the
Amaru
Alchemist has a Blink Dagger and the BKB Crash, this, Amaru are not going to hesitate. Like, they don't look like they're afraid of Nemiga. Nemiga look like they're now, because of the trauma they've received so many times from that Earthshaker Echo Slam, I feel like they now want to play it super careful. But I feel like playing careful into Amaru's lineup has so much disable, so much catch with that Stampede as well, and so many Blink Daggers, is actually going to hurt them even more.
You can't. I'm looking at the Nemiga's draft. It doesn't feel or look like a team that you can just soft commit on. You press Dark Ascension. You're looking to kill someone. You can slow commit, but you can't like casually pop Dark Ascension and then go, okay, let's back up. Like, it's not gonna work. They didn't get anything out of that. Now they're on the downtime because it's daytime. They have no Dark Ascension. They have no Moonlight Shadow. Echo Slam got used.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Didn't actually see where it got used.
No, neither did I. But observers pointing out that there was a really big stack.
You want to use a Dark Ascension and you want to see the enemy team a bit afraid. That gives you the confidence to go in. But when you use the Dark Ascension in this game, clearly Amaru Gaming are not afraid. They're actually saying, hey, you popped your ultimate. Why don't you try and come to us? You clearly want to take a fight. They call the Night Stalker's bluff, and that's, I think, what makes a Night Stalker afraid instead. Wait, why is the other team not cowering in fear of my ultimate? It's nighttime. I can see them. They can't see me. Why are they, why are they ready for a fight? Why do they have their fists up? And so Nemiga clearly realized it's not going to be an easy fight. In fact, Centaur, 3,200 HP, Heart, as well as the Lotus to disable that Void Slow, that's those Searing Chains, the Bane's Nightmare, pretty much everything or anything that Nemiga have. And quite frankly, an unkillable Alchemist at this stage. Or rather, even an Earthshaker. Like, for the 9 seconds of these BKBs, Amaru can't actually die.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Centaur gonna... I'm surprised more Centaurs don't go for Shard earlier. That's the thing that with this new build that's always surprised me. Is like you're going Helm Lotus hard or Helm hard or something. And I've seen a lot of Centaurs be a little bit slower to pick up their Shard than I would have expected. The thing about going this hard build is that it not just like tanks you up and you're like this body that can't be really dealt with. It also helps your double edge dudes like a lot more there. Like you're actually like a damage threat in fights, which is something that I feel like Centaur has not been for a long time. Like ages. I don't think the last time I've seen Centaur be like a big damage threat.
It's definitely more of a, I would say, sustain route, or rather just a frontline route. But I would say the shard upgrade is something you should pick up. I do think that, you know, centaurs have such valuable item pickups. Like, you know, you go for the heart.
Yeah.
You have the lotus and the blink, and every single item that you can think of on the centaur provides him with such added utility. Even the scepter in this game, that he's always thinking about his next purchase as how to help my team rather than dish out more damage. Because I think at the end of the day, the centaur's job is always going to be, or to a major extent, of how to make sure his team doesn't die, because he's never going to die.
Yeah, that's fair. I feel like giving you, you know, you get a nice little double edge. 2 heroes. You're what? 8,000 health all of a sudden, you know? It's also really, it stacks well up with the wyvern as well, right? Like, you're getting all this, like, raw health on your cores. Really beneficial for a percentage-based heal like wyvern. And Coddle's great with it, too. The worst thing that I deal with on when I play Coddle is my like Drow Ranger with 1200 health not receiving the full benefits of my heal. I'm healing for like 600, and you're missing like maybe 40 health. Like, man, like what am I doing with my life? Like, I've got these big meaty heals. I want to use them, and there's some beautiful heroes on Amaru that just get in there and use the full extent of like the 600 nuke heal and the probably 600 wyvern heal with the percentage health that is healing. There's just some meaty boys on Amaru that Nemiga, now that they're behind, they cannot chew through, especially when you pair up with all this healing.
Maybe Bune can get it done, especially with the silver edge. It'll help him with a centaur, but they don't have nearly enough anti-heal either. No Eye of Scotty builder again for that alchemist. Sure, you have that spirit vessel, but as Nemiga are planning for a play, Amaru are on the high ground, and so they clearly realize that something is amiss because no one's defending. So they know that Nemiga are on the prowl. They have set up. They have an observer ward on that cliff. It's
a nice little setup. Panda's gonna break their smoke. They should have a decent idea of what they're looking at here. They pop the Night Circle too. They know exactly where Panda is. They're right on top of Panda. Panda is dead. Earthshaker, he gets hit by a stray arrow, but they're on top of the Ember Spirit. He needs help. Someone help the Ember. Nice boggling, helping out where he can. Fiend's Grip fully used onto PP, but his team will make sure that he stays alive and uncontested. Both supports now dead for Amaru. PP comes in for an Echo's aim. He can't get it. He's silent. PP is dead once. Bane has bought back. PP alive once again. It's just the cores alive for Amaru. And without those meaty heals, those beefy boys are maybe feeling a little less beefy at the moment.
Pretty good fight for Nemiga, despite of the fact that Amaru saw them coming. Unfortunate that Winter Wyvern was the first point of contact. I believe Amaru thought that the Winter Wyvern's position was the safest because no one was on that high ground. Unfortunately, they were wrong. And when you disable that you know, the threat of that Winter's Curse, you can take a team fight very easily because you also have your own BKBs. It's the only spell that goes through the BKB at this point. The only spell that can actually make the Tiny kill one of his own allies. And sure, the Earthshaker, you know, he has the Echo Slam. It's a lot of magical damage, but not for the 9 seconds, 8 seconds that the BKBs are up. So Amaru, they do get a wake-up call, but at the end of the day, their lead doesn't really budge, Crash. It's still actually increased from when that fight took
my
place.
god, now they're up onto the high ground. K1. Jesus. I mean, this is like, you know, oh, they have no anti-heal. Well, they have no anti-heal until they just kill the subs, you know, like, and that's sort of what you have to consistently be doing on Nemiga, is finding a way into the back line and making sure that these supports die. Otherwise, you can't, like, easily take a fight. Sure, you can maybe whittle down like this team on Amaru, but I doubt it. Nice BKB popped. They get what they want, but that's maybe not ideal. Panda has died in the back. Now PP gets a nice little 2-man Echo Slam. Nothing big, nothing flashy, but it gets the job done. There's a BKB in his backpack as well. Centaur holding Tiny back. Hold the line. BKB popped. Earthshaker. Regen as well. Trying to make space for the Alchemist to retreat. Centaur's doing his best to sort of stand his ground and help his team out here. Make the space, have the space. They want to kill Tiny. Tiny's getting low, but he's not low enough. The heals onto Centaur is nice. They've caught K1. Slowed him down just a little bit. PP stuck as well. All this fighting, all these abilities cast, and nothing is happening. No one is dying anymore. More people respawned in that fight than died.
It's definitely rough when the only ones dying in these team fights are just supports. It makes me feel like Amaru is going to eventually outscale Nemiga, because Night Stalker theoretically seems like a hero that scales really well, but practically that rarely turns out to be the case. Especially compared to the Centaur, because eventually you'll have an Aghanim Scepter, and then eventually these plays you're making on Amaru's supports are not going to work. You just pop the Winter Wyvern in the workhorse, be the savior of the Winter Wyvern rather than the other way around, which is ironic.
Yes. Yeah, I actually totally agree. You need to keep the Wyvern or the Coddle alive. Pick one. Like that's your job as a Centaur. Is eventually you're gonna decide which one of your supports you like more.
And they're still going high ground. Like, they just want to break through this melee barracks.
They literally don't care. Like, their net worth lead has gone up. Do you know what I mean? Like, throw the bodies. Do the work. And Amaru get it done. 2 siege creeps. Everyone's actually not even everyone's TP'd back. Tiny is still up there. Night Stalker's still up top as well. They were willing. They stopped caring about those racks like 5 minutes ago. They cut their losses with those racks.
And I think part of the reason why is Amaru are very aware of how Nemiga want to take the fight. They know that they're never gonna go on your Centaur, your Alchemist, or even your Earthshaker. They want to go for Panda. They want to go for Janek. So as long as it's the Alchemist that's hitting the barracks, they're pretty much okay with that, because Nemiga are never gonna go for K1. They're just as long as the Winter is there to heal him back up, or even the Illuminate heal, to be frank. So Amaru playing this, I would say, very proper, very calculated.
Wyvern Shard is pretty good as well. It's nothing crazy, but the extra damage, you're never going to say no to it as an Alchemist, or even as an Earthshaker.
Rana might just get caught here.
Oh, who's catching who? Nice toss back onto the Coddle. Alchemist, he's Fiend's gripped, but they're saving him. He's alive for just a bit longer, but is it going to be long enough? They're trying everything to save K1, but it's just not enough. Can't quite cast enough spells. BKB not long enough. Saves not savvy enough. And now Tiny is showing his full force. BKB'd up, he's stuck. But he's not stuck in there with you. You're stuck in there with him. And he's going to keep on cleaving through them. One man, one tree. And I guess he's got a team too. But all he needs is his tree. Not the racks, not his team, no nothing. Tiny gets it done all by himself.
That was a great attempt coming in from the Keeper of the Light. He found the Winter Scourge. Janek made sure the Alchemist stayed alive for a little while longer, had the Cold Embrace heal coming back, but that's unfortunate. And Amaru, it feels like it's a double-edged sword for both of these two teams. It really feels like the BKB normally isn't supposed to be this hard of a counter to any team's draw, but it really feels like for the Earthshaker as a core, you just have nothing to offer when the BKBs are up. You can't help your allies.
You're really like sitting there looking at your watch, you know, like, okay, like 9, 8. It's so hard. And I mean, at least Night Stalker does something when BKBs are up. Yeah. He can either be like a damage threat, or he can just be there to give vision during his ultimate. It's at least some value. Where a hero like Earthshaker, I mean, the most value is like you can block a path, I guess. Like, but that, it's not that big of a deal at this stage of the game.
Yeah, especially since the changes to the harpoons as well. It's,
right.
Just so much more maneuverability.
It's like
And
Ember
so-
and Mirana, Night Stalker, and a Harpoon. It's like, okay, like you're catching Bane, I guess. Congratulations.
Even he can nightmare through. the
Yeah.
Fissure.
It's just a little slow, you know, but like literally everyone has some way of getting over Fissure technically. So it's, I don't know. It's we're on the other side of it now with Earthshaker, where we saw the 30 minutes where it looked really good, and now we're at the 30 minutes where it's gonna look kind of rough unless the stars align and you get like some sort of perfect opening. And
I
this is
think
where
the
like I
difference
think
has
K1
to be-
needs to put on the big boy pants, you know.
Now Amaru have to be the ones to go in rather than the other way around. Now
yeah.
they can't afford a situation where the BKBs have been popped and Nemiga are the ones who are already on top of you, because countering that out with 3 BKBs is kind of really hard. But even that is a hard win condition, Crash, because Nemiga have that Moonlight Shadow. You know,
How
they
do
should
you
always
outvision
be the ones that-
Miranda Night
Exactly.
Stalker? Like,
Exactly. You know, they should always be the ones initiating in this game.
yeah. It's, I mean, it's gonna be so hard. There's the Moonlight Shadow, there's the Night Stalker, so much vision, and the Wyvern is dead. In the blink of an eye, nothing can stop him in center. He's isolated from his team. He's a tanky boy, but how tanky is he able to be when no one else is around to help him? Lotus, Nightmare, Centaur's fine. Okay, a little bit of a weird button pressing, I think, once again, from Bane. The Nightmare saved Centaur's life, but
Radiant's top tower is under
didn't, I
attack.
guess, do any harm necessarily either, so.
I'm very surprised he isn't going for the Aghanim Scepter. He's instead going for the Assault Cuirass. I get it. You know, you add in a bit of armor against a Tiny, but you already have an AC. So is he actually going for the Assault Cuirass?
K1. Oh, cheeky little arrow. They were running at him, but with the respawns.
The Alchemist already has an AC, Crash, so what is the Centaur making?
I thought he was going Shivas at one point, but they have an Shivas on Earthshaker. He just really wants another Lotus Orb.
Is under attack.
Arrow
Sean.
won't quite connect. PP. Up onto the high ground he goes. He's trying to kill a courier. PP. Showed off maybe a little bit more than he wanted to at the time. Fissure won't connect. K1 will walk the line. Arrow will connect under the illusion of K1. Take that, Alchemist. Roshan
And
number
the
2.
disengage.
Alive and well. There's that Shivas on Centaur.
There's still the Observer Ward that you have to take out by Nemiga. Planted down, sees the Centaur, sees nearly everyone. But they don't know it's there.
They got a good idea about who's on the back here, though. They've cut 2. There's the Coddle, dead, done, dusted immediately, and they cannot save the Earthshaker either. He dies immediately. No buyback in Centaur, isolated, naked, and afraid. In front of the whole enemy team, drops the Stampede, trying to stay alive, but he just cannot. The rest of his team turning tail and running. Not enough tail, not enough run in the shoes for Panda.
And that is going to be the Aegis. I think what was happening earlier with Amaru trying to force out those barracks very early on was maybe a bit of desperation, because they realized this impending scenario where they wouldn't be able to win some of these fights against a really farmed up Tiny. I mean, the Tiny and the Alchemists are the ones who have, you know, nearly 30,000 in terms of net worth, but the value that the Tiny gets is just overwhelming burst damage against any of your heroes. The Keeper of the Light, Winter Wyvern simply can't survive that jump, and even your Alchemist or your Earthshaker lose about 50 to 60% of their HP as soon as the Tiny jumps in.
And Alk has been caught, and he gets 4-staffed closer towards the Tiny, letting them chain stun K1 and kill him off before he can BKB, before he can do anything. And now, you know, we don't really see staggered deaths a lot in Dota, thanks to, you know, buybacks existing. But this staggered death on Alk is really going to screw things up here. Echo Slam used to kill the Bane, but I feel like this is your big high ground defense tool, and now you can't really use it anymore. Not an offer available to you, Tiny. Stuck on the high ground looking for a freebie instead. will be
have the
paying
Winter's
with
Curse.
the cost of 1 Ages of Immortality. Harpoon down to the low ground.
Surprising they don't commit the curse for that. You know, keep him stuck on your high ground. Take him out. That was maybe one of the only opportunities you're going to get, because that was a very overextended Tiny. He didn't have anyone except for the Night Stalker in there. So if the Winter's Curse was expended, I would say that's actually worth it. Who else are you going to keep the Winter's Curse for? And so a bit of a mistake by Amaru, but still good enough to take the Aegis out of Nemiga's pockets. At least they punished the Tiny with that. But
it's really good because your high grounds don't, like, Alk was dead, with no buyback, and now because you've ran up wasted Aegis, Nemiga are back to taking this one slow.
Eventually they'll have the Satanic, and I don't know how Amaru can play the map outside of playing as a full 5-man because of this, you know, Silver Edge, Night Stalker, Dark Ascension, Mirana, Moonlight Shadow. It's like they, you know, normally with the Night Stalker, nighttime is your favorite time to play, but because of the Moonlight Shadow and the Silver Edge, you don't mind playing in daytime either. So you can rotate anytime you want. And so Amaru, you can see, I mean, they're all on the mid lane, even as they're pushing a tier 2. They're all here. They're going to move as a full unit, make sure no one's really playing any other lane, even as that top side pushes in. When someone teleports back there, everyone should be getting back.
You need to, if you're Amaru, choose a Spire and just play around it. Because that's your only, like you need something that gives you high ground vision of Night Stalker. And usually the best places for that are the Spire, right? Because a lot of them are on a high ground or just off of, you know, something else, right? Pick one. It's the only way you're going to be able to take a fight with at least similar vision. It's what Nemiga are able to dish out.
Galveston has a Wind Waker.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem too good if you're Amaru and you want to stun someone down, chain lock them down.
Yep. No, it's I think the beauty about Mirana, and this is another reason I hate the Ags, is because you can build anything on the hero. Jump in. They tried to start, but who's starting on who? Ember Spirit caught, but he's just leading them towards his team. Alk, he's self-stunned. He stunned himself. K1, not like this. The fight is a mess. Heroes are everywhere, and no one once again is dying. Finally, the first to fall will be the Bane. Well, the Baxman, Wyvern, and the Coddle too. You have to protect your supports, but no one seems to care about them. They're gone and they're forgotten about. The supports will fall. Mirana's still alive. Ember running low on mana. Nice silence, and it's on to 3. To stop things in their tracks for a bit longer. Peepee's going in. Peepee wants more, but Peepee's been arrowed. Tiny's going to use this opportunity to go run right back in. Doesn't care that Ember Spirit doesn't have mana. It's not the Ember Spirit show, baby. It's the Tiny show. And you're all living in his world.
Unfortunate. I mean, that fight might have been good for Amaru, but they kept going at it for way too long. The Earthshaker, you know, what we last saw, he got chained by the Ember mid-jump, got brought down to the low ground, and that was a very simple arrow by the Mirana, and as soon as you get arrowed in that fight, from the 3 or 4 arrows that were sent out, you're pretty much just dead, because you have this Tiny that will jump on you, 700 damage without a critical strike, 2000 damage when the critical strike comes out, and there's no way you survive that combo. And I think that applies to everyone apart from the Centaur, but even then, I'm sure the Centaur would not like to get hit by the critical. It's just, it's Nemiga who were able to take out the backline supports despite of the shaky fight. But
oh my god, what happened to this wave? What the hell? Oh my god, Alk just got like 1,000 gold from that creep wave.
Now he does need to be careful. They don't have their Centaur or their Earthshaker, but they are about to respawn, and Nemiga will back away. They don't like that high ground push.
Fair enough. High ground's very scary.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gotta make sure that you're prepared.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I think that on paper, with Dota, I think that to play like, I think one of the perfect Dota games, like a stereotypical quote-unquote perfect Dota game. You're taking first roach, you're getting the tier 2s. You're taking second roach, you're getting the tier 3s. And maybe we're a bit behind on that now, right? Because we're nearing that third Roshan. But similar vein, right? Amaru, they're looking for a big opportunity here or that third Roshan to really be the indicator to get the move on here. Amaru do need to still be careful here because there's a DD Tiny, and they're all converging on the mid lane. They see the Centaur. They see the Alk. Tiny's caught him. He's been arrowed. He's been fiend script. Goodbye, Al. The chemist has been killed, and the rest of the team is now on the run. They need to make the great escape.
And they will get back, but I'm afraid this isn't the Alchemist's strong suit. Like, he's not exactly a late game carry or an ultra late game carry. It's not the ultra late game, but right now you know there's an 8,000 difference between Biyun and this Alchemist, and it ain't getting any better for the Alchemist. Like, there's nothing he can make that can actually turn this in his favor. Meanwhile, this Tiny is just absolutely massive. Can just get a Blink Dagger, or rather, sorry, an Aghanim Scepter right now.
Well, they're going to try to full to zero the Tiny, but he's a hard hero to kill, especially without your Alchemist. They're going to make a strong attempt to anyways, PP. No Echo Slam available.
Workhorse came out as well. It seems like the Centaur pressed all of his buttons.
It's just like it's the roll your face on the keyboard tactic, you know? Like, something's got to come out.
You press the button enough times, the Tiny will die.
Yeah. As soon as the Dodo stops making that noise, that's when you know, right? Like, that's when you can press the button. If my hero's not yelling at me that my phase boots aren't be ready to press again, then I don't care. Like, I'm not really being chased at that point then.
They do have a Chrysalis on the Earthshaker, and Gavastein has amazing hair. I got distracted. His hair, he has dyed hair. That is fantastic, Rash.
It's so, like, out of Dota, too, because, like, I'll look at it and, like, out of the corner of my eye, I'll just see it in my peripherals. And it's so bright and nice, and, like, he's got a nice shirt that matches it, too. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I love it.
I would prefer different colored headphones as well to match that.
That's true.
Maybe I'll tell them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Game, hey,
if we can accessorize a little bit better, please. Yeah, that'd be great.
Just for me.
Yeah.
I just want to see that, you know?
Yeah.
And I actually forgot what I was talking about. Right. The Earthshaker. He doesn't have a Daedalus. His physical damage extremely limited in these fights. Chrysalis is good, but not as good as a Daedalus is.
Shadows, take us.
All right, a smoke into the Moonlight Shadow. Oh god, Tiny found them all. Tiny knows exactly what's happening, and it's starting on the Wyvern once again. The save on the Wyvern, finally. The savior. Centaur saves his friend, but it's all for naught. The Wyvern still dies as the Winter's Curse on just one. K1 is trying to run away. He's doing his damnedest to make any sort of space between him and the enemies that are trying to bring him down. We'll finally be able to, and PP comes in with the blink, with the echo. It's good, but it's not great. They haven't been able to kill anyone still. Centaur has now bought back, and everyone from Nemiga are, honestly, everyone except for Young G's okay, and he's got a remnant. He can TP back to base. He can cheat. He's got to teleport back up.
Unfortunate, Smoko, to see it. Like, that observer board right underneath Amaru getting
so
high
sad.
ground. Yeah, as soon as the smokes broke, Tiny saw it, nearly everyone, and he found a 2-man avalanche, or rather, sorry, he found the right click and he found a 3-man avalanche. The workhorse had to be used to save that Winter Wyvern, but they couldn't save him anyway. The fight was already done. And the problem often with the Earthshaker core is that you're often waiting, patiently for that Echo Slam to come out. And when it did in that fight, it brought them low, but they had already lost so many of their heroes. The Centaur was dead, the Winter Wyvern was dead. They had no follow-up damage.
Yeah.
And, Nemiga, now they're all reset. Now they know that Amaru Gaming, they don't have a buyback on that Centaur and no Echo Slam to play with.
No, they're going to bring the Centaur down onto the low ground. Arrow, no. It's just a bit too... Okay, no, they have the toss follow-up there. There's the Fiend Script as well. It looked just a bit off, but it's actually perfect save by the Tiny. Ember and Tiny trying to cause chaos in the back here. Young G lives through most of it. Wyvern has died in the blink of an eye. And they're continuing to just sort of, take these fights at a decent pace. K1, he's been locked outside. He forgot his keys. He's got to press BKB.
Centaur, surprising the Centaurs survived, but Nemiga actually used the Centaur to bait the Wyvern in. He knows who, the sport has the ultimate loyalty in any game.
Yeah.
They use that against him. In that moment, it was. I don't know if you've seen Suits. I have, much to my shame, seen Suits too many times. And trust me, I am ashamed of it to a certain degree. But in that, Harvey Specter mentions, you don't play the game, you play the player, and I think that's what Nemiga just did. Like they tugged at the heart of Panda rather than playing the game itself.
They know the roles, right? They know what Panda's job is. It looks like they're sort of at the stage of like grasping at straws, of Dota 2, where it's not, I mean, it's technically not out of their hands, right? But it does feel more like it's one of those situations where you just gotta have to pull the right straw. Like something's gonna have to go wrong on Nemiga's side more so than, like, I don't know. I feel like they can get a 5-man Echo Slam and then maybe a 5-man's curse, or like curse and echo, either way. Like something maybe happens then and there, but it just feels like Amaru really have to sort of hope and pray for something to change, because Nemiga have been like owning these fights entirely. I mean, I think they've been playing the player and playing the game quite well.
Alchemist?
That's
is
not
very far off, though.
Necessarily the hero you want to catch, but once again, it's just bait for Panda, who does die to a neutral creep, so I guess that's worth. That's what you'd say after you die like that.
Arrow?
Oh, just
very
barely
close.
not.
Unfortunately, your Tiny has that Aegis, so they can't even overcommit it from Amaru to get that Tiny down. You're kind of just left at the mercy of hoping that Nemiga will overextend to be able to get an Echo Slam or a Winter's Curse or something to start or consistently take a fight with. You can't have a fight where you only have, about a few seconds of right clicks. You need a 10-second right click fight for your Alchemist, just your Alchemist, but right now everyone has to right click, unfortunately.
Just no one's staying still that long. And there's no one in your team that's going to let other people stay still that long. Arrow Canal doesn't quite connect onto Tiny, or onto Centaur. The creeps are getting tossed back and forth on the Lotus Orb on top of each other. Ember Spirit in the back once again, just causing chaos, making space for Tiny to do whatever the hell that he wants. Arrow comes flying through once again. K1, he's
other
stuck.
side of the fissure.
He's stuck on the other side, but they don't care about K1. They've got him Fiend Script and locked onto the side. Instead, they want to cause havoc. Get these supports down. K1 just doesn't matter. If he's got no supports backing him up.
He does buy back, but Amaru, they can't chase. It's nighttime, so chasing down on your low ground, you're going to be playing without vision. And Nemiga will see you coming. They will have enough opportunity to disengage, and overextension may only allow you to get a kill on maybe 1 or 2 supports, not these cores, not the Ember Spirit. He's only low because he's allowing himself to get low. He can always get out, has the Aghanim Scepter. The Tiny has that Aegis. Night Stalker doesn't really care. He has so much movement speed that he can always get out. And this Mirana is just packed with items that are so useful for his team. The Scythe of Weiss, the Wind Waker that he has. I don't know. I kind of feel like Amaru, the best they can hope for is delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, I definitely get that sort of vibe as well. It's just not easy at this point. Like, it's not easy to watch, and it's not easy to play as well. Like, it does sort of feel like one of those almost impossible scenarios where you're fighting the, okay, GG go next, and no, it's a game of Dota. Anything can happen. Because technically anything can, Like, people have come back from worse. People have thrown bigger leads.
They're going to smoke outside of their base this time. Want to fight in the triangle.
Best time to give it a try. The last hurrah, they try to go, but the initiation is on nobody. And Tiny is on the 2 supports in the back. Night Stalker's trying to help him out as well. There's the Stampede coming out. try to save the Wyvern, but it's once again just delaying the inevitable. Alchemist eats an arrow. He catches it with his mouth. Not where you want to be, in front of a tiny with a tree. Amaru, they bought back on the only hero that died, Wyvern, and Murano will also join the fray with buying back. But once again, we're stuck in a situation where Amaru have used all of their ultimates, and, you know, Namiga has as well, but it's about to be nighttime. Tiny doesn't really need an ultimate, and they can just sort of go again.
Yep. They also know that every single time they take a fight, Amaru have to use a buyback. And now it's 3 heroes on a very high buyback counter. Even the Centaur's on a buyback counter, but his buyback will come back in about 30 seconds. Unfortunately, he's not going to still have that buyback because he would much rather buy out for that BKB. Only needs one more component for it. So Nemiga are in a situation where they know for a fact that 3 don't have a buyback and will eventually realize that a 4th hero does not have a buyback.
Yeah, as soon as the Centaur makes that big purchase, it's over. Like not like over, but like, you know, they're gonna know it's over. The jig is up.
Radiant are scanning.
There's that BKB. No buyback. I'd rather be at my strongest once than my weakest twice. And we're gonna see if that strongest is gonna make a difference, especially when your Coddle gets picked off immediately and you can't workhorse save him. And now you can't even workhorse save yourself. You've been fiend script into arrow, even being beaten down by a bat. And not the one that rides bats, but the one that is a bat. And K1, he's going up to bat against a Tiny all by himself. It's him versus Tiny. An honorable 1v1 duel that ends up in K1 running away, which is something that he's done for pretty much 56 minutes, it feels like. Every time that a fight has broken out, he's usually the one running away at the end of it all.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
And they saw the BKB being purchased by the Centaur, so as you just mentioned, they know that he's not going to be back for about 80 seconds. They know that Keeper of the Light does not have a buyback, and so it's going to be a 3v5 defense, which just doesn't seem impossible. No BKB up for the Alchemist either. Only the Earthshaker and the Centaur, well, only the Earthshaker has it. And even if you were to land a Miraculous, even if Nemiga were to hand you a 5-man Echo Slam on a silver platter, I'm not even sure if that will be enough.
I completely agree. Yeah, it's, I mean, here's the time to test it, I guess.
Dire's middle tower.
PP trying to come in. There's the one Echo Slam. Does he even need another? Not at the moment, but Wyvern has died. Beyond has done a great job at finding the back lines, killing the supports every damn time. K1, you're dead just like the supports before you, and Amaru. Their chances have dwindled, have disappeared, have, I mean, completely been abolished for what feels like at least 30 minutes at this point. It's been near that 60-minute mark. Does feel like the game has been free for an extended period of time for them. It's just been a slow, concise, meticulous road to victory for them as GG gets called. And PP will get off his last whimper of an Echo Slam.
Even in that last fight, Crash, they went on the worst possible target.
Yeah.
They went on the Ember Spirit, who can just drop down the Remnant before he dies, buys back, and comes back into the fight. He's like a Weaver in that regard with the time lapse.
Yeah.
So for Amaru Gaming, it certainly seemed like this was a strategy that they have been planning out, and maybe in a lot of their scrims, it has been working. This mid lane Earthshaker, it's not the first time they've ran it, but this should be a wake-up call, you know, as they're playing for a high-stake tournament, not only over here but in other tournaments. This is important for the South American scene. It's a lot riding on Amaru's shoulders, you know, just as it is for LGT and just as it is for Playtime, who have picked up 3 new players. So they need to carry that banner, but they need to prove that they deserve to actually carry it in the first place, because this did not feel like there was much of a strategy left once you scratch that surface.
I think another problem, and maybe this is like an overarching problem with just the meta right now, and just from what I've seen and sort of what I know about K1, it's not a very good K1 patch of Dota 2. You know, like there are like I think a few good K1 heroes in the meta right now, but like I'm thinking of like big farmy sort of like TB gyro sort of heroes, right? Like Luna, I think is a pretty good one. Like Dusa Jog, these sorts of heroes that just farm and sort of be that backbone of the team to sort of fall back on when you need it. I want PP on these big flashy heroes that can play from 10 to 30 minutes until K1 wants to start playing the game. And it just didn't feel like Amaru were all together on that, where, I mean, I guess K1's on a farmy hero. It's just not a very good one when you look at the draft altogether.
It really didn't feel like it. I'm surprised that they were able to take this to the 57-minute mark, maybe 58-minute mark. Uh, it there has to be something changed, and I do think that even if you were to have an alchemist as on that safe lane, I think that would still have been okay if you had a different mid lane hero.
Yeah.
I don't think the limitation was coming in from the alchemist, because his ability to right click in those team fights is very much dependent on whether his team can actually hold that position. And unfortunately, his team had a mid lane hero that has to stay at the back and wait for the opportunity to go in with his Echo Slam. And that's never going to happen with this Night Stalker. I kind of think that their plan went to shambles as soon as this Night Stalker pick came out.
Outside of Ember dying at the very end of the game, Amaru did not find a core kill since 18 minutes.
Yeah, that's
that is, I think, the state of the game. But that we can hopefully they can, and we will, and we'll all put that game behind us here, as we are going to take a short break. But worry not, come back after a few minutes, and we'll be back here with game number 2 of Nemiga versus Amaru.
Sun is falling, speed in the black.
I've been going out of my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking out and dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain. Ay. I want it all, we come in, it's a coupe, and we gon' ring it right back. Tell him, man, you know I'm suited, ay. But I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map, I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. Catch me in the cut, hun. Something like the duck running. I ain't coming with nothing. I know what they want from it. I can spot the fake loving. Rolling up the gates on it. Ain't no debating on it. It got legs like cake, honey. Usher, I'm skate on the beat. I done seen the play cross the feet. God drive like 6 feet. Flow sick, give me 6 feet. Mountain climbing out to hit a peak, bunch of snow in my seat, it ain't the same no more. Life is everything but a beach, like a chain, I'm a link with your lady for sure. Gotta do better than walking out and dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain. Ay. I want it all, we come in, it's a coupe, and we gon' ring it right back. Tell him, man, you know I'm suited, ay. But I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map, I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. I've been going out of my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking out and dodging the surface. Ay. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain.
Anywhere, anyway, baby, just name the time.
I think Tulchus, you are muted in the mix. I think we are. Are you? Oh God. Okay. Hey guys. Hi. It's me. Hi. Crash here. Tulchus is in the void. His person isn't. His person is here, but his voice, I think,
Is it
in
okay
the
now?
void. Oh look! Thank goodness we're back. Hello. Hi. Welcome back
Hello.
to the land of the living.
Yeah, I worked
yeah.
on that intro so much, man, and then it just did not work out. It's okay. Sometimes that happens. Maybe Amaru's spirit prevented me from,
Yes.
suggesting that what they picked up
Yes.
was not the ideal thing. I mean, fair play.
Yep. Yeah, I overall though, I do think that Amaru need to, I mean, just from this draft right now, and even something from my notice last game, I would love for them to just shore up some stuns. Some nice, like, easy point click stuns, man. I think that is like my, I think, blanket Dota thing with people. If, like, the first thing I can see when I look at the draft, I will say stun most of the time. I don't think it's ever a bad thing to put into your Dota team. Reaper Scythe kind of counts, I guess. I'll take it. It's some sort of lockdown, I guess.
It is,
but like, Invoker
they also,
wants
I mean, they do have
lockdown.
decent
Largo wants
disable.
lockdown. You know, like
They do have the Invoker, right? And kind of the Largo can be like a stunner.
yeah.
Some way.
Picking Necro into Ringmaster though is unhinged. That is like crazy cuckoo levels of like, what are you doing? To pick Necro into Ringmaster and then still ban the Muerta is crazy to me. Because if you're picking Necro into Ringmaster, you clearly don't care about the counters. Because you just picked it into one of them.
I mean, that 80% magical resistance
And Dawn,
at the back of that
it's
escape pack.
it's so hard. This is already such a hard Necro game.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that you have that Invoker, right? So
Yeah.
the Ringmaster's escape pack is actually pretty good against pretty much everything that Amaru currently possess.
Yeah.
Now for Nemiga, they have that Spirit Vessel Builder, which is that Void Spirit. So I again do think that maybe Nemiga are coming off to a strong start, but we do have to consider, Crash, that it is South America that has defined the meta with the Necro, with the Largo, with a lot of these heroes. So, Amaru, they do have those options available. Maybe they're gonna show us a version of South American Necrophos, which is just really good. And
it's pause
maybe
for Necro. That's that's the trick.
Maybe we'll even see a Huskar on that mid lane. Who
Maybe
knows? Destroy that Void Spirit,
Yeah.
But I did see a pause for Invoker recently, but I'm not sure if they're going to go for it. I think GZ played the pause for Invoker.
More possible, I guess. I don't know how much like Genic plays. Like, I feel like I've seen it before. But that could be me like gaslighting myself.
No, I think I've seen it before as well. Like I can't put my finger at it. I mean, these players have been playing for several years. I think
that's
we've seen everything at some
that's
point.
like my problem is, one, my memory's bad, and two, I've been watching these players for so long. Like,
and they go for
the
Wind Ranger.
So
not that bad of a pick, but again, it's one of those picks which is awkward into a Ringmaster.
Yeah,
like one escape act, and you can't. Your focus fire does not do anything for the 3 to 4 seconds that the escape act is going to be up. So I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. Not to mention, is the Largo a support? Is the Necro a support? Like, what's going on?
Is the Wind a support? Is the Invoker a support? The Clock support, definitely support.
Yeah,
easy,
that's the only thing we're getting.
Definitely a support.
Meanwhile, Nemica's draft is both straightforward as well as powerful.
Ooh, okay.
They go for
Largo
the Kez, and I mean, the Kez isn't great into Amaru Gaming's lineup. The Deafening Blast disarms you. The Cold Snap will mean you can't right-click anyone down. You're very weak against magical damage overall, and the Reaper Sight is just going to take you out. So it's a lot that they have against the Kez, so that means that there's going to be pressure on Kovastein and Hodoke to be able to come up with the saves for the Kez if Bune ventures into. and he's a Kez. They have no bearing. They have
Yeah.
no, gyroscope on where they're going. They just want to dive in deep, and when they're in trouble, just press that Raptor dance. When the Kez came out, a lot of people struggled. I struggled as well to figure out how the Kez actually works, but it's
Maniac.
just that. You just dive.
Headless
if you're in trouble,
chicken.
you press that one button.
Yeah, headless chicken.
Basically.
So, I mean, the one thing about the Largo 3, specifically into this Kez lane, is you can purge off his katana stacks, whatever they're called. The kukuri stacks, or the DOT that he applies to you, whatever the hell they're called. Yeah, you can just purge those off yourself as a Largo, which will give you then the regen as well from purging something with Lick. So it is sort of a constant thing of like, everything that Kez does will give me something to purge and give myself extra regen, which is nice. And Wind in the lane, I mean, it's not too bad. I always I have a hard time comparing any other 4 to Ringmaster, because Ringmaster is such a hit or miss support. Either you're going to be able to output a lot of damage because you're hitting all of your spells, or you're a schmuck that's missed all your daggers, and you've missed maybe your first 2 Tame the Beasts, and you're out of mana and you're sad. So I guess that's the duality, but Wind is the same way. Like, you miss your power shots and you're looking like a schmuck. So battle of the schmucks, I guess, in the bottom lane is what I'm saying. Actually, not even.
We're in a situation where outside of the Kez, everyone on Nemega have very easy executions. Like, sure, the Bushwhack is considered a skill shot, but it really shouldn't be. Like, in practice, it's very easy. It's an AoE skill shot. That doesn't count as a skill shot. It's like, you should be able to at least find one person. And the Dawnbreaker, he just has to come in for a counter initiation or to save someone. The Ringmaster just has to press his escape act. And sure, a lot of these heroes, each and every single one, have a skill shot, but it's all AoE. Even the Wheel of Wonder, even the Ether Remnant, once you have that shard, is a lot easier to land. So Amaru Gaming, I would think that they have a stronger draft compared to the first game, but not an easier to execute one.
Do you know what it is? This would be like a shot at them or anything. It feels like the difference between like a limited hero pool draft and an all pick draft, or like a random draft and a all pick draft. It's one of those things where like everyone in Amiga has like maybe 1 and maybe 2 roles to play in a team fight or in gameplay. It's very simple. It's very easy to understand. It's very easy to execute. And at a high skill, thinking less about all the small things can prove very beneficial to you. Especially as you're like, if you're still trying to find your footing, or sort of like play maybe a team that you're not familiar with, like maybe they're not familiar with Amaru. And so like being able to maybe not think about, okay, like I need to be purging this as Largo and casting this and with this item, and these are my timings, and you've got to think about all these different things that can just sort of muck things up mentally, Yeah,
often at times every so often there comes in a team, even at that tier 1 level, right, when Mouse came out, or when they were playing really strong. The most complicated Dota isn't often the best Dota.
Yeah.
When Mouse was winning tier 1s was just a simple Dragon Knight. And so you don't have to necessarily complicate too many things for yourself. Don't necessarily have to go for the big wombo combos like the Earthshake or Echo Slam in order to win a fight. You can just play it very smooth and very simple, and often at times it does work out. But the top lane is, I suppose these side lanes are kind of difficult for both teams, as
Kez has
you have a
one
Clockwork and a
last
Ringmaster.
How does Kez only have 1 last hit?
Especially against a Largo, who is also a melee hero himself. Mion doesn't have a Quelling Blade. Maybe that's why. Maybe he
does. You definitely need one against Largo. Look at his right-click damage.
Yeah, exactly. It's more than a 13 to 14 physical base damage difference between the two. Not to mention, he's being targeted very heavily. They even bring him back with a lick into the Proc Stomp, and they are applying that damage. Shackle Shot does not land, but I don't think it will matter. Genic will draw first blood. And over on the other side, you did find a trade. Ariel did take the Wind Ranger down.
That's so worth it, though. You are loving that, if you're Genic. Not just killing the Kaz, but that extra bit of gold for you as well. You know, that's the difference of like boots on supports. As in a perfect world, you're absolutely right. You know, the mid laner gets the first blood. I think there's definitely a fair argument to be made for supports getting an in lane first blood. Maybe a carry getting to like a ring of health or like a full treads or like maybe some key item for the core. But I don't know. I think first blood, like getting supports boots, is such a game changer for like trading in lane early on enough. Like maybe there's a time that changes, but I haven't put too much thought into it. That's that's a whole like thought experiment.
No, he does recover on his CS thanks to just being able to reset, come back into the lane with a fresh mind and, well, more HP and mana to play with. Yeah. So I suppose it should be okay from here on out. And we do have to consider that, you know, while Bune did die, it wasn't the Largo that found the kill. It was just the Wind Ranger. So neither the Largo or the Kaz actually have a lot of gold going into it.
Largo's okay with it though. Like he's a chill guy. He's a cool chill guy. He's taking things cool and chill. If he wants to, you know, like feed this Wind Ranger more kills, I think all the power to him. Power shot. Oh, good try.
I think he might just try the power shot again.
You might as well.
Like it's coming back up in about 2 seconds. Bune might just die here, only about 140 HP. And they do gain vision on him. Bune, he's actually going to be hit by the shackle shot. Okay. He's going to be licked back into the frog stomp, and he's just dead.
All right.
Bushwhack gets sent out by Ariel, hoping to get a return kill, but the magic wand will keep that Largo alive. And Amaru Gaming, this time around, they don't even find a trade. They just straight up take out the Kez.
Good stuff. I mean, Largo is always felt like one of those cores that is limited by the potential of its pause 4. And I think Wind is one of the perfect complementary pause 4s for the hero. Just outputs so much damage. Right, I think maybe one of the perfect supports is probably Clock, at least his phase of Clock. Right, where Clock does a lot of damage and then also has the ability to trap people and cogs. Complements the hero very well. Wind just does so much damage, and being able to level Shackle instead of Wind Run level 2 lets you like opens up doors for new possibilities where you're keeping heroes in Frog Stomp even longer. We were able to get that 2 or 3 more right clicks off that you weren't going to be able to before.
Yeah, it is. I think a lot. Like Shackle Shot, Wind Power Shot, always going to be great abilities to have both as a support and as a core. Now, what I'm more interested in is I have to hold that thought because it's constant action on that bot side. Ariel is probably dead. And the Clockwork rotated in here through the outpost, but he will realize that he's not needed, so he will go back. Thank you for your contribution, Panda.
Yep. Use this time to try to move on towards the Necrophos, but we've found who the schmuck is. It is Ringmaster, because I've watched him miss one ability, so that counts.
It is creating pressure on Nemiga's mid lane and on their off lane to be able to make something happen so that pressure on that bot side does dissipate at least a little bit. But you take a look at Young G, he's just going to eat an entire Chaos Meteor, and even as Ariel comes in, Young G, he's just going to take out to the burn thanks to Genix Power Shot. And now they'll just turn it on towards Ariel himself. A Shackle Shot found by Genic and the right click damage is simply going to be enough. Amaru not only win that off lane crash, they are also going to roll over the mid side.
An insane ice wall from PP2 there. Oh my god. From the low, ice wall is so hard to place, and being able to place a perfect ice wall from the low ground up to the high ground, just at the tip of it, that was a very high level ice wall. It's helps secure the kill onto that little hoodwink.
Yes.
And now down bottom, they still have DD.
Yeah, they still do, but they're not gonna go for him. I suppose he's able to make it back, or rather, actually, they might actually still go for him because they're diving that tier 1 tower. Even at the same time, towards that top side, there's a bit of action. Bune trying to run away, and K1 trying to do the same exact thing. However, K1 is pretty much okay, and Bune, he's now too far out of his tier 1. He's been forced all the way around. Power shot is gonna land, slowing BO3 down, and the Largo should be able to lick him back to the high ground. Shackle shot is gonna catch him, and the Frog Stomp is going to be his grave.
Absolutely wonderful here from Amaru. Right, Amiga, really kind of at a loss, I feel like, at this point. Kez is going to need a lot of time to recover. And Dawn is not a hero that enables plays by herself. Where then, on the other hand, Void Spirit isn't having the best time either. He's doing fine. He's doing the best out of the other cores on his team, which is what you would sort of expect.
Take a look at the difference between the Largos, or rather the Necros lost hits and BO3's lost hits.
Yeah.
1 to 3. A1 has 65, and BO3 has 30. So not exactly 1 to 3. My maths is horrible. It's 1 to 2. But still, that's pretty bad, as Youngji over on that mid side trying to run away will be successful and grab himself up that invisibility rune. Not exactly a great rune to be had, but they will attempt to start off a fight with it. Genik is stuck between the Cogs and his own high ground, but the Cogs are pushing back Youngji, who has ran out of mana. So at the end of the day, Nemiga, they will have to fall back.
It's crazy. I mean, Nemiga, they feel like they need to get something done. But like it's so hard to be in this position in the game. Your Dawn is itching to use his level 6 that she's gotten, but where? Who's doing anything that's going to require a Solar Guardian, either offensively or defensively? If you defensively Solar Guardian, you might just end up being food too. So dangerous to play Dawn when there's no true commitment from your team or theirs.
Crash, they need to use it aggressively with the Void Spirit. You know, Astro step in, find the Ether Remnant, and Hadoke Girl comes in with the Solar Guardian and find a kill. You need to shut down this Necrophos because the current trajectory suggests that he will have his Radiance by that 11-minute mark. He only needs 1,000 gold for it. Meanwhile, Ariel, he is busy dying. Sunstrike is not gonna land, but in the end, they'll be able to take him down. He does find the Courier in response. That's something.
Little victories.
Solar Guardian?
There it is, on the
coming
PP
down
in the
towards
mid lane.
that mid lane. And they do find PP, so great kill to be found in exchange for your Hoodwink, I suppose, if you want to think about it that way.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely... That's a big win here. Panda wards on top of a ward. You love to see it. You love to see when supports, ward each other's ward. It's like they're holding hands.
My fear is, though, Crash, they've just committed their Solar Guardian, so K1 knows he's pretty much safe here for Sea Farm. And he has the Radiance. Like, he just needs about 400 gold for it.
A little, not ideal to say the least. Nice use of the lick.
Continues to die here. He does have the invisibility. Maybe, okay, no, Amaru, they have vision on him thanks to the sentry ward. His invisibility is expiring. BO3 has nowhere to go. There's going to be a shackle shot or a power shot, something, but both of them will actually miss, and BO3 will make it out. But he's going to have to teleport back to his fountain now. He's huddled up into this corner of it. Oh, actually, no. They're coming in through the outpost, or rather through the gate, but they don't realize there is an observer ward that will actually spot out all of these rotations.
Now they know.
Amaru Gaming are very low on their HP and mana. I would be super surprised if they actually take this kind of a fight.
There's no reason for them to force this. There's no reason. 11-minute Radiance. Doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, it really doesn't. Despite of the fact that he doesn't have any kills, by the way, or any assists. That's just his straight-up farm. That's just him right-clicking like a boss on all of those creeps. So, very impressive, considering he's nearly 3,000 ahead of the guys. 2,300, but... The Void Spirit, he's gonna go in. Solar Guardian is also gonna be coming down. Necrophos, though, plenty healthy. K1 is gonna throw that aside on an illusion! He bungled it! Amaru Gaming now have to get back, and they have to do so desperately. BO3 looking for some revenge will grapple on forward, sees Panda without any mana, who's slowed down, and Bushwhack is gonna hold him down. Panda will also fall. Amaru Gaming, I did not expect them to whiff that one.
The problem, and what ended up happening is Necro got too low too quickly, and got isolated completely. Yes, he did scythe an illusion. And he shouldn't have scythed anything, to be fair. But he definitely just scythed the thing that needed to die. He needed something to die in that moment to like a hero to get the stack. He needed to get that boost from Sadist, and the only way you could have done that was by killing a hero. And it was probably panic from K1, or maybe a little bit less than, where this is what needs to happen. I'm going to throw it out because, oh well. And it happens because he can't do it on Dawn. His team's not there. Can't do it on Void or Kaz. His team's not there to follow up. They have loads of damage on Amaru. They just need to be able to lay on top of the person that's scythed or something.
Now, there's an initiation on Bune, so he is going to die, but simultaneously, there is a play on K1 as well over on that top side. They are going to hold him back and throw the entire kitchen sink at him. Both carries will be traded out. And in regard to that previous fight, Crash, whatever justification for that site, you mentioned it earlier, there's no reason for Amaru to have fought there.
Yeah.
They had no mana, no HP. They could have just backed away instead of forcing the issue.
Yeah, I mean, anytime I am against a Largo and I see Largo running me at 50 mana, I'm looking at my lips because it's like frog legs for dinner. What are you going to do? The only thing that you are limited by on that hero is your mana pool. Your health pool doesn't matter because you're a stupid Largo. So the only thing is your blue bar.
Wheel of Wonder sent out towards the Mirana, or rather, the Wind Ranger. There is no Mirana. Youngji will back away, and this time around, the scythe will actually land on a proper hero. Corvus 9, though, will die. Genic and Corvus 9 being traded, so both teams are actually going at this pretty evenly, but Amaru do have the advantage simply because this Kez has no farm whatsoever. He is 2,000 behind the Necrophos. Even the other foes are behind. Oh, Solar Guardian K1 is in trouble. Starbreaker, Hammer, everything thrown at him is going to be enough. Panda will create a separation, meaning the Void Spirit is now left to fend for himself. Young G with the Dissimulate goes back towards that jungle, but is going to get licked to death by the Largo. Corvus 9? Okay. I suppose he chose to stay.
Yeah, I guess so.
Loyalty. Right.
Something like that.
That's dedication.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Something like that. I will say I am excited for PP to maybe start joining some more fights. I think the contribution has been fine for now. I think if you want to start making these fights definitely go in your favor, I think we need to bring that Meteor Hammer Invoker. He just does so much damage.
The Void Spirit does go in towards that top side. They will be able to take down the Largo as he uses the Meteor Hammer to take down a tower. They have 2 Meteor Hammers, Crash.
Yeah. Imagine telling that to someone like this time last year. No one would believe you.
I don't know why they have 2 Meteor. Like, what is the point of 2 Meteor Hammers?
Well, it's good on Invoker. Right, it's Invoker's new farming tool, and damage dam from Kaya, and then Largo it builds from Kaya, and the only other option is Sanjin Kaya, which is fine.
Meteor Hammer, everything, and the hookshot lands. They will chain everything up to take out Young G, who should not have been farming there without any vision on that mid lane. As even on that bot side, Genic once again finding that shackle shot, Reaper Scythe plus the Sunstrike, plenty of damage. And Bune again sticking over on this bot lane without a tier 1 tower. The rest of Nemiga, they are loyal down to a T. At least Ariel and the Ringmaster is. Corvus 9 is going to try and help out Ariel as Ariel sharpshooters himself towards the low ground. But PP, he is going to intercept both the Ringmaster as well as the Hoodwink. Shackle shot on Ariel. They'll take him out. Tower shot on Corvus 9. And even though he has the escape act, he is not escaping anywhere.
I actually think he would have died to the tendrils if he didn't box himself. He could have neutral denied himself there, but unfortunately couldn't quite do that. And yeah, I mean, there was a lot more deaths than I felt necessary. Quite a considerable amount more deaths than necessary. The good news is Dawn has been free farming, I guess. BKB now available, it looks like, on Dawn, so that's kind of cool.
That's actually, yeah.
That's
okay, but when you say BKB, Crash, you have to tell me. You got me excited. You have to tell me that he has nothing apart from a BKB.
Yeah. Yeah.
That may not be that good for the Dawn. Like, he may just be the only one alive in that scenario. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
the rest of his team clearly can't do it.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the idea is here with the BKB first. It's a little crazy to me.
We're back to the Centaur situation, except the roles have been reversed.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Amiga definitely have to play the long game at this point. 5k behind. You're
Wind
still
Ranger
able
tried
to
to
make
put it here
moves.
towards the stop side. So, okay, no one's going to go for him. They are able to make moves. Yeah, you're absolutely right on that. I mean, the Solar Guardian follow-up has been there every time the Void Spirit has gone in. So maybe they need to make that happen again. The Wind Ranger Genic would be an awful target. He is just a support. I don't want to see them expend that spell or expend their
Yeah. They could probably do it with just like Void Hoodwink. Realistically.
But how do you see Nemiga being able to target this Necrophos who is kind of out of control without their Kez?
Necro, who's that? I don't know who that is. Sorry. Never met him. I mean, like, literally, that's probably how, though, is you kind of, as much as it sucks, you might just have to ignore him for a bit. And the only reason I say that is because I think Necro is one of those heroes. And there's a certain amount of heroes like this in Dota where it gets like proportionally worse the more heroes you bring and fail to kill him on. Undying is another one of these heroes. Lash is another one of these heroes where you kind of need the right item to combat the hero. And if you don't have that, don't bring the heroes. Instead, maybe look for something like this. Panda hookshot away. He's fine. He can get licked as well if he... Yep. Purge off the vessel. Off he goes.
Biyun has the mates there, trying to go for the Desolator. I feel like that's going to be some nice damage, but you can't fight on Biyun unless you have a BKB up. Like, you gotta desperately need the BKB, because by now you should have already had those two items. All 3 cores from Nemiga are behind all the 3 cores from Amaru. That is the state of the game we're in. And it's not even close, right? 7,000 of lead. Now, to be fair, Amaru had the stronger early game last time too. Do you see this to be a repeat of the previous game where
I don't think
comeback is going to be had?
I think Kez is in a significantly worse spot and a significantly harder hero to come back on when he's so far behind than Tiny. Tiny was never this far behind. PP maybe bit off a little bit more than he can chew, though.
Bushwhack is going to be there, as well as a Solar Guardian. They will drop it all down on PP. Unfortunately, they still lost Biyun. And it seems like Amaru still has the appetite for a fight. A simple Reaper Scythe on Aerial, as also going to be the Clockwork Panda who will attempt to come in. It's now Kovis9 as well as Panda in trouble. Both supports to be traded out. And as this fight ends, turns out it's maybe not as bad for Nemiga, but still a win for Amaru.
Yeah, I think that sort of puts it perfectly. It's not something you're gonna look back at for an Amiga and go, okay, like, this is where we lost the game. But it certainly doesn't feel good, especially with Necro getting another Scythe as well. And now these BKB timings coming out from Amaru, gonna be very strong. Necro plus Largo plus BKB on both those heroes is going to be very hard to deal with them. Kez does a lot of damage now, though. So I actually think if Nemiga start ramping right now, they can maybe start turning this game around quicker than they would be able to before.
Oh, Necrophos in trouble. They'll be able to potentially burst him, but the BKB comes out. However, Biyun, of all the heroes in the game, it's Biyun, the one shut down, who takes out the Necrophos, but he will eventually go down, but I think he's going to be happy about that trade. The only problem is Amaru Gaming have the Largo in the perfect position, able to run forward. Panda comes in with that hook shot as a Veil of Wonder gets sent out, but doesn't really do much. It's still going to pop on the Largo, who's still alive. Aerial will have to back away as a Ringmaster buys back, and as soon as he does, Amaru will just disengage. In fact, he may not be done quite just yet, as they're still throwing out their spells. They want Nemiga to go down first, go back. That's the power move right there, as Young G, he goes in with the Solar Guardian, and the Largo, he is almost dead, will fall to the Astral Step coming out, but Aerial is going down. It's now the Void Spirit who has to run away, but will not be possible. They tried to go in. It's Bune who will come back, having respawned to try and take out Panda. Will be successful in that regard, but now gets hit by the Reaper's Scythe, and it's just going to die back to back.
Oh no. Oh no, no, no. So I think the Namiga are going to look back on that fight and say, this is where we lost the game. Oh, that's so awful. And like you look at this and you go, oh hey, it's not that bad. And then you think about Kez dying back to back in the same fight, and any sort of semblance of like positivity just has to fall apart. That is so soul crushing for Namiga. That is like Kez. That fight proves that Kez is strong, and that's your hope. That's your dream. That's your, oh my god, we can do this. And then you realize that Kez folded like a piece of origami paper because he doesn't have BKB. And he's so far from BKB. And the hope drains away from your eyes.
It's also just a realization that a carry in a team fight was somehow able to respawn in the same fight. Just goes to show how weak that carry is at that current point, right? His respawn timer should not be anywhere close to him being able to join that fight. But also that power struggle, which, quite frankly, Namiga were stubborn, right? They did not want to back away. They wanted to continue fighting. They thought that, hey, Amaru Gaming, they're not ahead. We're still going to fight through them, and we're still going to somehow be able to equalize the advantage they had. And they clearly were just wrong. Both times for
not
Bune.
again.
Maybe even all 3 times with the Solar Guardian. It does attempt to save their allies, and they took down K1. The Lark was also very low. This is perfect for Namiga, who go all in. Bune is still alive. Rocket Flare is not going to take him out, but Kovac9 is dead. Now is the Largo, who gets hit by that Starbreaker, will fall. Both cores are now dead for Amaru Gaming. This is a very bad fight. PP is low as well. Bune somehow able to get it done. He does fall in the end, but not before making sure that Amaru Gaming are the one to fall.
And just like that, hope back filled in their eyes again until they look again at Kez and realize he didn't get really anything from that fight. But the hope is good, right? The idea that you can still win these team fights is so good in a situation like this. Yes, Kez dies again, but the rest of your team just got so much net worth. Dawn just shot up in net worth. Void Spirit, look, he's doing fine. There's now a considerable amount of space between Kez and Wind. That didn't exist before, which is scary to think about. But this is what's putting Namiga back on the map. These skirmishes like this where they can consistently start winning. And this is maybe sort of where you look at Amaru Gaming's draft and their items on their subs, and you go, guys, like, this one's not that in the bag. They have so much utility on Namiga from the Ringmaster. The Hoodwink can sort of do whatever they want, where it's now sort of like Largo's role to be that almost like it's like support utility hero. He doesn't really do that either. Ariel?
He gets hit by the tornado, or actually doesn't, but it's the Kez who is going to come in for that backstab. Bune will take out Panda. Suddenly this Kez is now starting to dish out that damage. And just to add to your point, Crash, the itemization for the supports is less than ideal. The Wind Ranger has a Maelstrom as well as a Dragon Lance, and oh no, K1, he walked right into that! Is just gonna get bursted in less than a second. That is just not great.
Yeah.
Just not great. That is the highest farm hero in the game, Crash. If he dies like that, it's gonna put a massive question mark on Amaru's ability to close out this game, and they might just end up with losing the series.
Well, that's sort of the big problem when you even break it down with Amaru's draft is who hit building. Amaru were very far ahead for quite a while, and they weren't able to close out these tier 2 towers. Right? They were able to get one, which they sort of forced down just by being here for like 10 minutes, right? Which is like good and correct, but I guess you could say the same thing about them taking racks last game, where it's, you know, arguably the good and correct thing, but when you break it down, what have they lost because of it?
Hoodwink. And this Necro's inability to survive is worrying me. Like, there's no excuse to be a Necro that is close to the Dawnbreaker's net worth, or even the Void Spirit's net worth, because game 1 had an 11-minute Radiance. He's had, I would imagine, the fastest Radiance in the entire tournament, including the play-ins.
Probably, yeah. Mass TP's up top. They want to go kill the Kez.
Yeah, he's kind of dead.
Went too ham.
Do they want to kill the Kez, or does the Kez want to die? That's
yeah, I
the
guess
question.
so.
When I look at the Kez position there, trying to desperately take out that tier 1 tower, and I understand it. Right, Nemiga don't have many towers outside of the mid lane one. They may have been finding these comebacks, but that's all. But those are what they are, right? Those are our comebacks. Amaru Gaming are the ones who are, quite frankly, playing the map better, even if they're bungling their positions every now and then.
I don't even know if it was too much he wanted the tier 1 tower. He started to make a move on Invoker, but like, I would argue that you need the tier 1 tower to be dead to be able to make a move on Invoker. It's always crazy to me when I watch people dive like tier 1 towers. Like, did you just expect them to not TP? Like, what was the plan here with Panda? Panda, did you just expect them to not cast abilities on you? Why would you do that? You jetpacked onto their high ground, where you knew a hero was because you had vision. Why?
I think he wanted to take the Observer ward down fast enough, but just got caught, I suppose. I mean, I think about reasonable explanations, and often at times there are, often at times there aren't.
Yeah, it's just more of the matter of, like, did you need to do that? Rather than, like, because, like, yes,
yeah,
killing
you need
a
to do
ward
that
is
at
gold.
that exact moment, right?
Killing a gold is XP.
Were you looking to make a play at the back of that
Right.
which quite frankly was not possible?
I would make, I mean, maybe some like deep level like psych ops argument here that knowing where a ward is and not dewarding it is just as valuable as dewarding the ward. Maybe not monetarily in the game, but knowing where they feel safe that you can take advantage of is a very important thing to be able to know about in a game, because you're not always going to be able to deward those wards that you know that are there. But you know that they have eyes in your triangle, so you probably don't want to go farm there.
Okay, well, he might just walk into this. There were 3 heroes
so
inside that smoke of the
close.
seat.
Oh, there
Young
it is.
G, he doesn't. Okay, one, he's used it. That Death Seeker. Young G is going to go in immediately, but the BKB has already come out, so Nemiga will disengage. Bune, he really doesn't feel like disengaging this game. He's constantly just inching on forward as his team begs him not to, and he will listen. But what you mentioned is very interesting, and I completely agree. You don't have to engage or with an observer ward, because sometimes a team also has a sense of security, and you can play around with that sense of security in ways that the other side might not expect. Like Nemiga, once they have that observer ward up, may not expect Amaru Gaming to be able to take a fight there, and then you can go for an immediate deward once a team fight starts. This is something that has, my team has discussed this extensively. Sometimes we don't deward if we have plans to, use that ward against a team.
Yeah. Fight starts.
AP. He is going to activate his BKB. It's a very awkward fight. Ariel is just dead, and everyone else has to back away. Well, those who are left to back away, Young G struggling to make his way out, uses that Dissimulate, or rather the Pulse, that silences the Clockwork. So no hook shot. It's not even available, in fact. But Panda does have that Blink Dagger. Young G is safe on his own high ground, and Amaru Gaming sure to get back, but now they can go for Roshan.
That was such a weird fight from Nemiga. I don't even want to call it a fight. That feels disingenuous to what fights in Dota should look like. That was, I mean, looking at the minimap when that fight starts, there's like 4 heroes in 4 different places.
Oh, BKB activated by Bune,
Oh,
but he
no.
doesn't have his teleport, unfortunately. His BKB will wear off soon, as he will realize it's the Sunstrike that will take him out.
But surely you can maybe do something now with the other 3 heroes with 2 people showing bottom. I guess you can't because it's an Invoker. He just BOTs in.
I'm wondering how many times has Bune died over on that bot lane, that exact position.
Oh, no.
Like, it's... At some point, man, you have to learn your lesson. You know,
That ain't your lane no more.
Yeah, like... Without a teleport...
Very deep hook in from Panda. It does get some absolutely beautiful vision of them.
Does find a tornado as well, and it will be Corvus9 who will lose his life. And now the tier 2 tower is pretty much dead. The Wind Ranger physical damage build coming in handy for that. No, the Wind Ranger has other plans. His plans, Genik, is to possibly just die. Panda has made a graveyard out of his own cogs, and the Dawnbreaker, Hatoke, he's gonna go in to secure a second kill and immediately teleport out. No scythe because of that BKB.
They
And
could
so
have just
Nemiga-
scythed them, no?
I don't...
Cancel.
I
That would
don't
have
think
canceled.
so.
That would have canceled the teleport, surely.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't pierce through BKB.
Oh,
anymore.
okay.
They can't even use it. Oh, they can take out the Invoker though. They can't pierce through his
That
BKB.
one
BB
pierces,
is
yeah.
dead.
Wex, exhort, losing.
And again, all of that started Crash, by the way, because this Wind Ranger had the outstanding idea to head towards that mid side.
To shackle and focus fire a Dawnbreaker. That's what happens when you get these like core items on Wind. You think you're like hot stuff, you know? And now a Roshan that definitely should have been Amaru's. It's fallen into the hands of their enemies. Nemiga will gladly clean up this Roshan at a pretty quick timing as well. Maybe Clock comes in for a cheeky little steal. He has an opportunity to if he does it like right now. But they're aware. They're setting up to block the hooks.
Aegis is gonna be picked up, and I would actually argue that maybe Bune shouldn't be given the Aegis. Like I would be afraid
if he stays
you
at
know?
a bottom lane, he can hold on to the Aegis for as long as he wants.
Yeah, but it would be very tilting for Nemiga to have found this impressive comeback only to lose the Aegis to a very off position Kaz.
Keep him out of the
And
bottom lane.
I will
Just
be
keep him out of the bottom lane. It's fine.
yeah, just constantly hog the farm on that bot.
You know those like child leashes? You got to keep him on one of those, you know?
like a child lock.
No, child leash. You know, do you know what I'm talking about?
No,
So dumb.
we just use our words for that Crash over here.
Hold on.
You know
Let me
where
send you-
it's easier.
Let me send you an image. Oh, there you go. Sorry. It's just that's such a fun thing to say to someone when they have no idea what you're talking about.
Tower is under attack.
It's literally like a harness and a leash for a child. It's I don't know, man. I can't excuse
That
it.
sounds
It's
a lot
really
tamer.
weird.
That sounds a lot tamer than what goes on in my mind when I say leash. That sounds like one of those baby carrier bags that you have that moms and parents have. You know that you can call that a leash as well, but that's not really a leash.
Sure,
You know.
sure. Yeah, as long as you keep Kez tethered nice and close, surely he can't feed again. Look, he's getting towers this time. But that's the power of the top lane versus the bottom lane. He would have been able to get that tower in the bottom lane. He would have died and fed.
It is interesting how Amaru Gaming are the ones who are playing aggressive inside of the Radiant jungle. They have full control of it, and Nemiga, despite having the Aegis, they are not feeling safe. But no, they are going to find that bravery and are going to execute on that Wind Ranger who's activated his BKB and has backed away. Nemiga, they still have their own BKBs and a full 3 minutes on that Aegis. They can go for the wraparound. It's going to be an initiation. A Wheel of Wonder sent out. Panda's also fallen very low. And Ariel, he will make quick work of the clockwork. It's the Largo as well who is dropping a Reaper Scythe wasted, I would say, on Aerial, as K1 now has to decide to fight against a Kez. And he can't have that amount of damage. PP also very low, trying to run for his life, but it might not just happen. The Dawnbreaker is falling down though, and the Aegis has dropped, but Young G, Cobblestone, and Yoon should be able to take down K1. Genix somehow able to dish out the right clicks. He's come back with about full HP. As Young G takes out Panda, Biyun takes out Genic, and now they have done, as you said, Crash, they have isolated that Necrophos. Ether Remnant is not going to land, but they should be chasing in after him. Young G has that Astral Step, and K1 doesn't have that sight, but they're just going to stop.
Yeah, they gotta go. They gotta go deal with base.
Turns out they took what you said a bit too literally.
Yeah. Now, now's your killing Necro time. You know, like that was the, if you're not killing Necro at 40 minutes, you've got some big issues here. But I mean, still, the fight is won because they leave Necro for last. I think the problem that people run into when they're trying to kill Necro is he gets a kill in the fight, and like, yes, I think that the scythe on Aerial is not necessary, but I do agree that K1 needed to secure the kill. K1 needed to get the Seda stack from the hero to continue the fight. And it's, you know, the fights don't get scary for Necro until he starts accumulating more and more like hero-based Seda stacks. And that's when sort of the threat appears. He wasn't really able to do that fight. And I think a lot of, even if he does do that, the idea should then just be leave him alone. Create space between him, which they did very well there on Amiga, and just sort of let him chill. Like, let him regen. If we're out distancing him, his regen doesn't matter. I don't care if he's full health, if he's not doing it, or minimal damage to me. Like, ooh, I'm getting Radiant Spurned. Ooh. Everyone on Amiga has some sort of mobility outside of a Blink Dagger. They don't care.
And Cobblestone has a pretty massive item crash for this particular game. We were talking about the magic resistance that he can provide. Now he has 2 of the escape acts with his Aghanim Scepter. Seems like Amaru Gaming, they do want to take a fight towards that top lane. PP is teleporting towards that creep wave. It is going to be the Hoodwink Aerial who finds the teleport out, so Nemigo will just back away. But this item from Cobblestone might just change the dynamic and make it so that the magical damage from the Invoker may not be enough. Now Aerial can dive to his heart's content. Now Biyun can dive to his heart's content as well.
Biyun's never been happier. Oh my goodness. This is all that he wants. He wants the leash off. Take the child leash off him and unleash him into the world.
Let's get risky.
PP is roaming around, and Nemika are playing huddled up together. There's a nullifier on this Dawnbreaker as well, so do you still think you need to save the Necro for last, or can you maybe, you know, use the nullifier and burst through him? He does have a BKB, so
yeah, you can nullifier, get BKB, and then go on from there.
BKB activated by Biyun, but the fight is a bit disconnected. It's the Wind Ranger in trouble, but Biyun, he's stuck inside of that ice wall. In the end, though, Biyun will be able to get that Raptor Dance off and turn it around. Genic has fallen. Biyun is okay. Solar Guardian is going to come down, and that Starbreaker is going to wipe out PP as well as the Largo. K1 coming in with the Reaper Scythe has been able to find that kill, but this time around, it seems like Nemiga will want to target that Necrophos, but no, it's still too much for them. The Dawnbreaker will teleport away, Young G will Astral Step away, but intercepted once more by Panda, and K1, he will make sure that the Void Spirit dies. Dissimulate, though, momentarily buying him some time, as well as the Ether Remnant. 3 seconds for another Astral Step. Can he actually get out of this position? He uses the Astral Step again, another Dissimulate, as Panda's the one that gets caught by the Ether Remnant. It's a long-winded chase. Panda has that Lotus Heal coming in, finds yet another hookshot, but another Astral Step. Young G, he started running from that bot lane. He's all the way towards that top side.
This is so worth it for him.
He can't go through the map crash, and that is going to be the road where his life will end.
That's so much downtime, though. I mean, I guess that's not like they're taking many objectives with Necrophos Clockwork anyways. But more, like, this is more time that, you know, these heroes have wasted trying to chase after Void Spirit instead of, you know, maybe doing anything more meaningful on the map. Their respawns have lowered as well. Kez is pretty much back already. Kez was dead for a while. You know, this is time where K1 is not controlling aggressive parts of the map, where the triangle wasn't getting controlled and warded and secured.
Ariel, he's there in position. Crash, maybe they go for a Bushwhack Solar Guardian play. They throw out the Bushwhack, but no Solar Guardian. Boomerang is going to take out most of those creeps as the Glyph comes out, and that will mean the push is over. But they engage. Cobus9 is now the one in trouble, and Solar Guardian comes out. Hitoke, slightly too preemptive with that one. The magic resistance would have kept the Ringmaster alive regardless. And now they don't have a Solar Guardian to play with. Even though Bune is back, you still have to wait for your Void Spirit. Amaru Gaming might be able to find the barracks, but Cobus9 is on the side, has that Wheel of Wonder. Is he going to drop it down before they engage? He uses it. Reaper's Sight is going to be absorbed by that BKB as a Raptor Dance comes in into everyone. Amaru Gaming might just get diced down, but they will back away before that is ever a possibility. And it turns out Nemiga, they will hold on to their melee barracks at the very least.
Lockdown is so limited without Void Spirit, and like your team fight disruption, it's so hard to get in on Nemiga without that Void Spirit. Right, like it's and no Solar Guardian. The both is impossible to start a fight. So thankfully they can now sort of reset and take a fight on their own terms here.
Now they are on the hunt. Void Spirit goes in. He wants to go towards Panda. Of course he does. He's the reason why he died earlier. And so they'll take out the Clockwork. They go with for another Astral Step. Can't find Janik. But it's the Largo. It's the Largo and the Hoodwinks running right after him. I believe this Observer Ward spotted out the Largo. So now they have an idea somewhat of where he's going. Ariel thinks he went through the gate. That is going to be wrong, unfortunately.
Nice TP out as well. Safe and sound for the Largo.
It's Hitoke. I don't think they can actually go for him. He'll just BKB and make his way out.
I mean, fair enough. This is time where like, Roshan just spawned.
You know? And they're gonna go in for him. It should roar. And it has already roared, in fact. And the guess is very low on his HP. The Sunstrike, Bune, he survives, but they know exactly how low he actually is. K1 activates his BKB, but Bune's already made it out with the Aegis. Nemiga will back away entirely, knowing they beat Amaru to the punch.
Daylight robbery, and that only happens because Clockwork is dead. Clockwork is like he is the Roshan hero. He's got tabs on the pit constantly. The only reason is because they just don't know how long they have left on the Roche. Even the Sunstrike, it hits Kez, not Roche. They still don't know how close this Roshan is to death.
Radiant are scanning.
Young G, he wants to go in, knowing that there's a Solar Guardian to follow up. PP, he is inside of that Ghost Walk.
Ariel's on the back end of it as well. Oh, Panda went in.
He goes in towards Cobus9, who has that escape act. Now the Solar Guardian is going to drop down, and Ariel is going to be a gunner. But the Nullifier is there on K1. Can they burst through this Necrophos? PP will interrupt with his Tornado. They go all in, especially with Bune flying in as well, and they will cut through that Necro finally. Amaru Gaming have lost their carry, but they still do have plenty of cards up their sleeves, especially since the Hoodwink is down. They find the stun and disable on Hitoke, who does lifesteal somewhat, but in the end, he too will fall. Young G will go back in towards that Clockwork, but yet another perfect Tornado in this narrow chamber means that PP is going to control all of Nemiga. They've lost the Aegis now, and they need to back their Kez up, but he's stuck in between a 4. Reaper's Sight plotted down on him as Amaru Gaming come in from a buyback with the next row, and now they have the barracks in their crosshairs.
Maybe a little bit of a misplay there from Nemiga. They had buybacks, didn't use them when Kez is alive. And now Kez is dead with no buyback. They need to buy their time now.
At the same time, Young G and Hitoke did buy back. Or also, rather, actually, all 4 heroes apart from the Kez bought back. Crash.
Yeah.
That's
what I'm saying. Like, I think you should have just ripped everyone's buyback and fought with the Kez.
you also have a Necro Scepter now, so the overtime damage coming in is quite a lot. 30, I think it's 30 DPS added into, or rather, actually, no, 70 DPS added into his R-Stopper aura.
Yeah, it's kind of getting, I guess, a bit too much to be able to just ignore now. Posted outside the
Should
high
be that-
ground. Here they go.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Meteor Hammer, there's the Largo's
Oh, they
Meteor
get
Hammer, I
four.
wonder. They do get the Fortify, and now K1's gonna walk up. A Tornado, another one found on the Void Spirit, but there's that Escape Act coming in. It's gonna take a lot more to initiate than just that one spell on the high ground. But the problem is they have split the map. Like, all 3 barracks are taking in damage at the same exact time. So how exactly is Nemiga supposed to counter this out? Kind of feels like they have to muster up the courage to engage somewhere, because now only 3 melee barracks stand on their base. They're losing one of them guaranteed, as Youngji, he's gonna decide to go in but decide to go out.
All right, the racks are safe. Well, some of them.
Radiant
Some of them and a half, actually one of them and a half.
Yeah.
Safe.
are scattered.
Yeah.
Dire
No reason to leave, though, here on Amaru. Might as well just keep it going strong.
Do you feel like this game is inevitably going to go in the hands of Amaru? 19,000 to lead, BKB is up, no buyback on the Radiant side. 4 of them are on cooldown.
I've counted Kez out too many times in my life. I think it should be. I think it should be. I think the Kez has some potential to do crazy damage. You know, I've seen even Dawn be able to do some pretty crazy things. Necro now having a refresher, Largo having a bloodstone. I'm liking this next round of items for Amaru than I am for Nemiga. Void Spirit is a BKB, so that's cool too. But like, Wind also has a BKB, so how cool really is it, you know? The Pause 4s are buying it. Oh my
Oh,
god.
hook shot in by Panda. Wheel of Wonder has been sent out, and it doesn't really feel like anything is happening outside of these tornadoes, man, which are so disruptive coming in from PP. But Piyun might just be able to take the Invoker out. He has been able to, but an immediate buyback comes out. PP will rejoin the fight as Youngji goes in with that Solar Guardian. Nemiga don't have any room for error. They have to beat Amaru right here as it stands. Largo activates his Bloodstone and will start to heal back off. Youngji is unable to take out the Largo, has to get back as Biyun will now come in with a buyback, but it's the Void Spirit in trouble. The go call will immediately come out as the Necro will pause and resume the game. And it's Youngji who gets hit by the scythe. He's down for about 125 seconds. No supports available either. Biyun, who has bought back, goes all in, wants to take out the Largo, but in the end, his team has had enough. They will just tap out of game number 2, and Amaru will take Nemiga to game number 3.
All right, this is sort of more of what I wanted to see from Amaru, but still a little shaky. Right, there were some shaky moments, and maybe that speaks to the, you know, maybe the bad side of Amaru, but I think it also speaks to the really good side of Nemiga. For like this team like fought tooth and nail every second, despite being 20k down by the end of the game. Like, it should have been Amaru's game, but it could have been Nemiga's game too. So I mean, overall, I think really well done. This is a game that I think Nemiga can look back on, and actually, like, this would be a game to learn stuff from. So I think Ariel was getting caught out a lot. I didn't even know that Ariel had a sheep stick. I didn't really see Kovis get any like saves with Box on Scythe. Like, there are probably some little things, like maybe Hitoke shouldn't have Solar Guardian that one time. Like, there's moments for this game for Nemiga to learn from. Amaru, I feel like the same way as well. I think this is a good learning game for both these two teams.
Yeah, I can definitely see both of these two teams doing really well if they improve upon their aspects of what I would call patience and discipline, right? Something that a lot of tier 2 teams struggle with, because quite frankly, as good as high as their potential is, what I think this series has showed me personally is that this kind of performance might be good for the group stage, but over at the EPL Masters, there is the playoffs to contend with, right? Which you will have some of the invited teams.
Yeah.
They may have gotten this far, Nemiga, who were playing in the play-ins, and Amaru, who were invited, but it's going to take that discipline and patience learning to be able to go on forward. But it's also, whoever gets to call this series or whoever gets to call themselves the series winner. And for that, we will be heading for a short break, but we will be right back for Amaru versus Nemiga, game number 3. Right after it, this is Crash and Dultrus, or rather, this is Dultrus, and alongside me is Crash, and we will be right back.
Storms on the roof, secrets whispered, bulletproof. We build worlds out of steel. Now they're ruins of something we feel. It's so nice to get away, if just for a moment, if just for a day. We can drive past the signs, over the borders of our mind. 'Cause today's a beautiful day. Why would anyone take that away? Can we stay? Let's just stay. It's a beautiful, wonderful day. We rode our bikes down broken streets. We chased the sun, chased the sun. The day was gray, we made it shine. And you were mine, you were mine. The world outside can fall apart. I don't care, as long as I can have your heart. 'Cause you have mine, you have mine. Don't forget what's beneath the concrete. There's a wonderful world beneath the concrete. We can dance all night and break the concrete. Flowers will bloom and cover the streets. Don't forget what's beneath the concrete. It's coming through the cracks and through the concrete. We can dance all night and break the concrete. Flowers will bloom and cover the streets. Today's a beautiful day. Why would anyone take that away? Can we stay? Let's just stay. It's a beautiful, wonderful day. We rode our bikes down broken streets. We chased the sun, chased the sun. The day was gray, we made it shine. And you were mine, you were mine. The world outside can fall apart. I don't care, as long as I can have your heart. 'Cause you have mine, you have mine. I don't know if I can find my way out. I'm stuck in a prison of doubt. In this torsion, and everything is growing gone up, there's no room to breathe. And nobody is watching at night. I wanna rise up. Need a friend to shake me out again. Need a friend to shake me out again. I don't know if I can find my way out. In this tiny and everything is gone up, there's no room to breathe. Fall into the ocean. I'm reaching out, I'm reaching out. The water is rising over me. The water is rising. It's coming. I'm reaching out, I'm reaching out. The water is rising over me. The water is rising. I'm reaching out. It's coming. I'm reaching out. The water is rising over me. I'm reaching out, I'm reaching. The water is rising. It's coming in. The water is rising over me. I'm reaching out, I'm reaching. It's coming in.
Say it louder, say it louder. Feel the moment, feel the power. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. If you feel like letting go, you can take control. You can turn this all to something beautiful where you feel life gets you down, 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 gets you down, down, down. Say it louder, say it louder. Feel the moment, feel the power. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time. Say it louder, say it louder. You're the question, you're the answer. Oh, bring the animal back to life. Oh, bring the energy one more time. Oh, if you feel like letting go, you can take control. You can turn this all to something beautiful where you feel life gets you down, 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 gets you down, down, down. Say it louder, say it louder. Oh, feel the moment, feel the power. Oh, bring the animal back to life. Oh, bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time.
Got me up on a late night. You steady playing on my mind. Oh, I can't get you out my head. Got a feeling I can't fight. There's nothing left, but it feels right. I'm feeling you and I won't pretend. I don't wanna say too much. I don't wanna say too much. I just wanna feel your touch. I wanna be closer, babe. I just wanna give you my love. I just wanna give you my love. I just wanna give you my love, my love. Ain't no doubt about it, babe. You should be mine. Through the sun and through the rain, I'll stay by your side. And when seasons change, my love will still remain. 'Cause I got you, I got you. Been down, I stay close. Storm hit, I ain't let go. You the one I don't second guess. Late calls, I be pulling up. Never could I give you up. Got it bad, I must confess. And I don't wanna say too much. I don't wanna say too much. I just wanna feel your touch. I just wanna feel your touch. I just wanna give you my love. I wanna give you my love. I just wanna give you my love, my love, my love, my love. Ain't no doubt about it, babe. You should be mine. Through the sun and through the rain, I'll stay by your side. And when seasons change, my love will still remain. 'Cause I got you, I got you. Ain't no doubt about it, babe. You should be mine. Through the sun and through the rain, I'll stay by your side. And when seasons change, my love will still remain. 'Cause I got you, I got you. But you think you're doing it wrong. Ooh. High pressure catch your breath. Take a minute, pass your test. Take it easy, take a step. Take a seat and be my guest.
find pieces of me all over the yard. In this house of cards, she says, hey man, there were just too many days when our good intentions only got in the way. And I almost never know what I should say. Maybe nothing nowhere ever was that okay. In this house of cards, with only hearts. You cannot reap what you never did sow. You cannot learn what you never won't know. In this house of cards, with only hearts. In this house of cards, and these lonely hearts.
Did you wait too long? Tell him that you love him, but he's already gone, darling. Did you make two wrongs? Know that daddy never made a right before, darling. You were never made to be the judge, darling. He never changed his way for me to budge, darling. It's feeling like a cold dog winning, the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave, yeah. It's feeling like a cold dog winning, the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave. One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold dog winter. Or did you say goodbye, knowing damn well everybody gon' die someday? Did you waste my time, knowing damn well we can press rewind? One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold dog winter. It's feeling like a cold dog winter, the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave, yeah. It's feeling like a cold dog winter, the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave. One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold dog winter. It's feeling like a cold dog winter. It's feeling like a cold dog winter. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to eat. Yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to eat. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to eat. Yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to eat.
You say you need your space, then pull me close. I read your silence, louder than most. One day you're warm, the next day you're cold. Got me second guessing what I already know. I give you love, but you ration yours. You open up just to close the door. I stay up late, trying to read your mind. I can't read your mind, but your love for rules that change all the time. Why are you always halfway in? Got me drowning when I know I could swim. If you love me, baby, say it with your chest. Yeah, tired of the maybes, I just want the yes. Don't play me like a song on spin. If you ride for me, then ride to the end. Don't wanna love this paper thin. So why you always halfway in? You hit me up.
Welcome back, guys. Amaru Gaming versus Nemiga 1-1, as Nemiga picked up a loss with Kez, which quite frankly did not work out for most of that game, Crash.
It was, both the devastation and the hope of Nemiga last game. It was a rough first 40 minutes, like first 30 minutes of the game. It felt like Nemiga were very limited on what they could do because they just sort of lost all their lanes horribly. Like they lost bottom horribly bad. And they were just limited on what moves they could make because they had a Dawn in the off lane. Dawn is only good at empowering your current like go sort of thing. And without a Void Spirit being willing to do that until just a little bit too late for it to make too big of a difference. Yeah, I mean, it just sort of felt like it was all Amaru until, there were times where it weren't as well, right? Just glimmers of hope where that Kez is able to actually blow someone up or they're able to full to 0 Necro. But there's so specific circumstances, so little scenarios where like you can actually like do something about. Now it looks like Nemiga sort of have a better draft to sort of do things with consistently. But there's a Snapfire on Amaru, so does that all just get thrown out the window?
Exactly. There's a Snapfire. There's also the Clockwork to hold people in the cogs with. There's a Doom and there's a Life Stealer. I think it's a very potent draft. It's also a very counter draft, right? Doom on the Storm, Doom on the Largo. Either way, it is really gonna work. Life Stealer is like Nemiga are like 100% magical damage right now, and the Life Stealer, you just pop that rage, you just go in. It really feels like Nemiga don't have any option to fight back with. They've banned out the Terrorblade as well as the Medusa on Amaru's side, so Nemiga are gonna have limited options for the 4 Protect 1 because Nemiga have banned out that Drow and that Lone Druid. So it kind of feels like a free Life Stealer game.
Yeah, pretty much. They can't fit into their draft. The hero I was seeing a lot of people do to deal with the Snapfire was Zeus. You drop Nimbus on the Snapfire, it's hard to throw kisses. It's always a cancel. You've got the vision with the ultimate as well. And I saw a lot of people do in the mid lane, and like it laned okay because you just don't really interact. But there's no hero that does it. Like Storm has to put himself in danger to cancel kisses. There's no carry at the top of my mind. TA, I guess, with Shard that can like long range cancel and deal with kisses. Or that also buys BKB doesn't die to Doom, and can fight Lifestealer. You're thinking like Agi Hero with a stun. Okay, you're very limited now. Like, are you going back for Kez?
Maybe a Clinks.
Maybe
You know, with that
Clinks?
invisibility, you walk towards that backline, you take out that Snapfire.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It kind of feels like the weight on Bion's shoulders is going to be massive. I just hope he doesn't get crushed by it. As Amaru Gaming, they pick up the Grimstroke, so it's all just counters out by Amaru Gaming. Like, this is a very scary draft, and I don't know what carry you are going to pick up with this. Luna could be an option, right?
Luna could be an option.
Yeah, you if you make that scepter, you put it on the Storm zaps towards that backline, Snapfire instantly dead.
Yep.
Right. Also, his Mortimer cancelled out, but Nemiga will actually go for the Spectre. That is a hero that can follow the Snapfire, but is it going to be a hero that can take out that
buy
Snapfire?
Orchid? Right, it's a hero that jump with the Storm. It's a hero that doesn't care about getting Dark Portraited. That's the only scary part about the Luna. Was that if this Grimstroke buys Ags, you're just like, you're feeding your entire team's gonna die. The Spectre is okay. The Spectre illusion is okay. It's not like as good as a Luna illusion, right? Which is, I mean, tough bar to raise up to. But the Grimstroke did stop a lot of the agi carries that you would maybe have wanted to play here. I think Spectre might have been the, I mean, only if not even also just the best option, given the circumstances. It's okay against Lifestealer, lots of armor, can actually fight and win in a 1v1 against any hero on Amaru right now. I mean, maybe not Snap, that hero's ridiculous, but you have Orchid, you deal with it, it's fine, right? I don't know, I like it.
The only worry in my mind is Spectre isn't a hero that does well if he's behind, right? Spectre isn't a hero that you're playing into a Doom and a Grimstroke. There's going to be a lot of aggression coming out towards the Spectre, and should he have that kind of a game, as he had with the Kez, a very late timing on his items, then he's not going to be able to 1v1 the lifesteal.
True.
Right, that rage is really strong against the Spectre, and it's also a lot of follow-up, right? It's not as if like we talk about a 1v1, but it may never be that kind of a scenario, because the back of the Lifestealer, you have the Doom, you have the Mortimers, you have the Inkswell, as well as the Rocket Flare, the Hookshot. You have so much that Amaru can back their Lifestealer up with.
Hero's a hero? Is that harsh of me to say? I don't know. I have fallen out of faith with the hero, despite being a big fan of Jakiro. And I actually think Jakiro and I think Malady specifically really helped pave the way for support items in this patch, since the post Jakiro patch is what else like patches.
Now that he doesn't have the free liquid fire, now that it actually costs something to use it,
but
it doesn't feel the same.
One thing that Jakiro started doing was they were stacking fairy fires, right? I think Atomi was doing it, Malady was doing it. They were just getting like three or four fairy fires, and it looks goofy. And we see like Janter here with 2 right now. And if you look at a lot of support starting items now, we're rocking 1 or 2 fairy fires instead of maybe that extra branch, or maybe an extra set of tangos. You're doing an extra fairy fire. A lot of value for everything that applies in lane. It's instant health, which doesn't exist in lane other than outside of a fairy fire, and it's damage as well. Rocking 2 of those things, that's a lot of extra damage.
It is a bit of a back and forth, although I don't think Bune can actually hold his ground there. Stroke of Fate sent out, but Janter looks to even up the odds there. They add a number, and with the liquid fire coming in, this is going to be first blood drawn for Bune. So an early game head start. In fact, it's not just done, because Janik is also going to go down. Bune might just end up with a double kill.
That's not good. That is Spectre starting with almost complete Urn of Shadows. Before the lanes have even met, the Spectre's about to call out Urn of Shadows. That is not ideal. It's not a crazy like, oh my god, she's got to earn the lanes over. But it's really nice stat early on stats for the hero. And heaven forbid that she ever get a kill. That's when like things start getting dangerous. And hell, even when she dies, shout out that urn change from years ago. That you get a charge when you die now. God bless it.
They also got 2 bounty runes, despite of being in a 3v2. Right, Amaru Gaming weren't able to secure the additional bounties, despite of having more heroes around the map. So Nemiga, quite frankly, kind of an ideal start for their side. That Urn is going to help you out. The Doom's not going to have a strong enough power spike. Bune should have the earlier level 2. He already has it, in fact, and Janik is not even close to his level 2. In fact, Janik might just be dead here, slowed down to a halt, and one more last right click will do the trick. Won't be able to make it. He will be able to make it out, in fact. No harm down.
Still so much damage for, not the most amount of commitment. Bune is out of mana, I guess, right? But he does have the 4 stick charges to work with.
This mid lane, though, Crash, is going to be very difficult for the Storm. He's doing fine now. In fact, he's doing more than fine, actually. He has 13 lost hits, but ideally, the Snapfire should just overpower the Storm. You want to close the gap from the Storm to use your Remnants. Sure, you have the Sliding Remnant now, but you still want to be able to close some kind of gap. But against a Snapfire who dishes out more damage as the gap closes, you can't do that as the Storm. But, I mean, so far, who am I to judge, right? Youngji, 15 losses, way more, 3 more than the Snapfire has at this point. So, doing pretty well against PP.
I mean, it might be a hot take. I actually think the Storm lane isn't too bad. It's laning against Snapfire. It's gonna suck. But Snapfire being this like pseudo melee hero, it does matter that you're getting free remnants off as Storm as you get more and more levels. I think it's actually the first few levels where Storm should be suffering more. Maybe level 3 is when things start like peaking for difficulty. But if you can get to level 5, I think you're like golden. And laning against Storm, I feel like level 5 is when like you're most susceptible to death. That's when supports are gonna come rotate to your lane and stuff, and I guess that's when like things at the same time start just being okay. He's had to walk back to base, but he didn't lose too much from the mid lane. Like he's still doing fine on his last hits, which is crazy considering he's had to walk back to base.
And he walked back with full HP. I think he went back for the mana.
Yeah.
And since the creep wave was pushing into the PP's part of the map underneath his tower, he could. But Janik over on that bot side, this time he may not be able to walk away. Inkswell is there, but Janter will be able to secure the kill before the Inkswell pops. And now the Doom wants to trade, but 1v2 is never going to happen. Bune is not going to walk in that tower, but at the end of the day, they bring that Doom down from 100 to about 30 or 40% of his HP.
Yeah, the Spectre hero hurts. I think people were really sleeping on Shadow Step for quite a while.
And up. Bushwhack doesn't land. The tree cut is... ideally, Panda... I'm of the opinion that if you're playing against a Hoodwink, you should be getting a Quelling Blade on your support as well. Cut down all the trees that you can.
Yeah, no reason not to. Panda did the same thing this game they did last game as we see Doom dying down bottom. Clockwork has the nice perk of just being able to destroy trees for free. He just needs to hit cogs into them. So you plant cogs in like the middle of the trees and you just throw them at all of them.
This isn't the kind of lane that I'm sure Amaru were expecting. It's a Doom and a Grimstroke, but they're getting destroyed. In fact, even on that top side, it's not as if K1 is having a decent time against a Largo who... Sure, it has a lot of HP, so the Lifestealer should theoretically do well, but Largo is a very oppressive hero in the lane.
Yes. No, Largo actually does not care about Lifestealer. You can't open wounds Largo. Your support can't really do too much early on. Now the clock has more levels, things can actually start happening for the hero. Like, the damage that he does with cogs, the burn that he does with cogs is considerably more meaningful now.
Janter is gonna take in some damage. Might just be a trade over here, as Janik is guaranteed to fall. The Doom
So
does find the
worth
kill
it.
on Janter, but Oscar, I think that's a return kill. But for Bune, I mean, he's getting way too much. You know, you mentioned the Spurn. He was able to build up almost immediately. He'll have the power treads now as well. 6 minutes in, has the power treads, wand, urn, and when he hits his 6, because of how far ahead he is, and with the fact that he has that urn and treads, he can make plays towards the map. He can go for the Snapfire, he can go for the Clockwork, or even the Lifestealer.
Which is such a nice breath of fresh air. Right? Like, being able to actually just kill Snapfire is so critical. Storm got a rune, too. They're just waiting on Spectre 6 at this point. They might be able to make a move now.
Might just be dead here. Haste Rune does get activated. Young G walking on forward, or sprinting forward. In fact, Panda is not going to get engaged upon. Young G does bait out that Fire Snap cookie, but in the end, both teams will back away. K1 is going to get hit by the Bushwhack, though, and that is just unfortunate. His rage was on cooldown as he looked to trade against Govis 9. The perfect opening for Nemiga.
That just shouldn't happen. It's one of those, like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, you press the rage early, so you can't lane, but, like, you don't lane. What are you doing? Doom, speaking of not being able to lane, hi, Doom.
He has 30 lost hits. Now, this is one of those games, Crash, where I would imagine that going for a Radiance on this Doom with the kind of start that he has had is going to be a game-losing decision.
Yeah. I have, I don't know if you've heard the Crash Roni Doom rant. I am an anti-Doom person. I think the hero, the nature of the hero, is something you need to break and get over as a Dota player. Doom is the biggest one more item hero I've ever met in my entire life. He gets items so quickly, and there was a time where Doom was buying Crimson and Pipe and all these auras and then not joining the team still. It was disgusting.
A1's dead again. We may actually get to a point where we're eventually going to start discussing whether even the Lifestealer should be going for a Radiance.
Yeah.
8 minutes in, he only has about 700 gold with his phase boots, while the Spectre is just too far ahead of, already 1,000 net worth ahead of that of the Lifestealer.
Which is insane. Like for so long, the image of Spectre has been bad laner. Not good.
They will initiate on Janik. The Doom will also come out, as it seems like Janik and the Jakiro will once again be traded, but this time around Bune is, or rather no, Young G comes in to assist their Spectre, but Young G has no more mana. Mortimers start to fly out, but the Shield Rune will absorb most of that damage, so again, it kind of feels that even though it's a trade, both the Doom and the Mortimers were wasted there.
Yeah. Yeah, doing the Jakiro was certainly a choice. It's probably the most reliable choice to get the Doom used and get the kill. But I feel like you... no, you know what? It's the right choice. Because your chances of killing Spectre go down, even though they're doomed with the Jakiro there, being able to cast abilities on you. I've come full circle. It's fine. It's fine that he uses Doom there. Because at least he died. If Jakiro didn't die and he used Doom, I would cry sitting there with you. But I think I'm on the boat if it's okay.
Vector, now to get initiated upon. They would have loved it if they had the Doom right now, Crash, but
yeah,
they don't. They will still apply a bit of damage, and Bune will actually go back, knowing that there's no Doom. Janik is now the one in trouble. Hoodwink comes in. Ariel will secure the kill on Janik. And Panda? He is there, hoping to find a straggled Spectre. Is not going to find that. In fact, he's going to find a dagger. A spectral dagger. As Ariel will once again drop down that Bushwhack. Panda is going to lose his life. Janter will be the one to end up with a double kill. And this is a bit of a disaster. 10-2 on that scoreline. Spectre at the very top and the Lifestealer at the very bottom as far as the core's net worth is concerned.
Hey, it's okay. That Radiance is going to come super quick for Doom. He's got his Talisman of Evasion flying out right now.
They're both making a Radiance, is the thing.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's fine. Might as well make a Radiance on the Snapfire.
Double Radiance is fine now.
With the Mortimers. Think about it, Crash. A triple Radiance.
Yeah.
Maybe the
certain-
Clockwork gets
yeah.
a Radiance too with with his battery assault.
You know what? I think Clockwork should be able to consume any item. Forget about just eating a chainmail. Let him consume anything. And he gets armor. Just a flat consume like anything over 600 gold. And he just gets armor. And that's how you fix the chainmail facet. Or facet, an 8.
Novice 9? Okay, I mean, kind of feels awkward. Amaru Gaming, I think they need their level 6s for their supports. Otherwise, they won't be able to make a move. Speaking of, one of the aspects we haven't touched upon, Crash, is that they have a double Doom in their lineup. If they can get it off.
They
of course,
do.
but they do have it.
They do. They have double Doom, and they have double open wounds. That's about it. But it's still pretty damn good.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Do
Trying to
allied
set up
spells
bottom.
also, or is it just only your own spells that you
Just
throw
your
out?
team spells.
Dyer's bottom
Okay.
tower has
Like, you
fallen.
can't double lick.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
You can make a refresher and double lick.
You
But,
could.
yeah, that's
Or you could just get
not
that
how you-
talent and double lick.
Dyer's
Yeah.
structures are fortified.
You catchy lick charges, so you're telling me he'll have 4 catchy lick charges if he makes a radiance, or rather a refresher. Spectre will engage upon that mid lane. It's going to be the Snapfire in trouble, but Genic is here. They do apply a bit of overtime damage, but the Largo is coming in. Novice 9 unable to find the lick. And Amaru are going to be okay. They get a bit of space because of this move that doesn't work. However, they do find another good bushwhack by Ariel. Sharpshooter will take out the Clockwork, so they get something.
Oh. They might get Bune? No.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Doom's setting up. He wants it. He wants it so bad. I can't believe Bune's getting away with that.
There is the Doom also. I mean, it's up, but they aren't actually making too many moves with that, right? They're just responding to the moves that Nemiga are making. But even then, they're going to lose their tier 1 tower. And if your idea is to passively farm on your Lifestealer, on your Doom, on your Snapfire, while you have your ultimates up, I'm not sure what kind of strategy this is for Amaru.
That's the Doom
And
trap.
what kind of power spike are you playing for?
Middle tower is under attack.
The Doom trap is I need my Radiance. I can't go use Doom. Oh, guys, I need my Midas now. I can't go use Doom. Guys, I'm so close to Shard, which is going to up my net worth. I can't use Doom yet. Okay, it's been 30 minutes, Doom. Where are you?
And I think,
so close to my next item.
I think Quinn spoke about this. It was in, I believe it was ESL Birmingham, or it was at a tier 1. To hold that thought, the Doom finally does get planted out. It is a dead Spectre. Bune will give up his mega kill streak to PP.
That needed
But
to happen so bad.
Quinn essentially said that you're always going to be close to a power spike for every hero. You're always going to be close to that next item that you're looking to build. But that shouldn't be an excuse for you to not to make a move. And I'm glad that Amaru do make a move. That was, as you pointed out, very necessary.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, it's
is under attack.
at some point you need to start start understanding the enemy's game as well, right? Like, it is good for your game to get the kill, but it's also really bad for the enemy game that you get that kill and who you get it on. And this is another really necessary kill too. This Largo has needed to feel the pain of death, and he does indeed get the sweet release.
Also, the Meteor Hammer. You know, he likes his meteors. He likes his
Largo's also
hammers.
top net worth, right? So these two back-to-back kills for Amaru were on high priority, high net worth heroes. K1.
Oh no, he will infest inside of the creep, but he doesn't have a rage available any longer. Very simple kill found by Young G, who has the Gaia, is going immediately for a Lincoln Sphere pretty early on, so he's skipping the Witchblade.
Interesting.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
And he knows what's going to kill him this game, you know?
Dyer's top tower has
He's,
fallen.
he's probably not dying unless he gets doomed. Realistically.
There's only 3 single target abilities that Amaru have from a distance, right? Infernal Blade is still melee range.
Yeah.
The Open Wounds, the Phantom's Embrace, and the Doom. So outside of those 3, you're going to have to make some items on Amaru to pop that Lincoln when it eventually does come out.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably gonna want like. I mean, it's not even a bad Yules game, but like, who's building it? Force
Maybe the
staff
clockwork?
necessary.
I think
Yeah.
the 4-star would be the better one
I agree.
against that Frog Stomp. As Panda, Bune is able to pick up the kill. And again, these are all just galvanized charges you're giving away. Every single time you choose to venture in the Radiant part of the map, you are risking a rotation, and it's a global rotation that can come in, right? It's not just... It's a Storm who can zap, it's a Spectre who can haunt you down, and you're gonna run into a support.
Naturally, yeah.
All 3 tier 1 towers also having been taken out. It kind of feels like Nemiga have gotten everything they wanted out of this laning phase. Even with the kill, even with the deaths they've had, those have been acceptable, or realistically, you're never going to have a flawless game where you don't die, right?
Right.
1 or 2 deaths is completely acceptable in my mind. But ironically, Crash, these Radiances come at the exact same time.
Yeah.
Storm? He might just fall over here. Inkswell is going to pop before he can take out that Phantom. And now the Mortimers fly out towards Janter. Hookshot in as well by Panda, and they will be able to secure at the very least 2 kills, maybe even more, as PP jumps on towards that Hoodwink, and with 1 Scatter Blast, the Hoodwink is dead. A1 is looking for the Largo, but won't be able to find it. And Nemiga found, well, 1 support in return, but that doesn't change much.
Yikes. I mean, that is, I mean, best case scenario for Amaru. Only losing Clockwork there is totally fine. Killing Storm, mwah, that's what you want to see, right? That is beautiful. The less galvanized stacks, the less time that he gets like before this Lincoln Sphere, it feels better for you. And we've seen now, the strengths of Jakiro for the first 15 minutes. We're going to start seeing the weaknesses of Jakiro around this time now. The hero doesn't really do anything at this point. He is going to Ice Path, and that's really about it. He can't get in range to use any of his abilities too reliably without facing the potential death, but Doom is facing
Doom,
currently.
he drops down to Doom before he died. And he's going to lose most of his stacks, at least the big creeps of that ancient camp. So that is, I feel like that is a big blunder. Now you have nothing to stop the Storm with. So for the next 2 minutes, they should just be running around the map, finding as many kills as they can. As Scobus9, he's waiting for the Storm to go in with the Zap, but the Storm won't. Storm is hesitating for some reason. Oh, Bune? This is, you were talking about the 1v1 potential, and we are about to see it. Scatter Blast is back as Bune is still able to cut down that Snapfire. Even towards that top lane, Genic is gonna fall. K1 might be able to find 1 kill, maybe even the 2 with the Doom, but still, you lost your Snapfire, your most farmed core, and you lost both your supports. I feel like Nemiga are very happy with that exchange.
Yeah, back-to-back sort of trades for these teams that are like, arguably okay, arguably pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, it just that it depends on your perspective. Where like Spectres live in large, and I guess your opinion, depending on your opinion on Spectres, it's either a really good or a really bad thing for you. I think this is a almost completely free Spectre game. If you're getting doomed as Spectre, it means your Storm's not getting doomed. That's a win.
Phantom's Embrace comes out, but it's kind of whiffed. Genic is now the one in trouble, and even as the Mortimers fly out, it doesn't really feel like Nemiga are feeling the heat. They are going to walk on forward. Oscar is dead. K1 comes in once more, hoping to try and take out a support so that Amaru can at least get a few scraps, a few breadcrumbs in exchange for their fallen Doom.
PP gets Storm as well, so Storm dies on top of it all. PP was able to just blink in on the energy. Yeah, it's actually really good. So they more like Snap needs his net worth, Storm needs to die. A necessary exchange to keep Amaru afloat at the moment.
Level 15 Spectre almost as soon as he's done with this camp. We'll have a Manta style soon. Meanwhile, the Lifestealer, he's also going for a Manta. I feel like essentially an arms race in a game of Dota, right?
Yeah.
It's going for the same exact items.
Good items.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
K1. Now the Doom does have his Radiance, and he's going for a BKB. So maybe at some point, since the lead is very fragile right now, these fights are going in favor of Nemiga because of their power spikes, because of the fact that they were ahead. But the farm potential of Amaru may just be slightly more because of that double Radiance.
Yeah, absolutely. Their supports are pretty good at farming too, and by supports I do just mean Grimshark. They see him.
Spectre comes in with the haunt. Bune is going to be the first casualty, but may just end up being the only casualty.
God, I love Essence Distiller. The only reason they saw Gunnock there was because of the Essence Distiller. They throw it up on the high ground, and it reveals smoked units. Not reveal them as you can see them, or like click on them, but reveal them like, you know when Ricky is spectral daggered and you can sort of see his outline running around? It's like that. And so for some reason, that's how Essence Distiller interacts with smoke, and it might as well just give you vision anyways. And a Spectre Haunt, I mean, completely ruins it, because then all of a sudden you're there on top of the hero, and the smoke breaks, and you're sad. And
yeah, it's a very addictive item for a support. It's like it's like a support.
I love Essence Distiller so much. I cannot begin to describe to you how much I love this item. And I still get people in my pubs, and it hurts me so deeply that I'll put like an Essence Distiller on the ground, and someone on my team will ping me and go, "What is this, brother?" It's been months at this point. Come on.
Tormentor for in ages though, Crash, as I think this trade happened the exact same way.
Look at Clockwork.
Oh, he's gonna hookshot in. Panda
yes!
will snatch the Aegis away from Nemiga. Amaru Gaming do manage to pull off that miraculous play, as Panda, even as he falls, has probably made the sacrifice of the series.
Absolutely. Well, a Clockwork's dream. There have been many, changes in Roshan's pit throughout Dota history. Clockwork's always been good. Clockwork's always been good at dealing with Roshan. You have Flare, you have Jetpack to work with. I think the worst time for, or the best time for Clockwork players were when Roche was in the corners, because you could Jetpack off the map and still have vision. It was wonderful. I mean, the possibilities for Roshan stealing as a Clockwork player is, immense. You'll love to see it. This is what the hero's been made for.
And not to mention, I mean, the hookshot, like you pointed out, right? It's made for that. Hookshot stuns.
It's literally it's perfect.
And you can't do anything. You can't stop it. Even if you had a BKB in that scenario, you still get stunned. As I'm not sure what K1 is doing there. He is stuck in between the 5 heroes. He thought he had that raid, so he was pretty much safe, but the overwhelming damage is going to take out that Lifestealer. Amaru Gaming need to be careful about how they approach this scenario. At the very least, back your Lifestealer off.
He's just trying to make sure that he feeds away all the hard work that Pandas work towards.
As PP dies, I mean,
yeah.
We saw the last time Bune went for that to be a bit of a struggle, but now we see the Spectre getting so far ahead that there was nothing that PP could do in that scenario. He has, quite frankly, he has a Kaya and a Blink Dagger, that's it. And the fact of the matter is, if you're the Spectre, right, if you're watching the lanes here, you see the Scatter Blast, you see the Cookie, you see the Snapfire having used everything, and you know he's defenseless.
This is a crazy go from Panda. Your damage dealers are dead.
Yeah, and as crazy as it was, the Doom continues to charge on forward. You clearly see the BKB, Oscar, and I don't think you're going to be able to cut through it. The Largo will just teleport away, and Amaru Gaming, they get a Jakiro. I feel like this entire game, Crash, has just been Nemiga finding cores and Amaru finding support.
Yeah, more or less. The Storm has died a few times, and that's been pretty much the outlier. Is that almost an Ags too, Inspector? Oh my goodness. Manta's already like bad news.
For 2 seconds and have their movement speed slow 25 seconds. As Ariel, he does die on that top side. Young G is able to find a solo kill, and I feel like now that the Storm is empowered with this Sanjin Kaya, has the Lincoln Sphere also at the ready. Well, I mean, he needs 400 gold with it.
Almost.
So he can essentially just zap anywhere. He can
Yeah.
take out that Grimstroke and that Clockwork every single fight, and there's not anything Amaru can do about that.
Yeah, Amaru have sort of missed their opportunity, but I don't think they could have. Like, I don't think they were in a position to seize any sort of opportunity to begin with.
There's the Ice Path, there's the Clockwork. I feel like Amaru are desperately trying to create the space here. K1 tried to go for the tier 1 tower on that mid side. Snapfire plus the Clockwork, they're trying to go for the top lane tier 1 tower. But Nemiga are responding very quickly to these rotations because they know that Amaru can't create that space so easily. They don't have those tower hitters.
It's also one of the struggles of going double Radiance and BO3's first item on your mid lane is there's no defensive items in your future. And it's very hard when you start getting behind like this in an even game. It's a risk. You know, all of a sudden you've built like, you know, Radiance and you've got your BOTs and your Blink and your Kaya. Like, okay, but now I'm just getting haunted and getting killed. Because the Spectre is double my net worth. But what are you supposed to do? Because you've teched into being stronger than them. And you're no longer stronger than them.
Radiant's courier has
Now, this entire advantage is just between the Spectre and the other two cores. The Storm is... I mean, the Storm is even up against the Snapfire, and the Largo is 2,000 net worth behind the Doom. That's to be expected because Largo doesn't exactly flash farm. It has to use the
Right.
Froststorm for that every single time. But Panda, I hope he's not thinking what I think he's thinking. Surely not. Pandas are not good at surviving on their own, Crash.
That
I've seen
well,
several videos.
That's why Panda explicitly hooks shots into Roshan to die alone.
Yeah. You
He's
give a
actually-
panda an apple, the panda will let you take away their kids. That's what I've seen in the videos. But of course, they're in their sanctuary, of course.
Well, R.I.P. Panda.
Clockwork? He's dead. Genik
He-
is dead as well.
Beyond didn't even need to be there. They let the illusion finish him off. The amount of disrespect.
Tower also falls. Like, they get 3 objectives around
Yep.
the map. And
They can just
I
get
don't-
this tier
I
2
don't-
bottom too.
Dire's middle
I don't see what's stopping them. Now, the thing is, K1 can split push. I think at a certain point, he's going to have enough HP that he can pop the rage, teleport away. There's no BKB piercing stun on Nemiga, so they won't be able to take him down. But, okay, so we kind of see it in action. But I don't think that's enough.
Dire are scanning.
I'm taking it slow, I think. Namiga just want to... You know, they're in no rush. You know, they got this gem on Storm. They've got their Spectre farming, considerably more farmed than anyone else. Gotta make sure they don't throw it
Ariel.
away.
Or rather, it is the Jakiro Janter. He is going to drop a hook shot coming in by the Clockwork, and they won't be able to get more, but I guess an opening. Amaru Gaming do have the BKBs. I suppose we'll only see the real potential of their team fight when they actually take a team fight. Because
Yeah, that's
Nemiga,
true.
they don't necessarily have to give Amaru that fight either.
Well, Largo now also has a Lincoln Sphere, so your Doom targets are severely limited. Lifestealer has a Shadow Blade. He's going to be working on a Silver's Edge, which will be very nice. The items are coming together for Amaru. Right now, both Doom and Snap have those BKBs. We're getting somewhere, you know?
We are definitely getting somewhere. I'm just not sure if it's good places for Amaru. Like, there is no happy place to be found, especially not for this Grimstroke. Very easy pickup. In fact, it's an illusion chasing him. It's not even the real Spectre. The real Spectre is busy with his own priorities. He wants the creeps more than he wants the Grimstroke.
Young G just had to make sure he got that galvanized stack, you know? Very important.
And how many is he up to now? He has 17 galvanized charges. Has the Witchblade, will have the Parasma soon. And what do I see here? They have 2 Lincoln Sphere, not just the one.
Yep. Well, and as long as Largo has his shard, you've got 3. Because you can just apply Lotus to someone else, or Lincolns to someone else, and it'll apply it to you as well. So you've got to go through now, what, 2 layers of Storm's Lincoln Sphere? Good luck.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Could even go for the 3. Like, why not? Why not go for one on the Spectre? Just depends on the threat level, or rather the threat assessment. It's...
under attack.
Roshan is again, going to be besieged. I think Amaru can try and fight this. They have the Mortimers, have the Doom,
they might
the double
have
BKB.
To. I think they're aware of this. It's not going to be free, at least, especially because Clockwork's up. They know what happened last time.
Well, 5-pan smoke coming out, so we will get a team fight. It's going to be the Doom, the first point of contact. He does have a BKB, is able to activate it, but he has lost most of his HP and will actually drop before the Doom can come out. However, the stuns are pretty good on both the Storm as well as Bune. Storm will zap away. Bune will just dagger towards the other side, and K1's dead. Scatterblast will take out the Spectre, but at what cost? As a Storm comes zapping in once more, Young G will ensure that Amaru Gaming lose the fight. And sure, they got the carry down, but they lost so much for that.
These Lincoln Spheres have created so much choice paralysis for this Doom. There was an opportunity. Largo didn't have his Lincolns up. Could have doomed the Largo. But the Storm and the Spectre are chained together. And it's just like you're foaming at the mouth at the opportunity to doom those 2 heroes. Are you kidding me? That's the best case scenario. And instead, in the time it takes you to walk there, you die. And now the whole fight, from a potential, like, this is the game-winning play, to now just being the game, one of the potential game-losing plays, or at least one of the things that's contributed to it, is just the inability to press Doom.
And even if he pressed Doom on that scenario, I actually do think if you were to get over his paralysis of choice, I think with how low the Storm and the Spectre were, you could have found the kill on the Storm. Like, he zapped away. He wouldn't have been able to do that. Young G, I feel like Jen died here a few minutes ago. Now, Young G, or rather, Oscar is here with the Doom, but decides to go back, sensing that multiple heroes were nearby.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Way too risky.
Silver's Edge for the Life Cheater.
Yeah, that's your Spectre Killer right there. Spectre Killer 9000, that's it, but you need more than just the Life Stealer on the Spectre, though. That's the problem.
Especially with the item that he does possess. He also has an Orchid, and that means no one is surviving from that. You'd have to pop the BKB if he goes on a core, but the Grimstroke, as well as a Clockwork, like you pointed out, don't really have defensive build-ups. Grimstroke has the Ghost Scepter, but that is not enough.
Yeah, it's
I feel like you're dead before you
can
even use the Ghost Scepter.
Usually, yeah. Yeah, that's how that's been working out so far.
10,000 of lead now. It doesn't feel like it's just a 10,000 lead, does it, Crash? It kind of like this game.
It really doesn't, because it feels like the Spectre's a lot further ahead than the
Thomas 9 looks
200
bored.
net
You know,
worth.
I'm looking at his face cam. He looks unimpressed with the level of competition. Even though we all know Amaru Gaming, they can fight back pretty hard. It's just look how quickly Oscar just simply melts. Panda will go in with the hook shot. Mortimers are flying out, but it's not really done anything. Amaru Gaming will just have to get back, and they're lucky that there's no storm here.
Yeah, he's chilling down bottom with Lifestealer. I don't think either of them know that each other are down there. Just hanging out, best friends.
Is there any item that you think this life shooter can make that can turn the tides of this game? in their
Divine
favor?
Rapier. You kind of just have to all or nothing. I don't think it changes necessarily too much. The Abyssal will be nice.
Okay. Panda is again dead. They have 12 deaths on Genic and 13 deaths on Panda. I don't think a Divine Rapier would help him here.
I really don't either. He needs this BKB, which yes, he does need it. I don't think it changes the state of anything. But I don't think Rapier does either. Yeah, I guess so.
Must have been.
It has to. There's no way he doesn't press it.
And now 60 seconds, no life stealer. He doesn't have a buyback either, so you're just going to head towards that high ground. You have that Aegis in your pocket and can just take out the barracks. And it's an Aegis on the Storm Spirit, not the Spectre. So Bune is just hanging back.
Very cool play. Right, just sitting Young G up front. Jakira now has an Aghanim Scepter too, so Janitor is looking to lay waste to the battlefield. I just drop a macro. Come at me.
Oh, Doom, he goes in, but once more is unable to use his ultimate. Oscar is dead. And with that, that is the opening to potentially go for another set of barracks, because why not? 2 cores are right down right now. Soulbind will come out as PP jumps in, has that BKB, so at the very least can use his cookies to try and dish out some damage. But Genic has fallen, PP's BKB has worn off, and Amaru Gaming, they will lose their entire lineup.
Slowly but surely they all fall. Oh, okay, not quite all of them.
Not quite all of them, yeah. That infest keeping Panda alive, I feel like...
And you know what? Spectre did die. The tail end of it all, they did just quite get Bune, right? Just at the tail end there, so that's something.
And he doesn't have a buyback. But the problem is, Amaru Gaming don't know that. Right? For all they know, this Spectre can buy back
and just end the game.
It happened, I believe it was the first game, right? Where the Ember Spirit bought back.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that was Young G, not Bune. But point still stands, it's the same exact play. And it happening in the exact same series is possibly going to lend, increase Amaru Gaming's paranoia of that exact same thing happening.
Well, it's direct memory, right? Like if it happened 3 weeks ago to another team, you're like, maybe you remember it, right? But
the game will be unpaused as Young G, he is walking it back.
He's got pretty limited mana, but with the Aegis, he's not going to go anywhere. It's not worth for him to leave right now. He might as well just instead die.
Yeah, like I would actually, the Storm is weird as an Aegis carrier because he would, in some cases, want to die so that he can restore his mana pool. And unfortunately, without the Doom, Amaru Gaming don't actually have much choice. They kind of just have to wait out 14 seconds.
Yeah.
Hope their melee barrack still stands by the end of it as soon as the Doom respawns, and then maybe you look for a play while the Spectre is dead.
Okay, one cheeky little play in.
Panda is able to make it out. Okay.
Yep. He's just keeping them on their toes, making sure they're awake. Very important. Now, could he have gotten sheep-sicked and died immediately? Yeah, but
Youngji's hunting. I feel like Youngji's standing in this position because he can zap towards that top lane or zap towards that mid lane for whoever shows, but no one will.
He's also in a
And
decent
K1?
smoke breaking position, right? If they all decided to do something for some reason, he's in position to, not just go anywhere, but sort of receive.
K1, he doesn't have a Manta again. In fact, it wouldn't have mattered even if it did. He just dead.
Blink Hex.
He
Can't be beat.
doesn't have a buyback. And that might just be the game here. Nemega, they don't know he doesn't have a buyback, but they will realize it soon enough as they start to break through that second lane of barracks and realize no one's coming in for the defense. It is a smoke of deceit. As Amaru Gaming, they hope to go in for a backstab, but this is a Hail Mary play. This is the only fight they are going to get. And a Yule Scepter on Aerial to start things off as the Hoodwink goes back. It's going to be a backline initiation though, but not the one coming in from Amaru. It is Youngji in control of this scenario to doom Oscar to just fall back to his base. But even as he does, surely he realizes that this is not changing. This game is pretty much done.
Yeah, they beat KBTP, but like, what are you gonna do now? I mean, I guess there's a tier 2 still alive, so you can stay in the game. Maybe one more, right? Maybe one more fight.
They will get the one. I suppose the idea is that you BKB TP back so that you have your life stealer respawn, and because your supports have died so many times, they'll also respawn. You know, that's one of the benefits of being this far behind.
That's true. And it is something you should take into consideration, right? When you are playing from behind, is sort of what is the value of your support's life? Because let's say Amaru are able to get something off of that. Maybe it's worth it.
They go in for a full initiation. Amaru Gaming are losing Oscar, and I haven't seen a single Doom in any of these team fights, and it doesn't seem like there is going to be one. But Bune, he has fallen once more. So they have taken down the carry, but Panda's gone down. K1 still trying to apply the right clicks, but Kovestein doesn't really seem to budge. Largo is in fact going to get back. It's Janter to go in with a dual breath as Aerial is there, but silenced by Jenik, who is going to fall himself now just down to the two heroes. It is PP, whose Mortimers are on cooldown, and K1, who wants to farm the neutrals.
Well, I mean, that
I'm gonna give.
I mean, surely be as close to it as they can get. These bouncing overload charges have been insane too. Keep in mind they're croaked too.
Amaru Gaming are going to respawn once again. I feel like the supporters don't really die.
Yeah, they're all undying, right? With the respawn of supports, they're gonna respect it and back up on Nemiga. I really don't think they need to, but the problem is with that fight, Doom once again gets the opportunity to go and he has to wait for Lincolns to get popped. Lincolns get popped, they get chained together, Spectre and Storm. Yes, it's great. I go in, I blink in, he immediately gets hexed. Within like the second of him blinking in. He gets hexed, and then he gets silenced, and then he gets killed by the illusions because he's bloodthorned in a frog stomp in Macropyre. Silenced with a bloodthorn getting hit by Spectre illusions. He just died to random crap on the floor.
Oh.
It was like a
Roshan
Home Alone
almost up.
trap. Oh my god.
In about 30 seconds, as some, they are holding on to their base, even if it's because of the fact that they respawn very quickly. Like, doesn't matter how you get the objective done, you get the objective done, and they find a way to take Bean out, despite of losing Oscar without having him expend the Doom. So if they're only able to get everything out, find the right targets, maybe the fate of this game changes. Maybe they have some sliver of hope, but I don't think that there's much room for optimism if you're Amaru Gaming.
We just haven't been able to see, I feel like, PP be able to lay in a significant amount of damage either. Like, it's definitely been there, but nothing's like they haven't been getting these core kills again, which is I think been the consistently biggest thing with Amaru, right?
You know, it's also ironic how the Clockwork's the only one dead, but he's the only one who can come out with that miracle Aegis Steel.
Right. Here's a quick like maybe coach question for you. How valuable do you think is it to look at maybe like your team's getting consistently long games? Like this is maybe the second Amiga game that we've seen that's like going to be 50 minutes. Is that worth looking at, or are you just comfortable taking long games? Like, do you just cope out of it and say like it's fine? Like 50-minute games are fine if we're winning.
I don't think 50-minute games are fine, but I do think that it's important to have these kinds of games so that you know how to actually play in these kinds of scenarios.
Sure.
You know, the level of discipline that is required. And it's always, universally always better to go high ground and have that a decision be on your terms than it be a hasty decision where the outcome of this game can change. For example, for Amaru Gaming, if they win that fight on that high ground, they might just be back, right? They're not going to be in a winning position, but they're definitely going to be in a position where they can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Right now, it's just, it's all lights off. They're in a dark room. They're scared. There's thunder sounds coming out, They're afraid of thunder. So they don't even have the thunder song.
It's okay, Grimstroke has buyback. It's fine. Gimme! I mean, a big item, though, is the refresher on Snapfire. But at the same time, we have a backpack refresher on Spectre, so that's kind of... even scarier.
I don't think there's an axe for the Storm yet. Eventually he will have that, and
yep.
Right now he has a nullifier. Spectre also has a nullifier. They're playing with these double items. As Vanda shouldn't be getting caught. Kovis 9 is charging in, and Amaru Gaming are brave. I will give them that. They're at least trying to huddle up on their high ground. They are gonna get caught though. Janek is immediately gonna die, but he has a buyback like you pointed out. Storm in the midst of them all with an AoE Doom this time coming out by Oscar. That is a guaranteed way to keep heroes locked down, but Oscar is gonna get hit by that sharpshooter and will fall again. Just mass disengagements coming in by Amaru Gaming as they disperse from this position. Rage applied by that life stealer, hoping to get back, but Janek is gonna be helped back from his high ground, and it's just gonna fall. That is a dieback on that Grimstroke, and there is no buyback available on your Doom.
Okay, there it is.
Gets cookied in. He's applying the hits. Life Shooter Bune might just go down. Fire Snap Cookie does the trick, but what they have failed to take into account is that he has that Aegis now, and it's going to be the Storm who will wipe away Amaru Gaming. GG will be called by PP as Amaru dropped the series, and it is Nemiga who did take their sweet time with this, but in the end, they found the series win.
A win's a win. Don't get me wrong, right? So I definitely think Nemiga are happy with that one. It was a good series for them too. Like that series felt good, like from a perspective of watching it at least, where like Nemiga felt like they were pretty much completely uncontested for most of the series, let alone just this game.
Do you think that there is something that maybe Amaru Gaming need to adapt into, because this was their very first display. They were invited into the group stage. This was their first showing, but it didn't quite go their way.
Man, I don't know. It's hard, right? Because I feel like on paper this draft should do well, but there just seems to be some disconnect between when they want to play Dota and who are the support's going to play Dota with, and who is doing what. I don't think this Doom hero fits the type of Dota they want to play. I would argue that I don't think Dawn fits it either, necessarily, unless they put PP on a very high mobility action hero like Ember or Storm, which in this sort of meta is a crapshoot if you're gonna get it or not.
It is definitely Namiga who, should be very happy about the fact that they've just taken down an invited team. That is something to be proud of. They now need to continue the momentum and take this forward as they look towards, some of these other series. And, they have a good shot against taking down some of the qualified teams out there. Before we head out, of course, a special shout out to Rayon Rain, whose birthday it is. So happy birthday to him. But we will be tuning off, but we'll be back in about 10 minutes. So we're not actually tuning off. We will be taking a short break before we come down to a very coveted series, Crash. It is going to be Syntax playing against Amaru Gaming. So Amaru, they're not going to get any rest. They are now going to have to play against a team that plays very fast. They're playing against a team who is at the very top of their group stage with 2 series wins, 0 series loss. A team that has taken down Parker and Noob twice now in the group stage, or rather in the plane and in the group stage. So can't wait for that one. Do you have any predictions for that series, Crash?
No predictions, but I think Amaru definitely need to step it up in the next 10 minutes if they want a chance to play up against Syntax.
I definitely agree, but without further ado, this is Tultras and Crash with you, and we will be just off for 10 minutes, but we will be right back for Syntax versus Team Amaru. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
Do you hear that? My sanity about to break while everyone I know's out. On a trip, on a boat, on a lake. I'm tired of feeling all FOMO, babe. I don't even care if we stay home. Put our to-do list on ice. Crank the AC to 79 and make a little island right here. And there ain't a palm tree inside, but there's not a cloud in your blue eyes. If we need a drink, I'll be the bartender. I got a fifth of Patron and a blender, baby. Slipping on a swimsuit is overrated. We don't need a beach to get a half naked. Life's too short, let's not waste it. Cause paradise is wherever we make it. Paradise is wherever we make it. Till the sun's up Monday. We'll tell our phones, do not disturb. I got my straw hat, babe. And you can finally pull the tags on your Tommy Bahama shirt. Blue crush up on the 85-inch sound machine. When we wanna hear the ocean, I think everything we need is right here. And there ain't a palm tree inside, but there's not a cloud in your blue eyes. If we need a drink, I'll be the bartender. I got a fifth of Patron and a blender, baby. Slipping on a swimsuit is overrated. We don't need a beach to get a half naked. Life's too short, let's not waste it. Cause paradise is wherever we make it. Paradise is wherever we make it. Oh, this view of you, it's got everything I need. Yeah, the rooms, they're cheap. And if we don't wanna, we don't ever, ever, ever have to leave. Yeah, there might not be a palm tree inside, but there's not a cloud in your blue eyes. If we need a drink, I'll be the bartender. I got a fifth of Patron and a blender, baby. Slipping on a swimsuit is overrated. We don't need a beach to get a half naked. Life's too short, let's not waste it. Cause paradise is wherever we make it. Paradise is wherever we make it. AC to 79. Paradise is wherever we make it.
Like it's delirium, ay, ay, like it's delirium, ay, I got delirium, ay, like it's delirium, yeah, yeah, like it's delirium. She just wanna bounce to it, baby, get your giddy on. Walk
up to the stage with a drink like I'm Giveon, but I never came here to sing what I'm really on. Giving dividends, I'm trying to boost your career and all. Know you got a binge, you ain't got one with the ceiling gone. If you wanna get it gone, give me the experience. Make me a believer like a feature at the cinema. Then we gotta keep it all the secret like the Pentagon. All these peeping times, people asking me what we been on. I know that it's bond, they just wishing they could watch it glow, watch it go through the fire like the Shaka song. Or was it yay? Either way, she gon' play the PlayStation, I'll play the Xbox, good gracious. I'm so grateful it made me say thank you, thank you, thank you, yeah. I swear she drives me crazy, think my brain is gone. Man, I just can't shake it like delirium. When I get this faded, your body, I just can't shake it. And I just want you to run upon me all night long. Yeah, like it's delirium. She just wanna bounce to it, baby, get your giddy on. Walk up to the stage with a drink like I'm Giveon, but I never came here to sing what I'm really on. Giving dividends, I'm trying to boost your career and all. Know you got a binge, you ain't got one with the ceiling gone. If you wanna get it gone, give me the experience. Make me a believer like a feature at the cinema. Then we gotta keep it all the secret like the Pentagon. All these peeping times, people asking me what we been on. I know that it's bond, they just wishing they could watch it glow, watch it go through the fire like the Shaka song. Ay, through the fire like a Shaka song. Ay, through the fire like I'm taking off. Like a rocket, I got wishes in my pocket. I can grant a couple things, girl, that really ain't no problem. Cause you I swear she drives me crazy, think my brain is gone. Man, I just can't shake it like delirium. When I get this faded, your body, I just can't shake it. And I just want you to run upon me all night long. Like it's delirium, ay, ay, like it's delirium, ay, I got delirium, ay, like it's delirium, yeah. Like it's delirium, ay, like it's delirium, ay,
We spent years in training, fighting battles uphill. When care is heavy and getting heavier still. If you need or want me, I'm never too hard to find. You know the places that I like to hide, and we'll go there side by side. You and I, our footsteps in perfect stride. In the calm of twilight, when your night's been so long, you try to do right, but everything turned out wrong. When I need or want you, you're never too hard to find. I know the places that you like to hide, and we'll go there side by side. You and I, our breath dancing into the night. Sometime the gardens you water survive. You and I, and the love that you nurture will thrive. You and I, two hearts beating in perfect stride. And time. We spent years in training, fighting battles uphill. When care is heavy and getting heavier still.
punch drunk crazy bets on me. Back mid scroll, Armageddon arcane. Walking the wild, walking the wild. Don't know why. Cosplay cowgirls and numberless chats. We're feeling just fine in our running hats. Walking the wild, walking the wild. I don't know why. I don't mind the hustle and the tussle. I don't mind the grind. I don't mind pretending we don't see these signs. I don't mind the hustle and the tussle. I don't mind the grind. You and me dancing on the Gideon time. Try to unplug it, turn it back on. Try to unplug, but the feeling's gone. Walking the wild, walking the wild. You don't know why, you don't know why, you don't know why. Radio play in the cesspool stream. Oh, running down nightmares that used to be dreams. Walking the wild, walking the wild. And I don't know why. I don't mind the hustle and the tussle. I don't mind the grind. I don't mind pretending we don't see these signs. I don't mind the hustle and the tussle. I don't mind the grind. You and me dancing on a Gideon time. I don't mind the hustle and the tussle. I don't mind the grind. I don't mind pretending we don't see these signs. I don't mind the hustle and the tussle. I don't mind the grind. You and me dancing on a Gideon time. You and me dancing on a Gideon time.
Wanna clear a bottle of Cabernet. Wanna stay home, not even drink. Wanna get out of my own head. Wanna lay down, overthink. I wanna cry every tear I got. Put on a dress, be a stranger's dream. Lock up this heart of mine, wanna wear it on my sleeve. I kinda wanna hate you, but I wanna love you too. I wanna hold you close and let you go. Find someone new, and I wish it wasn't, but my mind's made up in two. What's killing me the most is knowing two things can be true. Wanna throw away your vanity. Wanna wear it to sleep tonight. Wanna wipe our slate clean. Wanna pick this thing up right where we left off. Wanna block your number, take one last time, make it another. Wish I was one or the other. I kinda wanna hate you, but I wanna love you too. I wanna hold you close and let you go. Find someone new, and I wish it wasn't, but my mind's made up in two. What's killing me the most is knowing two things can be true. If it's black, it's white. If it's wrong, it's right. Soon as I pick one, I switch sides. kinda wanna hate you, but I wanna love you too. I wanna hold you close and let you go, find someone new. And I wish it wasn't, but my mind's made up in two. What's killing me the most is knowing two things can be true. Two things can be true. Two things can be true.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning, and this is just the beginning. I need a big change, help me feel like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? Let's go! Hey! Yeah, this is my life, my strife, my right to fight, to die on. And this is my game to play, to claim a brand new name, And I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm a bit nervous that I might screw everything up that I've ever done. But what's the point of living if you ain't having fun? I guess I'll try this, try that, might miss, gotta find what I'm good at. I guess I look here, look there, over where am I scared, where am I at? I gotta make it in this life, whatever makes me happy, know I'm doing things right. Sipping in the summer on a goose and Sprite, or find a nightclub for the end of the night, And we all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be?
I hear you talking at work to the boys in the gym, talking at the bar till I walk in. Baby, why won't you talk to me? Can't get your tongue when we're talking about what I need. Say what you will at the hardware store. Don't get you started talking about sports, baby. Why won't you talk to me? Can't get your tongue when we're talking about what I need. Think you're the silent type, but that ain't what fish here more than me. Cat gets your tongue when we're talking